Codenames.
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 Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us...
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
I mean,
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Good morning.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, Jerry. Welcome back to UK Games Expo 2025.
I hadn't gone away, you know.
Hello to everybody at the show. Hello to everybody at home. Thanks for joining us. If you're watching from home,
Yes.
make sure and make a comment just so that we can
Pop
we
in the
can
live
know that
chats
you're
on
there.
the
Yeah.
YouTubes, the Twitches,
Uh-huh.
all of that. So much more. Carrier pigeon.
If we close that door, because I think people are getting a little bit of an echo, so do I have to do a Humphreys? Shut that door.
We'll see how it goes.
Hang on a second. The echo has been cleared up. It wasn't us. It was them. It sounds like a you problem to me.
That makes so much more sense.
Good
because
morning, Hobby Lodge. That'll be Martin. Martin, I apologise, mate. I was keeping an eye out for you yesterday. But we missed each other like ships in the night.
Yeah, he swung in late, said hello to us. He loves us. Not at home with you, though.
Oh, well. Missed you. Right. Whew. 1 day down.
1 day.
2 more to go.
Another fun-filled day ahead of us as well, yeah.
Oh, yes. Big one today now. Right, so today, according to my running order that my team very professionally present to me.
If you throw to my lovely laptop.
Well, do you know what? I will do that. Let's do that.
Instead.
Here we go.
Hello, everyone. If you go to the OnTableTop website, you can check out the live stream schedule. So Friday's gone, but if you've missed Friday, you can still catch up on demand, as the people tell me at home.
Yes.
However, not right now, because then you'll miss Saturday, and then you'll be running a day behind. It'll be terrible. You'll just have to do it after we finish today. But you can see we have Coug Games Edition is going to be with us very shortly, 11:10. Later on, we'll have Alleycat Games. Corvus Belli are coming over to tell us about Infinity and Warcrow. Monte Coug Games, a whole host of RPG fun and games will be shown there. Then, of course, we'll be throwing £1,000 at some lucky punter. Lovely, lovely money.
Nice.
Cubicle 7 will be in to top us up for RPGs before we get a run-through of Flesh and Blood. So yesterday, Ben got a chance to chat to the guys behind Flesh and Blood about what it is as a card game, the background of it, sort of how it come together, and where they've been going with the likes of tournaments and that sort of thing. Today they're going to be showing people how the game actually plays. So if you're interested, because it does seem to be going gangbusters at the moment, check that one out at 20 to 3. And then we're going to be finishing off today's live stream with Coug Games Edition once again. They will be playing a full audience participation game of mega Codenames, not just regular Codenames, but mega, big, long Codenames that people can't pronounce. Anti-disestablishmentarianism, things like that. Presumably.
There we go.
I don't know. Put me in here, wind me up, and set me off.
Yes, well, that is the plan.
Yes.
It's now over to me and Jerry to see how much we can actually manage to stick to said plan.
It's a beautiful dream, isn't it? See how that one goes.
Well, let's see. We have a few minutes before our first interview. I don't know. Are we loaded up with anything that we can show the guys so they can see some of the stuff that's going on here?
We certainly do. We've got a delightful little thing from Coug.
Let's check it out.
Hello everybody, I'm here with Michael from Coug Games. We had to stop off because I'm intrigued by what we're seeing in front of us, which looks like a lot of wooden building blocks, but also dice in a cube. What is happening?
It's a good description, actually. So, Coug is essentially a kit to make games with. So it's all based around the mechanic of flicking. So you have these little pucks that you flick, but inside the box are all these different components that you can make 5-minute fun flick games. You can make tricks as well, but actually with the kit you can also make longer games like Capture the Flag, or you have knockout games. We have dice, so you can do rummy style, collect 3 of a kind, or runs. You can add point systems to it, or abilities and different things. So yeah, it's essentially a creative kit to build your own games, and you can build thousands really. We have about 4 in the box, and then there's about 20 online, and if we keep creating them, we keep adding them, and if you create a good one and send it to us, we'll name you the creator and put it online. So
it sounds absolutely intriguing. I love the idea of the dexterity addition to the game, and being able to build something unique to yourself, your family, whoever it happens to be you're playing with, whether you want to do maybe a race game like some sort of mini golf-esque game where you're playing pucks around an obstacle course. What was the genesis of this?
So it started off with my children, funny enough. So we had the top of the bottle. I put 2 cans of beans at one end of the counter, and I was like, right, you got to get it through the beans. They did it. Then I was like, well, you got to get it through the beans, but you have to rebound and then get it through. And then we had saucepans in play, and it all got a bit crazy. And then I went into the workshop and built a ramp so that we could get up. And it just evolved, and we fell into this. We showed it to a couple of game enthusiasts. They told us to bring it to a show, and people were like, make this, and now we're here, which is, yeah, very exciting.
So Do you have this with you then at the show, or is this something that's planning on coming out shortly?
No, we're live. So we did our Kickstarter last year, which went very successful. We have a bunch of stock, and this is our first year selling. So this is quite an exciting time for us. Yeah.
I see there's a slightly smaller box labelled Tricks. Is it just additional pieces then for the game itself, or an expansion, if you will?
So it can be used as an expansion, but we quickly realised there are some people who want to make quick fun party games or sort of coin-based games, that sort of thing. So the Tricks version allows you to make these quick fun games. But if you want to be creative, if you want to add team-based and longer games, then you can. This is the one to really expand. Although you can play some long games with that too. So it just if you want a quick 5-minute fun, you probably don't need this big box. But if you want to create your own games, then this is
and I mean, at the end of the day, being able to get kids around the table and playing, and then just letting them. So many kids want to play their own game. Often parents will put them down in front of a game they enjoy, and then the kids will start playing something entirely different to the frustration of the parents of it. But in this instance, the idea is that they can create those games themselves. They can explore, be innovative with whatever they want to do. This is absolutely superb. Where are you going to be within the expo itself then?
So we're in Hall 3, booth 472. So, yeah.
And if people can't make it here to the expo, where should they look online?
Coug.games.
I think this is delightfully charming and utterly inspiring. Definitely check them out if you're here at the expo, and if you're at home, it's only a Google search away. Get over there, check them out. We're going to push on and see what else there is to see. Betterer.
There
Much
we
better.
go.
There you go. Yes.
Can I just say how much I really enjoy watching those particular videos with all the high vis and stuff on?
Yes.
It really does smack of the 90s. You know, it's like
I like it. You couldn't see, but there was a big bottle of water just out of shot.
Oh, all right, okay.
Yeah. I really like the Coug sort of point and flick adventure.
Yes, yeah.
Race play exclusive games, and they have this whole thing where people who buy the box make up scenarios and make up games and then send them to them, and then they put them up online so other people can then play them. It's just great. It's terrific stuff.
It's lovely. One of the things that you do get to experience here at UK Games Expo, with the whole play testing side and all of the small independent creators that get an opportunity to come here and showcase their stuff. It's all those little innovations, and it's nice, you know, because you often can get a little bit jaded, especially if you're big into your tabletop games. You can get a little bit jaded where you think to yourself, okay, everything's been done.
Yes.
And then you have to remind yourself, no, not everything's being done, and there are some really amazing creative characters out there that are coming up with some fascinating new ways of presenting game mechanics and the likes. So
good to get the kids involved as well.
It is.
No. Right.
I think we are due for our first live interview of the day.
Yes.
We're going to be cutting to Ben, who's going to be sitting with Czech Games Edition.
Indeed.
So, let me just see how I do this. Oh, there we go. Ben, give us a wave. There we go. Okay, Ben, over to you.
Hello there, folks. We're back again with Eleni from Czech Games Edition, and this time we're going to be looking at Codenames from Vladichivatel, which obviously is a game that if you've been living under a rock, wherever you've been, it's been around for a long time. It's kind of like caused a resurgence in the social game genre, I think, for a lot of people.
Yes.
Got a lot of people involved in board games as well, I think, over the years as well.
Yeah.
For those people who aren't aware, can you sort of take us through a little bit about what Codenames is? And sort of a little bit of the history of the game as well. So.
Right, yeah. So the game was released 10 years ago. So this is our 10th anniversary. And we're having this new edition, which I will talk about later. But the game essentially is very simple. You have a grid of 5x5 cards. And there's two teams, the red team and the blue team. And the theme is spies. So you have some code names. You have to figure out which names are on your team and what can you do for your team to guess them.
Yeah.
So basically there's a simple mechanic where you're trying to connect the words that are on your team in a clue with a number, and say it like the spy master says that to their operatives in their team, and they're trying to figure out the words faster than the other team.
Yeah.
It's very simple. So it has that social deduction element.
To it,
Yeah, and it's after sort of Scrabble, there wasn't like many word games around, and I think with Codenames there were a lot of like a new stream of party games around words that was revived, and we're very happy that Codenames is one of those games. Yeah.
I think one of the things that's really stuck out to me whenever I first dove into Codenames is the way that metas kind of develop amongst groups, where like a certain group will have certain ways that they like to connect their words together, and you start to get to know other people at the table and that kind of thing. But then that means whenever you step away and you start playing with other groups at conventions, for example, here at UKG and that kind of thing, you get really different ideas of how people interpret things, which I think is quite nice. Like for example, if we were looking at sort of what we got here on the table at the moment, things, for example, like Soldier and Beijing, for example, you might have some people who are looking at it and be like, do we go with like War, China, Empire, something like that? And then other people might be thinking it's more modern things and things like that. Which is and it's always interesting when you get words that suddenly start to boggle people's minds, and you have to do that leap of logic to kind of make connections, which is always fun. So.
Well, there are some clues that are like more thought through, that there's no room for failure, but sometimes you don't see all the words very clearly, or you have associated certain things with other things, and the idea is that you have to know a little bit your team, so that you give clues that you have the same associations somehow.
Are you a brave clue giver and you go for like 3s and 4s, or are you normally? I tend to play it safe with a 2 more often than not.
Yeah, I do the same. The same, but sometimes you have to take the leap at the end of the game if you want to go ahead. So I try that too.
Hoping to avoid the deadly assassin, of course, as well.
The assassin, yes. So basically, we were really surprised how well the game did. It's been 10 years and it's been translated into 45 plus languages. It sold like more than 16 million copies so far. So that's like was very surprising for us to see. So basically we wanted, since we see the game is being played right now so much, we thought it deserved some more care. So we wanted to make a new version.
And that's where the kind of, as you can see here, the new sort of graphic design and everything for the game has come through, new artwork and all that kind of thing as well. Because in previous versions of Codenames, all the team had the same artwork on the individual teams, didn't they? Whereas in this time, you've got a lot more difference in there as well as some old favourites, which is always nice to see. James is back.
Actually, funny thing about this agent is that in the previous version of Codenames, you can see actually this version has white hair, so the agents have gone older with the game.
So it's telling a little bit of a story with it, which is really nice.
So basically, we have revamped the box art to make it more modern and more fresh. There's like unique illustrations on the agents, like you said, including these pigeons. That for some reason everybody loves the pigeons. And we were thinking about what kind of new art for bystanders can be in the game, and
you've got quite a few different ones, haven't you, with this one?
So somebody said pigeons, and the artist. Because it's things you can see in a city, right? Innocent bystanders. And the artist, Tomasz Kucherowski, who did the agents, is working on a comic book for like 5 or 10 years around pigeons. So pigeons in the game.
I see that the assassin has still maintained his mysterious look as always.
The assassin.
Her mysterious look, so doing their thing, which is very cool.
So apart from the unique agents, we updated the key cards. So now, because we know that a lot of people play the game in conditions of like dark lighting and so on, the colors are more vibrant. We've used also spot colors. We wanted to have like this silver sort of posh looking thing. And at the back, this works like as a spy device. Like you take
yes, like a spy
picture,
camera. Yeah.
And then at the back you see like.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
It works really cool.
Yeah.
Building up the sort of narrative around it at the same time, which is always nice to see. Yeah.
And also another thing is that we have updated the word selection of the game.
Okay.
So because we have like millions of games played online and on the app, so we have a lot of data around the words that are being used. We wanted to analyze them and see which words are being used less in the game, which are harder to connect.
Yeah.
Because there's two things, like there's words that are part of clues and words that are guessed successfully. So we analyze those things, and we have removed some of the words that are harder to connect and put in like new words to supplement that.
Yeah.
The changes is subtle, like it's about 10% of the words, but still we wanted to make it tighter since we have all that data.
Yeah.
We wanted to use that. And one of the findings, like when analyzing it, which I thought was kind of interesting, is that...
Diving into the maths of it all. Yeah.
One of the most successful assassins in the game was the word death.
Okay, right,
So
yeah.
that was
it kind of makes best sense. Yeah, I like that.
And one of the words that was mostly used to connect with other words, like that was very easy to connect with others, is water.
Oh, okay.
So that's also, because we're made of water and connects everything. So it made sense.
How very holistic. That's quite cool.
True.
I really enjoy that. Yeah.
And apart from the word list, we have updated everything apart from the gameplay.
Right.
The gameplay stays the same.
So if you're a Codenames fan, it works like Codenames.
It's exactly like you know it. We didn't want to change anything around it. But everything else has gotten. We want to think a bit better.
Yeah.
So there's also an insert from it's recyclable plastic. It's ABA material, which is like 80 to 90% recyclable. We also have the card stands are from Rewood, which is recyclable wood material we've used in other games like Kutnahora and so on. So we wanted to take a more environmental friendly approach with the new box.
Whilst also making it so that all your cards didn't slide around in the box like before. Which is always good.
And we know that usually, party games are not very used to having inserts.
Yes.
But we wanted to, people probably don't, like, this might be the first and only game they play from CGE, and we wanted them to, not throw things in a box, but have them neatly organized, all
Very
the words and so on.
So this new sort of revamped version of this, people can get their hands on it now, or is it coming out soon?
Yes, you can pre-order it.
Okay.
And I think it will be sent. It can be sent around July or something.
Brilliant.
So the pre-orders are open on our online store, so you can have a look at it. And there is one more thing I didn't mention is that from all the testing and so on, we also saw that people don't really use the sun timer. So that's also something missing from the box. Because nobody uses it really. But for those who really want to use it, we have made an app, like a companion app. So you can use the time element there.
So if someone really does have analysis paralysis,
you can
keep them on the time.
There is a way to solve that, together with the base game, we also are going to relaunch the other games of the series, like a Duet, which is a cooperative version. It's made for two people, essentially, so they're using the same key cards from the back and the front, and that also helps eliminate a little bit of the downtime you can experience when trying to come up with clues, because in Duet, like, whoever is ready can go, because it's a cooperative game. And a lot of people play it also like in teams as well. So that's a new way to experience the game. And that will be out around Q3.
Okay. And it follows the same pattern as pretty much the core gaming that you've done, all the revamping of the graphical assets and all that kind of thing as well.
The same logic.
Which is very nice.
And there's also pictures that will be coming out in Q4. And I think this one will include a lot more new pictures compared to like the words that have been added in the basic game. So yeah, we're very excited about the relaunch. We wanted to celebrate 10 years of Codenames. It's like the new era of the game, the new look for the next decade.
Yes.
And there is a lot of new things that are coming also in a couple of months or a couple of weeks. We're going to be announcing new titles around Codenames, new license. I cannot say much right now, but there's a lot more things coming around Codenames. Yeah.
The other thing you wanted to mention as well is that if you want to get more Codenames in your life, you don't just have to play it on the tabletop, you can also play it via the app as well. So, and Codenames Online.
Yes, so a lot of people probably know Codenames Online because it's a free platform. You can play on your browser and so on. If you have like a group of friends already waiting for you for that. But we have also developed the app, the Codenames app, which is made for mobile, and it's like not just playing the codenames you know. It's like a standalone game with a lot more content around codenames and a new way to experience the game, because it has you can play it solo as well. There's like daily cases and a lot of solo content you can enjoy. You can find new people on the spot. The app matches you with people, so you can play anytime, anywhere, even like for 5 minutes, like you're waiting on a train. You can play around
then the app
Codenames.
sends you notifications and things when you're ready to take your turn and stuff like that. So
it sends you notification when it's your turn. You can play. You can play with your friends as well.
Because you can set up private matches and things like that.
Exactly. And there's very like many different modes that people don't know about, because if you've only played the physical game or Codenames Online, this is not available, and it's a lot of new content on the app. Like for example, there is Minesweeper, which mines Codenames. So it combines Minesweeper, you know, the Windows game, with Codenames. So essentially, you know how many friendly agents are in the area. So that gives you extra information about the game. There's many different things you can explore. Like you can collect words from different topics and genres. You can play only around them, like fantasy, movies, a lot of different things. So it is a premium app, so it's a one-time purchase, but then you get all the new content that we release. And in fact, we are going to be releasing, for example, Codenames Duet very soon on the app. And so you're going to get that as well together with that. And we're releasing more languages now. So the app is out in English, Czech, German, French, and Arabic. And there's going to be Spanish and Portuguese and a lot more to come from languages.
So there's many ways for you to get your Codenames fix.
Yes.
Wherever you are in the world, basically.
Exactly. And one other important thing is that we're going to be releasing it on Steam very soon. So you can play it also on your PC. So anywhere, everywhere.
Fantastic.
And so on.
Do you have a particular version of Codenames that you enjoy playing the most? Are you a fan of like the classic version, or do you prefer
I'm a fan of the
pictures?
classic, actually, and Duet. I play Duet a lot. A lot of people like the pictures. For me, it's a bit more difficult, but I know a lot of people that really prefer playing with the pictures. So it's a matter of taste, essentially.
Next step will be ink blots on everything, so it'll be all up to interpretation for everything you do. So if people want to dive in and learn a little bit more about Codenames, where can they find you here at UK Games Expo?
Yes, so we are in Hall 3, booth 716.
Brilliant.
Yes, and
people can come over, play all the different variants of the game.
And exactly. And if you want to pre-order the game, you can go to our online store. I think it's checkgames.shop or something. I'm not sure.
I'm sure if you put it into a search engine of your choice, whatever it might be, Yahoo,
or checkgames.com, you can check out our website. And and the app is available on Android and Apple and everything.
Brilliant. Also, this afternoon, we're going to be doing something pretty special.
Yes.
So, we're going to be diving into a little bit of a live game of Codenames here with a couple of different teams playing the game.
Yes.
We're going to have it up on the screen and all that kind of thing as well. So if you want to come and get involved with that, that could be pretty cool, because Obviously, the teams are going to have their spy masters giving clues and things, but it would be nice to have obviously people from the community coming along and sort of getting involved and sharing their thoughts, because I'm fairly sure some of you will probably have better ideas of clues to give than some of the spy masters. I'm sure they are professionals, though. Of
They
course.
are,
But
definitely.
yes, it'll be fun to see how that all works. 'Cause obviously, we'll be using the app for that and that kind of thing.
Yes,
as
we
well.
were
So,
playing on the app.
Yeah, so you can see how that all works. And sort of
Yes,
comes together,
yes.
so,
I know the people that are going to be on the teams are really fanatics of Codenames,
Perfect.
so I'm really excited to see the game.
We're going to see some like next level play then.
Yes.
for that. Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Lainey, for taking
Thank you
us through
very much,
Codenames,
Ben.
and not just only showing off the base game, but also whatever you guys have been
Yes.
doing with the extra games as well, and that new revamped look for Codenames. As I said, it is a great social deduction game. So if you're looking to get into it and you want to learn a little bit more about it, obviously go and check out Check Games over on their stand here at UKGE. I'm going to throw back to you folks in the studio right now. Jerry, Warren, what do you think?
Yes. It's very decent of you to throw back to us, Ben.
Thank you very much.
Rather than just walking away like you normally leave me in tears. Yeah, I can't wait to see the big mega game of Codenames later on to see how that sort of pans out.
Yeah.
To get people shouting random, terrible, terrible clues to the spy masters. I mean, sometimes you need counter spies.
There's something now. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. If you tune in later on this evening, we're doing. Are we streaming that live game?
Yes.
So
Yeah, from 3 o'clock.
From about 3 o'clock on. So if you're at home and you fancy tuning into that, be around about 3 o'clock. Grab yourself a snack and a drink, and kick back, and you can have some fun with that.
Sweet. Like
Right.
candy.
Yesterday, I was asking our viewers to post some places they would like people to go. Our team have been working on that, and Big Jerry
Yes.
solved one of them. Somebody was posting about Mantic to see what they're up to, and did you get the big man himself? Did you get Ronnie?
I got Ronnie. We had a very brief chat.
Oh, yes, I'm sure it was brief.
It was very brief, as anybody will tell you.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. Let's see what Ronnie and Mantic have in store for us.
Hello, everybody. I'm back here at UK Games Expo 2025. I'm joined by the delightful Ronnie Renton. Delightful, delicious, lovely.
We'll have some of that.
Yes.
Lovely, lovely. All good.
There have been a ton of releases recently. There's a ton of updates coming out thick and fast from Mantic. I can't open an email without seeing something else that I'm being forced to buy.
Forced to buy.
Forced to
Encouraged.
The arm is up the back like that.
That's what you say to the wife.
Yeah. So we're here now to find out what's been happening with Mantic, where you're going, and what's coming up in the future that people want to see as well. So one of the big things that we've seen this year has been Halo, which was phenomenal with the pre-order. And has been going great guns since then. We're seeing the first sort of expansions beyond what people seen from the pre-order. Where's it going?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, like you said, Halo, phenomenally popular. The IP's loved. I think the IP gets them there, and the gameplay keeps them there. I think the fast, fluid, rolling the dice, just very intuitive. A lot of people that never played a miniatures game or bounced off miniatures games have embraced it, and those hoary old buggers like us have been playing forever think it's a bit of fresh air and we can just pick it up and play. So big in terms of core game sales. In the first version of the game you get 4, I get 4, you get 4, that's our team, there's no army building. Then we launched the first product, which is War Games. Now if I want to grab hammer and you want a spanker, it's not even, so we've introduced points, app to calculators, the army list builder, and a few Spartans with the weapon options. In July, the Banished.
Yes.
So this is now we're going to go player versus player. You're not Spartan versus Spartan. Now there really is army building choice coming in. You've got the elites, you've got the Banished. The Spartans have a range of options. So and we're going to launch the first 2 missions. One of the things that makes it unique is your guys respawn. So even if you get a kill, you get a victory point, I respawn. So the game is always balanced. We're going to fight the first. Training is over, soldier. You are now being deployed to a combat zone. You lose a Spartan, it's going to hurt. Okay. So we don't know if it's going to go down that way. We're definitely going to do these first 2 missions to try out. Do you like it where you know, when you get on top, you can stay on top. You've got to do some heroic turnaround, or the constant. Probably the answer will be a bit of both.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that makes the digital game, that PvP combat, constantly respawning, coming back in, trying to push back the aggressor. The flow of the game works like that, and it works brilliantly using that core dead zone mechanic is just fantastic. But the respawning changes gameplay dramatically because of it.
It makes it less claustrophobic. If you make a mistake in dead zone and you lose 2 guys because you've got them in the same square and someone gets a rocket launcher into that square, you're now at a big disadvantage. I've taken 20% of your force away, with this one, you make a mistake, you lose the victory point, it respawns. Often if it's that way, you can respawn behind. It's not going to have a big game impact. So it means you can play a lot more aggressively, a lot more relaxed. You don't need to be quite so nervous. You know, I was teaching the guys to play last year before Gamma, which was our first event with Bloody, and one of our, Blake, he tucks it behind on the first. I said, what are you doing?
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to get it round and get a flanking attack. I said, no, up on the top, knock some shields down. If you die, you're going to respawn.
Yeah.
You've got to get in, and bang, on off it went. So that's the joy of that, and that's still in there. In all the basic missions, it's there. Now we're just going to introduce a whole new faction. If you play the core missions, they'll have respawn. If you play the 2 new missions, we've got 2 without it.
So that's going to bring you up to middle of the year.
Yeah.
Do you have plans for the rest of the year for Halo, or is it going to sort of slow down and give people a chance to get into the tournament sort of feel and play some games, or are there more releases on the horizon quickly?
So yeah, great question. We're doing about 1 every 3 to 4 months, where we're coming out with a big release. So March, Adepticon Salute, we released the points and the rest of the Spartan range. July, we have the Banished, as we talked about. Then they're coming out as singles, and then you can buy them individually, start tweaking. Towards the end of the year, we're definitely bringing out the... So they'll be coming next.
Okay, well, that's interesting. I wonder what that's going to be. I'm still looking forward to seeing all the vehicles, the little bikes and flyers and hovers and stuff, because they work very well in Dead Zone, and they'll work perfectly well in Halo as well.
Yeah, so it's got a nice solid release schedule. We're almost doing that 3 to 4 months. That just as you've mastered what's come out and played with it a few times, something more will come along and just tweak it again. With Walking Dead, I think we just sometimes release it a bit too much, too fast. Actually, let's spend time growing the audience. All the OP kits are out, the organised events, so the LGT, there's nationals coming, so...
Yeah. Obviously, nothing has happened behind him at all.
No, definitely not.
Moving away from Halo, let's talk a bit about some of your own IPs. 2 really big things. One just been released in the likes of Kings of War Champions, and one that's upcoming. So start with Champions. Tell us a bit about the idea behind that.
So one of the things we found with Kings of War was the barrier to entry was massive. Basically, yes, you can get 100 quid and you can buy an army, and then you've got 10 months of hobby building.
Yeah.
3 if you're fast. To get that army ready for the table. Now, we had a little dabble a while ago with Ambush. Mm-hmm. The idea behind Ambush was just lower points. What we found was it didn't quite have enough character.
Yeah.
It was an absolute clear introduction to Kings of War, and it was just lower point values. But we wanted something with a bit more kind of narrative, and a bit more so. We've made the champion. This is his faction. They are ever so slightly more influential in the game than the heroes are in Kings of War, but you have 3 or 4 heroes in Kings of War. So they can issue commands, their team reflects their game style play, and what you're essentially doing, as you can see down here, is almost, here's your champion, there's the bloody Cardinal, 1 big kit, and a couple of units. Sorry, you're playing a demo game there, I'm messing with it. And you've actually got the units lined up, playing, but now we can start writing scenarios, capture the stones, get the objective points. It's a nice hobby project that's not too big. The stat cards are all here, so all the information you need comes with it. You can see them actually here. They are actually playing the game, moving it in and moving into the fight. So nice hobby project. you're learning a rank and flank game. A lot of people, I think, will play here and just go through 2 or 3 different factions and stop there.
Yeah.
But if you want to take that Abyssal army into an army, right, I can now start playing Ambush with it, I can now start playing 1,000-point games, and I can build it up. So both a great recruiter for Kings of War and a beautiful game in its own right.
And I think one of the things that struck me, because I'm a big Kings of War fan, as probably anybody who's seen me knows, Ambush is great, but Ambush is, like you say, it's Kings of War at a lower points value. It still has the list building, it still has that, what should I be building? I've just picked this up for the first time, where do I go? With all of the champions' retinues, it is a specific man with a specific set of minions around them, and it is one way to build it. There's no list building, it is fixed, and then it comes down to how you use them on the table in the scenario, and then the flavour the champions bring, because they have little abilities that they can pass out to some, but not all of the units that are on the table.
Every time you've got 3 commands and 4 units, how do you use them? And the non-army list building was a big part of it. It's just open the box, build it, play it.
Yes.
And we're just trying to really lower all of those barriers into engaging with our games. All new plastics, beautiful new heroes, which are in this master-crafted resin that we put them together in. The detail is stunning. Nice size hobby project.
Yeah. And it launched with 4, I want to say.
Yeah, I think there was 4 in the first month,
yep,
which gave you a nice choice. You had the Abyssals and Basileans,
yep,
and you had, and we've got them here, the Goblins is going Northern Alliance. Anyway, all of the new plastics that we've got, there's 4 in there, and there's 1 every month running up until November, and then we're going to have 1 every 3 months. But the great joy is, every 6 months we're going to have a brand new one of these with a new hero. Whenever new plastics come out, if they haven't got a faction, they'll get one.
Oh, well, that is remarkable. I think most people are lining up for the Trident Realm at the moment, because the Trident Realm hero is possibly the cutest of all champions.
And we've literally been able to have some real fun with it, because we've gone from the bloody Cardinal, which is, kind of gross and void heart, through to Splash on the other side. We've got a real mix. So, enjoy. And if there's going to be 9 factions pretty quickly, 8 or 9 factions fairly quickly. If there isn't one of those 9 you like, maybe try Halo.
Well, yeah, that's one way of doing it. I'll also say the narrative background for Champions is really interesting as well, because there's a lot of world building has gone on in Panathor over the past few years, and there are little Easter eggs. The champions themselves aren't just generic Basilean number 2. Everybody's a name character, everybody's a backstory, a history, something they're trying to achieve, which is great.
And with Panathor, it's a living world, it keeps moving on. The thing that happened, the Halpi's Rift a few years ago, is going to have cataclysmic changes at the end of this year. These champions are all going to go on and become the big heroes in the next 5-year arc.
Okay.
These are all going to go on, they're featuring in books, they're tied back and forth. As you know, we have our own rum now,
yes,
which is very drinkable and tasty.
I imagine it is, but I believe you have to be successful at playing games to get it.
Or just bribe me. I've got a few bottles, so maybe when I come over to Belfast, I'll bring one with us and we can see if we can chunk through.
Yes, yes, we will.
Remind me before I leave. I keep getting my bag gets stopped to custom. What's in there? Oh, nothing. But yeah, remind me, we'll bring one. But yeah, the story arc is really growing, and I think this was what we got a chance to do with Champs. Rob Berman just really took it to heart and got some great stories, a real breadth of heroes, and these guys are going to go on and be big players in the Panathor world.
Yeah. Now, that's obviously Panathor's fantasy. There's a whole Warpath universe out there, and while Dead Zone is absolutely fantastic, Firefight's magnificent. So many people have been waiting for this since the Kickstarter was launched last year, and now we're seeing the first of the studio-painted 6mm epic Warpath.
Yep, well, 6 became 10, because 10 or 9, so we're somewhere around that ish size. Huge Kickstarter, kind of blew our minds what we were doing. We've been planning and working on it about a year or so. Heard those other guys were redoing theirs, came out and said, look, here's our plans, do you still want it? The answer was unequivocally yes. It's been a massive project in terms of plastic tooling, just getting all that through, but we're now at the end. You've got Forge Fathers, Enforcers, Plague, Asterians, Nameless. There's 8 factions in total, and it's the first one where we've gone, You've got your plastic, which is the core of your army. Very slick, cool gameplay written by Alessio and Matt. And then you can either take your super heavies, which are the big things, and really give it character. Either we can make those for you, cast them in resin and send them out, or you can just buy the STLs and you can print them at home.
Yeah. So
if you want 15 of them, because some loonies will, you can do that. So we're really saying, look, however you want to play your game, come join us. We want you to come and play games with us. There's a couple of options.
One of the things that really struck me, Firefight and the old version of Warpath were very, very similar. They were almost too close together that people didn't really see the differentiation between them. By shrinking Warpath down, allowing you to actually get all of those things on the table, have the big monsters, have the huge super heavies, it then became much easier to show it as its own distinct thing and not just a slightly bigger version of Firefight.
Yeah, correct. And I think there's a lot of largely gentlemen of a certain age who, I don't know, maybe our eyes start going and what we need, I get far and near, I don't know what it is, but we want to play those huge battles. While we dream of doing it in 28mm, it's just not feasible, just doesn't happen. So by doing it this way, you really can have that huge battle that you want to have, 8 factions in it, so there's loads of choice. Each one has a different gaming style as well. And so, yeah, we're just finding that the hoary old vets, the grognards of us, are absolutely charging into this and having some fun with it.
Yeah, guilty as charged on that one. It's going to be shipping to Kickstarter backers later on this summer?
Yeah, mid to late summer. The tooling has probably delayed it 6 or 8 weeks. It was just, we had 4 planned, they were sculpted. I think there's going to be something like 400 to 600 cavities, which you think because it's smaller, it's quicker. It's still a hole, and it's still got to cut it. It's still going to be detailed, and so it's probably the biggest tooling project we've ever undertaken. But yeah, well on track. The enforcers, I hope to have it here. The enforcers are somewhere between Poland and the UK right now in customs, but the first plastic sprues are in. I think we've sent some early shots to the backers, but they are going to be available. PDFs will be shipping a few weeks before the army, so people can start reading and planning. We'll give everyone a free PDF to have a look and read of it, and start planning your army. So yeah, mid to late summer.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And I was very good. I managed to restrict myself to 4 armies, although some of them are double-sized.
Yeah.
So,
very restricted.
Yeah, I thought so. Somebody has to be. Now, lurking over your shoulder are a terrible bunch of assassins.
Yes.
And this is one that I think a lot of people want to know as much as they can. So how much can we know about Assassin's Creed?
Yeah, so it's all coming now. So there is a bit of it. We've just kind of put it out there and say, look, this is coming. Get ready for it. It's coming to Kickstarter. It is going to cover every single timeline, every single Assassin's Creed title. It is a board game. It's a play in the evening, appealing to the widest audience. I did look at miniature games, but there just isn't one, and I'd rather than shoot. I've always said if we do an IP, we're true to the IP.
Yeah.
And this is, you pick your timeline, and it's not by accident. Those are the first 4 you're going to get, and Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and 3. And Valhalla.
Yeah.
And I've got to assassinate my targets before you assassinate yours, so I can be the best agent. And I'm going to spend my time either killing mine or really trying to stop you killing yours.
Yeah. It's unusual when an assassin ends up becoming a bodyguard.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, there we are. It's going to be great fun. The Ubisoft guys are great to work with. Probably hitting Kickstarter in July. I'm just getting prompted off screen. Yeah. So probably July. Watch out for it. The stories are going to start. We've got a load of assets in. Games written by Jack, who's a great games designer. Who's worked with us on a number of games. Worked with us on Worms, which was hugely successful. So keep your eyes peeled for reveals and content coming over the next 4 weeks.
There you go. There we go, folks. Hopefully that's whet your appetite for what's going on at Mantic. It definitely is well worth checking out. Just the sheer volume of games that they have now, especially since the board game section seems to be taking off massively as well. No longer it's a little subsection of Mantic. It is a big chunk of the company proper. If you want to know any more, check them out. Drop a question below. You've heard it. Ronnie's going to be coming over and seeing me, so maybe we'll be able to weasel out a few more little bits of nuggety goodness from him in the future. we're going to push on and see what else there is here at the Expo.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, An island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
Hello there, folks. We're back once again, like the Renegade Masters we are. I'm here with Hannah from Alleycat Games, and we're going to be talking about all the amazing things that you guys have got here at the show this year.
Indeed.
Starting off with the very nice Timbertown.
Timbertown.
Yeah.
This is our new title that we've released here at UKGE this year. Timbertown is a 2-player tile placement game. You are rival beaver architects, and you are drafting buildings sent from your builders upstream from the river, because that's a very sensible way to build a town, of course. Now, the river mechanic will move each time both players take a turn. So your buildings will flow down the river, and then the last tile in the river will be discarded, everything on it, and it will go back to the start and be replenished. So some buildings will disappear forever. The idea is a little bit like tiny towns, if you're familiar with that. And in tiny towns you have objectives for all your different building types, and that's the same in Timbertown. So your houses will score for being in pairs, for example, or you want your parks in the corner of your 4x4 board that you're building. All of your boardwalks need to match, because we don't want lemmings falling off the edge in beaver fashion instead. And the first player to fill their board will also get an extra 5 points with the builder beaver.
Love it. Very cool. I am a big fan of anything that involves tile placement, so this is very much going up my alley.
I love a
got
tile
all my
placement.
River, I suppose. So yes. You played this one yourself as well?
I've
Yes?
played this one many, many times myself. I'm a tile placement girl at heart, and I love it.
Do you have a particular strategy that you go for with it? Or?
Oh, the temples. The temples are a good one.
Yeah, fantastic. So remember that when you're diving into this yourself.
Yeah.
It was officially noted by Alleycat to do temples. So
Go for temples.
So yes, Timbertown. Very
That's
awesome.
Timbertown.
So is this one available for people to buy at the moment? Sorry, yes?
This
or?
is available to buy at the Expo.
Yeah.
It's £24 if you want to come and buy it from our stand. And it has been incredibly popular.
Perfect.
More popular than we expected, which is
Excellent.
fantastic.
Very cool. So yes, Timbertowns, make sure to check that one out. Very nice indeed. Moving on to our next one then, we have Station to Station.
Station to Station. Now I know some people will look at a train game and go, it's not for me.
I think you'll find you look at a train game and you go, yes, please. That's how you do it. Even Lloyd behind the camera would be very happy with a train game. So
I love a train game, and Station to Station is probably my favourite Alleycat release of the year so far.
Okay.
This is a pick up and deliver game, but you've also got contract fulfillment and resource collection and engine building as well, as you need in your train.
As you'd imagine, yes.
Now, you will travel all across the US visiting stations, picking up resources, and then you will travel to different stations and fulfill contracts. These contracts will give you points or money, which is very important for buying more cargo. And then when you fulfill a contract, you'll turn that into a ticket. And these tickets are what you need to hire your crew members.
Okay.
And your crew members will travel along with you on your train, and they will give you extra benefits to build up your engine to be the best train empire. And
love the sound of it. Yeah.
it's fantastic. You will be drawing tiles from a bag as you fulfill contracts, and that will work through summer, autumn, and winter. And the end of winter is when the game ends.
Okay.
And these contracts in winter are going to be big points, big money. We've also got an element of course, Ticket to Ride in there.
Yeah.
We have route cards that you can take each turn. And as you visit different locations and complete routes on your card, you get more money, you get more points.
Love it.
It's all about the points.
Some lovely point saladness going on there.
It's lovely point salad. Like I said, it's a resource collection, contract fulfillment, pick up and deliver. Your crew members, you might hire some more basic workers at the start of the game, but you can sack them off halfway around. And
Sounds
you can
about right
hire
for train empire
more
building.
skilled workers, exactly. And the more skilled workers do cost more, but
Okay.
they give you much higher benefits.
Okay. I was going to say, one of the things I really liked about this one as well is, you can see it a little bit when we look at the back of the box as well. They're like component design, and the artwork for station to station is wonderful.
I think
really
it's
nice.
beautiful. I think
Yeah.
the box art as well is stunning.
We'll flip back to that as well. Look at that.
And it
Oh.
did recently get the Seal of Excellence from the Dice
I
Tower.
see,
And Z
yes.
gave it a 9.5.
That is pretty damn high. Lloyd, are you interested in station to station? Yes, there we go.
It's a big thumbs up.
Like, considering he just keeps sending me pictures of trains all the time. This is,
This is getting bought.
You
He's
can buy
quick
this
big
one
boy.
on our stand
There
over the
you go.
weekend.
Perfect stuff. Thank you very
Excellent.
much for talking us through that one. So, what have we got next?
I'm very excited for this one. I don't know
Oh.
how many people out there have played the original Calamala.
I have not.
You've not. This is
No.
a Fabiolo Piano game.
Okay.
And we have redesigned it with Ian O'Toole to do the artwork.
As soon as
And
you say
it's-
Eoin O'Toole, people go, "Excuse me, I'm in." So.
And wait until you open the box. There's gold foil on the rulebook.
Oh.
Everything. We've
Oh.
gone very extra with this one.
Yeah.
You are textile merchants in
Okay.
Renaissance Venice. And you will be placing your family you're sending your family members to work with these little square tiles, and these create stacks in the
Okay.
factories to gain your resources, and these are the resources that you will donate to the churches, or
Right.
you will generate fabric to store in your warehouses in your cities like Hamburg, for example, or you will send your fabric out to sea in
Okay.
the seaports like Barcelona and Lisbon.
Yeah.
And you've got a little bit of everything in here. There's a lot of player interaction in between turns,
Okay.
as when you place your family members to work, you're activating a whole stack
Right,
of people.
okay.
So your opponents are going to get things on your turn as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
And then you have area control. With your warehouses in your cities and your seaports, you will score throughout the game, and whoever has the majority of their player cubes in those areas will score the most points.
Nice.
And throughout the game, as you build these stacks of your workers, they will be sent to the top when you get to the 5th one, and that's when you will start scoring different objectives throughout the
Right.
game as well. So you're also losing family members to send
Yeah.
out to work as the game goes on.
Oh, okay.
It's in our advanced line,
Yes.
and it is a Euro, but I would say it's a lighter one.
Yeah.
I would say we have other titles in our advanced line like Arborea, which are much more complicated, and people may look at the cover of this one and think it's a little bit too much, but it's not. It's very easy to learn, it's very easy to play, and I would say if you're looking to get into more advanced Euro games, this
This is
is
a good
an
one to go
incredible
for.
place to start.
Has there been much of a change from the original then, or has it just been a sort of like revamping and tightening up of
We
the
have
rules,
made
so-
some tweaks to the game as well. I don't believe you could play the original at 2-player,
yeah.
which you can do with this one. It is a 2 to 5 player game, so there's
Yeah.
no solo mode, unfortunately. But we've just made some tweaks here and there. You can upgrade your player board, and we've got the deluxe version over on our stand. So you've got some nice chunky wooden resources. The card artwork is stunning. We've also got neoprene play mats available. This is a bougie
You're
game.
selling me. I was
It's
going to
very
say, when I
bougie.
looked, I'm just going to show the back up again. Whenever I see cubes in rows and little tiny tables and tiles and things, I am immediately drawn in by a game.
Mhm.
So I'm really interested in this one because, as I say, I've never really heard of Calamala before. So
You'll have to come check
I'll
it
have
out.
to come and check it out.
We
And
also have this available
everyone
to
else
demo
will as well, of course. Yes.
Please do. Yeah.
Very, very awesome. Very
Excellent.
nice. Awesome. What are we going over to next then?
Well, I've got a nice stack of more party and dexterity games
cool.
over here. We are, of course, known for Tinder Blocks.
Yes,
And we
I
have the new
remember that
Tinder
from
Blocks.
last year, yeah.
We have the sequel. This is from designer Rob Sparks again.
Mhm.
And this is barbecues. Instead of building a campfire and building up with your tweezers,
Yeah.
you will turn this tin into your grill, and you are
Okay.
using tweezers to place meat onto the grill.
So you can see some of the components and stuff that we've got in here, which is very cool. Again, it's sort of carrying over from what we've seen from previous versions from you
Mhm.
guys. So you use these to build up the sort of outside of your You can set this up for us, actually. Yeah, we'll go for this. Actually, no, I'll set it up, and you can chat away about the games.
So you'll take these grill pieces, and this is where the game starts. You play it on the tin. So it's nice and compact, as all of our tin-like games are. Yeah. We have these fantastic kind of 8-bit pixelated pieces of meat.
I love these.
And similar to Tinder blocks, you'll be drawing a card, and that will tell you what meat you'll be placing onto the grill, how many bars it needs to touch.
All right. So in that case, if it was this one, which is a little beef burger.
A little beef burger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd be taking one of those from in here and have to, oh no.
You're doing so well already.
I'm doing so well already.
You really are.
So it has to touch just one of the bars.
Just one bar of the grill.
So, oh my God, I'm so shaky.
You're shaking already.
There we go. It's because I'm a vegetarian and I've just seen meat on the grill. So.
I have very good news for you.
Okay.
I don't have it with me here at the table, but back on our stand we do have a vegetarian version of barbecues.
Quids in.
So
sold.
We have a vegetarian version which is only available through Alleycat. This one will be available at retailers, of course. And you have your mushrooms, your aubergines, and your corn and your carrots.
I'm sold.
We have vegans and vegetarians on the team at Alleycat, so we had to do a vegetarian version as well.
And just make sure that you don't put the silica packet on the grill, because don't eat that. Not good.
Don't eat that.
Not good.
No.
Always remember that. So that's barbecues, which is very cool.
Barbecues.
It's nice and simple and easy, really good fun for those people who are diving into convention games and that kind of thing as well.
Exactly,
so if you've met anybody here at the show that you want to play some games with, come and pick up barbecues.
It's a great one.
Sit down and have some fun with that one.
The difference with barbecues to Tinder blocks as well.
I'm going to keep going as you're talking.
You please keep going.
So there we go.
You will draw a card, and if you fail to place the item and it falls into the grill, you take the card into your play area. And if you get 2 cards, you're out of the game.
Really?
That's right.
Oh, wow. Okay. Love that.
That's a dangerous fish placement.
That is a dangerous fish placement.
Dangerous.
Can I balance it with bacon? Like any good diet.
I think the steaks are really hard to place.
Oh, no. Steak. Oh, yeah, the steaks are hard, because how are you going to... Yeah. Oh, and if you had to do it over 2... Okay, not
it's
too
addictive.
Bad. It is
it's a really addictive little game.
I'm just going to do this. I don't care about the interview. We're just going to carry on doing this.
That's fine. We'll just play barbecues.
But yes, that's barbecues, and people can come and get games of that on the stand and have some fun with it.
That's right. We are at 3902, right at the entrance to Hall 3.
Fantastic. Really cool. So that's barbecues. Moving over to... I'm already losing all the points at the moment. There we go. Move this over here.
So this one is Tic-Tac-Trek.
Okay.
This one's a bit different to Tinder blocks and barbecues. It's not a dexterity game. There's no tweezers in sight.
That's good for my shaky hands. Yes.
And Tic-Tac-Trek is a 2-player only game, and as you can probably guess, it's tic-tac-toe. But there's more to it. So in Tic-Tac-Trek, we have a lovely little bag here that you'll be filling with your terrain tiles. So we have I think these are meant to be deserts, because they're normally bright orange, of course. Yeah. We have our grasslands, we have our mountains. Let's just tip this all out.
Tip it all out. There we go.
The
Throw caution to the wind.
Throw caution to the wind with the silica gel. That's how I roll. So you will be drawing these tiles one by one out of this little bag. Right. And you have to make a row of 3 X's or 3 O's.
Ah, okay.
It's that simple.
Nice and easy. Yeah.
However, if you draw a forest tile, you have to place it next to another forest tile. And you have to match terrain every time you draw a tile.
Right.
Unless you can't.
Okay.
Or unless you draw a lake, which is wild. Perfect. And these can go anywhere.
Okay.
Once you've made 3 in a row, let's just pop those down. You will take, I think these are my favourite Alleycat components ever.
I really like
little
these.
X's and O campfires.
Yeah.
And you'll place that at the end of your row of 3.
Awesome. Yeah.
Play continues until you've used all the tiles. And then you will count up and score each of your campfires for the amount of empty space around them.
Brilliant.
So they can score up to 7 normally. So you want to block your opponents in, but you also want to venture out quite far. So for tic-tac-toe, there's a lot of strategy.
Yeah, it's like
involved.
the evolved version of tic-tac-toe.
It's tic-tac-toe on steroids in the wilderness with campfires.
Yeah, that's always a good combination, steroids in the wilderness, I think.
It's always good with fire.
Don't leave your toothpaste out, the bears will get you. So yes.
Remember
that. Actually, pretty good storage device for toothpaste in the wild at the same time as carrying Tic-Tac-Trek.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yes, you're learning so much stuff here at UK Games Expo this year, which is very cool. So yes, that's Tic Tac Trek, and again, people can come and try that out at the booth and stuff.
You can try it out at our booth, and we are in the Pin Collective this year.
Brilliant.
So if you are after... Oh, I don't have it on my lanyard. Do I have one in my pocket?
Someone's stolen it from you because of the Pin Collective.
The pins are very popular.
Yes.
We have little campfire pins this year.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is come over to our tin games and beat the demoer.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Really cool. So that's Tic Tac Trek.
Oh, thank you.
Boom.
I'll return this.
How well done. Thank you.
We have these lovely campfire tokens.
There we go. We'll show that off as well, though.
Yeah.
Zoom in on that one. So
And
yes, the
that's,
Pin Collective,
for the
very
Pin
good this year.
Collective.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Awesome. Very nice indeed. I'll put that there nice and safe.
Thank you.
There we go. So yes, we'll move Tic Tac Trek off to the side. I may end up buying these at some point. There we go.
They're so easy to just
so
throw
easy
in
to
your
get out
bag,
and
take
fun.
them anywhere.
Perfect,
I think
yes.
barbecues is great if you're out for a meal because you're building on the grill, whereas tinder blocks can scatter all over the place and you're trying to find bricks all over the floor.
So when the drinks come over, you can just sort of move this to the side and you're okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Good.
Just don't put real food
Oh
on
yeah,
there.
yeah. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah. So what have we got up next? A couple more small games as well.
A couple of more small games that are out here at the UK Games Expo. High-rise penguins.
Brilliant.
Think Rhino Hero meets Uno.
Okay. Yeah.
So you are building a tower
Yes.
competitively.
Yep.
And you have a hand of little cards, and these cards will be placed onto the tower and tell your next opponent, whoever's in turn order, what they will have to do on their turn.
Okay. Yeah.
So that can be that they have to build an iceberg to make the tower higher. They might have to put some gems onto the tower to make it a little bit more unbalanced.
Yeah.
Or there are adorable penguin meeples. If there is anyone out there who does not want a penguin meeple,
What are you doing with your life?
what are you doing with your life?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a dexterity game, it's a party game. It's over in like 15 minutes if you're lucky.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at this game. I'm much better at barbecues and tinder blocks than I am at high-rise penguins.
Yeah.
But it's fantastic. And if you do want to come and purchase this from our stand this weekend, we have a promo pack with extra cute penguins as well.
Nice. Love it.
Yeah.
Very cool indeed. Another nice little dexterity game to put in your pocket and have some fun with.
Exactly.
Love that. I really like all these slightly smaller games because a lot of people have got Kallaxes full of very big games, and then you run out of space. But if you run out of space, don't stop buying games. Just buy smaller games.
Just
and
buy
sit them
smaller
next
games.
to the other games, and you're sorted.
You've always got those awkward little gaps to fill in.
Fill these and those.
Yeah.
And last but not least, we
Last but
also
not least.
have- what's this one?
If you give this one a shake, it's really satisfying.
You hear that? Shake of gloriousness.
Shake
There
it
you
like
go.
a Polaroid picture, as Outcast would say.
Don't let me do that.
This is message in a bottle. I'm going to take this off.
I'll go for it while you talk to.
So that you can actually see it through the cardboard. That's better.
Brilliant.
In here, you've got a scroll.
Okay.
Of course,
Yeah.
it's a message in a bottle.
Yes.
That's your rules. So you take that out, you take all the gems out, and you're left with dice that are covered in letters.
Okay.
And what you'll do is you'll shake the bottle, place it on the table, and it's a race to shout out a word that contains all of the letters. So this is a really fun word game. It's a bit like Boggle on steroids.
Yeah.
We just like putting steroids into all of our games, apparently. We don't. I should clarify, we don't. So you will compete for gems in this game, and it's the player with the most gems who wins at the end. Really fun little word game. There's also an effects dice that you can advance the game with if you want to make it even harder. It's even harder. Word games, you don't want to make them too difficult. And that will just change things up each game. Sometimes nothing will happen, sometimes it'll make it harder, sometimes you might get a benefit.
Yeah.
And it's just really good fun. And you're just shouting at the table and then realise you've made up a letter that wasn't in the bottle in the first place.
Yeah, and again, perfect for take it down the pub. I would say.
Exactly, yeah.
Or anywhere where they sell other beverages that are alcoholic.
Soft
of course.
beverages.
Yeah, softer
Yeah.
beverages as well. Yes. So absolutely fantastic. So there's a huge bevy of different games. If you want something slightly heavier, you can do. If you want something lighter, you could go down that route as well. Is there anything that's sort of like on the horizon for Alleycat that you can sort of tease with us
We
as
do
well?
have some very exciting things coming up. Anyone who came over to the stall yesterday may have seen that we have an expansion coming out for Arborea.
Cool, yes.
And we also had a reveal at 11 o'clock today of some new games coming up, which you can come and check out at the stand. And we have a game called Minecart Town coming up, where you are building, it's a tile placement, but also resource collecting. And you're building a little minecart track around your village.
Sounds good.
We also have, again with Arborea, we are bringing a 2-player tile placement Arborea to Kickstarter. And that will also contain a mini expansion for Arborea as well. And all of the little animeeples in Arborea Rewild are baby versions of the main ones from Arborea. And we also have some really fun party games coming out, illustrated by a lady called Beth. We have a drawing game, and we have a rock, paper, scissors game coming out, which... How do you make rock, paper, scissors into a board game?
Well, I suppose, you've done something with tic-tac-toe and turned that into something new.
Exactly, so you'll have to come to the stand and find out.
I will have to try it out.
We've got some very exciting things coming up, including another tin line game, which is all centered around books. And this one is cooperative.
Cool.
So that's really exciting.
Yeah, so lots and lots of fun things on the horizon for Alleycat.
So much to look forward to.
As well as all of these games that we've looked at here as well. I think that... are you going to nick this?
Before you go, here's my cash.
Excellent.
An easy enough sell.
That's my job done for the day.
There we go. Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Hannah, for taking us through all those games, telling us what it's all about. Where can people find you again on the stand here at...
We're in Hall 3, right at the entrance, at 3902.
Brilliant. So easy enough to find you guys. I'm fairly sure there's a banner
We've got
a
huge banner like this up above, and if you struggle, just look for the Catan sheep. We're right next to our friends
and now
at
you've
Catan.
seen Hannah on camera, you can find her and ask her about all this as well. So there we go.
I've got bright enough hair to spot me.
Yeah, there we go. So thank you very much for taking us through all of that. I'm going to throw back to the studio. I'm doing it nicely this time, Jerry. Bye.
Hello there, folks. I'm here with the folks from Loki Battlemats. Or is it Loki? I never got it right.
Is it? But we don't really mind either.
There we go. It's fine either way. However you say it, they create amazing gaming mats and all sorts of other things for you to use in your role-playing games, and even a few skirmish games as well, because I've seen a lot of people using them for that as well at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially the giant size, which is the A3 folding out to A2. Great for little skirmish games.
But what are you guys showing off here at the show this year then? Because you've got loads of stuff.
So we have a few of the new releases which they're currently on pre-order, but we've air freighted a couple of boxes in so we can have some on sale for the show. One of them is Dumb Dares and Silly Side Quests. This is an RPG party game.
Okay.
But the slight twist here is it's not for the players to play. This is for their characters to play in character as part of the RPG session.
Okay, I like the sound of that.
So it's essentially, the idea is it's gamifying some of that RPG banter and hijinks that you might get on an actual play.
Yeah.
Or like if you're fairly new to role-playing your characters out, it gives you an excuse to try and do that based off the card prompts and the ideas in them. And the way we suggest people do it is everyone at the table picks a card to give to another player. So the selection of cards you've been given will reflect what that player thinks you might either be good at or like or enjoy, or more likely, knowing my friends, something they're really going to watch you struggle with.
Of course.
That's going to be more amusing for everyone at large. But the idea as well is you complete one of the dares or silly side quests and you get an in-game reward like inspiration, use it for a reroll. You can even deal in the DM so the NPCs have to do them as well. So that's coming out August. We've got some for the show.
Brilliant.
The next thing we have here is the Dungeon Designer deck. This is a collection of 100 cards, a reference book, and a two-sided fold-out map. So this is a complete all-in-one kit for running solo games, for helping you fill in gaps if you've had, 4 hours of adventure content planned, your players have run through it in an hour, you can quickly use these to give you something else. So 60 of the cards are these terrain cards. So there's a unique terrain feature on the back of each one. No repetition or anything like that. And then on the other side of that, there is a rollable table of encounters relevant to that scenery. We also add in a little piece of italics at the bottom, which is if you don't want an extra encounter to sort of you've already got an encounter for this room, but you'd like to spruce up the environment and add some extra elements, we suggest how that
could be interactive terrain.
Okay.
You know, is it something you can fall over? Is it something that, you know, does something interesting when interacted with?
Something that the players can use to mess around with what's going on at the tabletop.
Yeah, absolutely. Or mess with your players.
Of course, yes.
So as well as the 60 terrain cards, there are 10 door cards, which is the same sort of format. There's a picture of a door on one side, and the other side is a roll table for the status of the door. Is it locked? Is it trapped? Is it guarded? Is there some sort of weird spell effect on it? We then have a set of room cards. The room cards, they essentially tell you to pick some of the terrain cards, and the terrain cards are numbered. So put them together and it makes a themed room, gives you some rules to use for that room, and suggests a finale/boss encounter for that room. And all of this is geared for 5e, levels 1 to 10.
Yeah.
The quest cards do a similar thing to the room cards, and they kind of just tell you how to use the deck to do a start, random encounter, middle, random encounter, end to a mission. And a lot of the cards have some keywords on them. One of them is clue. And the quest cards give you different ideas of what MacGuffin clue could refer to. Is the clue literally a clue? Is it, you know, like part of the magic amulet of whatever that you need? And one of them's like a monster hunt mission, and each clue is actually a monster that you've got to kill. So changes it all around. There's a bunch of reference cards which lets it tie into D&D, so what monsters are called by the cards, what treasure do you find, all set by levels 1 through 10. And there's also a little reference book, so once the cards are down, you don't have to flip them over to read the effects.
Oh, great.
I mean, in theory, you could also just use the book to plan out all of this stuff and do all the random roll tables. It's kind of like a deconstructed big encounter book.
Yeah,
so a big book of random encounters, but instead you can deal them out, you can solo play them, and they're the scenery.
The thing I like about basically anything that you guys do is that you make it really freaking easy for the DM and the players to have some fun at the tabletop, because that is going to be a godsend, especially for me as a forever DM, for coming up with interesting things on the fly. I really like the sound of that. So
I think I'm essentially my main customer, so it drives so much of what we do. And ironically as well, a lot of the maps, it's like, I see you're doing a city theme now. It's like, yeah, I might run a game in a city as well. These things may or may not be linked, but you know, if you're enjoying what you do, it tends to come out better. So what else do we have here? We've got the deck of insults, which released late last year, and is exactly what it says. So it's 100 fantasy-themed insults. Half of them are sweary, half of them are not. So I don't know if there might be some sweary cards out on the table now. And obviously we've got some evocative artwork with the dragon.
I remember seeing that. I think if you're a fan of Guybrush Threepwood-esque insult sword fighting, you could somehow work that into your game, which would be quite fun.
I've always suggested that like DMs should pick up a copy, and then the next thing that their party encounters would be an evil bard college, and the DM can like riff off 4 or 5 cards around as all of those apprentice bards come flying out with their vicious mockery.
That is perfect. I love the sound of that.
It's full excuse for the DM to non-stop swear and insult their players.
Exactly, which is what you want sometimes when they don't go where you tell them to. Yeah, you guys,
I think we've worked the Venn diagram out, and it's RPG players, people that enjoy swearing, and it's roughly a circle.
That sounds about right. Yeah. And then, of course, obviously, you guys have your big battle maps and battle map books as well.
So these are the 2 most recently released ones. One is the big book, Cells and Shrines. This is interior locations, and there's a little bit of theming where it'll be like a tomb, a shrine, some sort of like cell, those sorts of things. One of the things we've done slightly differently on this one is the back page is cutout tokens.
Oh, wow, okay.
So you can use them on the plain sort of flagstones to do your own layout, or you'll find that lots of the rooms throughout the book are these particular shapes. So you can replace them with a different thing. So like 3x5s and lots of same shape rooms and things.
And you guys don't just do fantasy stuff either. You've got sci-fi, cyberpunky stuff, especially for Cyberpunk Red and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, so we've got the official map books for Cyberpunk Red. And we've done one recently, which I've not actually got at this table. We have a stand, which is the Shadow Scar book. And Shadow Scar is 4 different genres in one book. So it's fantasy sort of Asian inspired sort of anime locations basically. Steampunk, film noir, sort of like 1920s American sort of scenes, and near future sort of space.
Oh wow!
All in one book, because that particular game, it's like dimension hopping sort of ninjas fighting, like fantasy demons and things. The other one we've got on the table here is Street Sewers and Cemeteries. So it's one of the giant books, and this one, it's all urban scenes, but this also has the cutout section. So the very back...
Go all the way to the back?
Yeah, if you go all the way to the back page, the back internal page is lots of blank building interiors and rooftops.
Yes.
And you'll find...
so you can do the secret thing where you can hide rooms and
so
all that kind of
you'll
stuff.
find that there's just enough tokens there to do every single roof on a map like that.
Love it.
And some of the maps...
Not having to put black paper over the top of everything.
This is it. Yeah. And some of them, maybe they're only going to go into one room, so you can just put the empty room token down instead.
Yeah.
And you might find that you don't want what we've put into a room, so you just put a blank over it instead. It's like, that's not a fishmonger's.
Yeah.
Stick it down instead.
And one of the nice things about all the things you guys do is it's dry erasable, so you can doodle on it and do all that kind of thing. Yeah. You also do like cling sticker stuff as well, so yeah.
Yeah, so add-on scenery is our static cling range.
That's it, yes.
And they accessorise. And one of the things that happens as soon as people get more than one book is they start to expand out, and they'll find that a lot of the designs, we've set them so that you can
they all work,
connect the books together and make different scenes happen, and you can rotate them round and do different shapes and things, and expand out.
You know how I was saying about skirmish games and having one of these to create a slightly a fully built essentially table for your games of like Rangers, Shadow Deep and all that kind of thing. Absolutely perfect and nailed on for it, as well as role-playing games, which is always good.
One of the things we've done in this particular one as well is we've set it so that if the group has 2 of the books or even more, a lot of the designs are set so they'll work to make a bigger scene.
Okay.
So we already do the modular sets which do that by design. We've put a little bit of that into these, so they're fully usable as is. Our philosophy is essentially a single page should be playable. It should then expand to a double playable spread, and it should work with other titles to make bigger, wider areas for people to play with.
Well, if that hasn't convinced you to come and check out Loki Battlemats, then definitely come and do that. Where is your stand here at the show?
We are Hall 3, stand 1120.
Boom. Come and check it out. You will not regret picking some of this stuff up. We've obviously reviewed loads of this stuff on the channel before. They do amazing stuff. It's perfect for role-playing games. Absolutely nailed on for Dungeon Masters and players as well. And yeah, an absolutely glorious section of stuff, new, and obviously as part of their larger collection as well. So yes, thank you very much once again. Come and check these guys out. Make sure to also check out the live blog and the live stream. And we'll be back with another video very, very soon. Bye for now.
Hello there folks, back once again to talk about more awesome stuff that is here at UK Games Expo. This time I'm talking with Max and Carlos from Corvus Belli, and you guys are here to talk about your frankly awesome fantasy game, which is Warcrow. So could you tell us a little bit about yourselves and sort of what you do with Corvus Belli, and then sort of guide us through what Warcrow is, I suppose.
Sure.
Yeah.
So my name is Max. I'm actually quite new at the company. I've only been with it 2.5 months. I'm the current head of marketing.
Yeah.
Stepping into the position now. And Pony here is on the marketing team with me.
I'm the leader of the community right now, so I'm taking care of everyone at the community for Warcraft and both for Infinity 2.
So you're balancing everything at the moment?
Yes. He's also head of our war cores, especially.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we are going to be doing some interesting stuff with war cores in the future.
Cool.
It's kind of the backbone of everything that makes Corvus Belli great, I think, our community.
Getting all the games out there for people to play and all that kind of thing as well. And people can find lots more about that over on your website and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Cool. But we're here to show off Warcrow and some of the new stuff that you guys are doing. So could you give us kind of like a little bit of an overview about sort of like what Warcrow is for people who are uninitiated?
Sure. So Warcrow is a 2-player fantasy tabletop skirmish game. It is simplified, crunchy, and exciting at the same time.
Right, yeah.
So it's easy to learn the rules, actually start playing a game quickly, and just start having fun with a bunch of models on the table. It's got its own set of engine mechanics that make it interesting. There's no numbers on the dice, it's all symbols. There's switches in the symbols that basically let you start an interaction that is a face-to-face roll, have a fight, and then change the interaction in the middle of the fight.
Okay, yeah.
So it's got its own vibe. It is quick. It is very much based on moving around the board and cornering your opponents in certain ways. So it's very much about board control as well.
Yeah. And it plays in quite a small space. You don't have a huge amount of models when you're playing the game, so it's quite open for new people diving in and all that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah,
So
3 foot by 3 foot is standard. You can play 2 foot by 2 foot as well.
Yeah.
And you only need somewhere around 12 to 15 miniatures, depending on the faction.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about the factions that are available? Because you've got some really interesting and diverse factions already as part of Warcrow. So.
Yep, these are actually the factions that we kind of released Winds from the North with, which was our first battle pack. And this is the tribes from the North.
Northern tribes
thank
and
you.
the hegemony of Ambrosy.
Thank you.
Yes.
Tribes from the North, I think, sounds pretty dramatic as well. Yeah, Northern tribes. But yeah, they're basically, orcs, humans, but hegemony is a mixture of humans, elves, and dwarves that have bound together into the kind of superpower in the realm of Lindworm, where the game actually takes place.
And each of the factions has their very own distinct way of playing the game, don't they? Can you sort of talk us a little bit about sort of like how each of them sort of works? And so, because maybe someone will be drawn to one faction or another, I guess. So
Ember Sig is very much about teamwork makes the dream work.
Okay.
They all rely on each other. The way that the units kind of help each other's weaknesses out up the board makes that it's like a press of an anvil kind of cornering your opponent. Whereas Tribes is just, we'll run you down and make you scared the whole time.
What else is available for people to dive into? Because I know that you've already done the CNN Elves as well, which is very cool. Tell us a little bit about those and stuff. So,
I think they're frankly the best Wood Elf style miniatures.
They are gorgeous. They're gorgeous.
I can't. I'm so happy to be working for a company that has such a high level of sculpting, because I just came in. I'm like, oh, these win.
Yeah, I saw your face light up when we talked about CNN Elves. Are they a favourite faction of yours? Yeah.
No, it's Northern Tribes.
Oh, is it okay? The Northern.
Obviously, smart and brutal orcs. Come on.
Okay. So are you just an elf fan then? Is that your go-to?
I'm actually, my faction is the Redcaps, which are currently not all the way released. Like, there are Redcap models because they're from Warcrow Adventures, which is also out now. But picture volcanic exploding kobolds that get chucked across the field by giant monsters.
Firing things left, right, and center and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's really cool.
Their playstyle is everything can go incredibly wrong, incredibly fast, and you'll still have the best time ever playing them.
Yeah, oh, that's so cool. You've also got is it the Yaldabaoth, I think, isn't it? It's the other sort of creepy faction, which is quite cool. Can you tell us a little bit about those as well? So.
Well, they're going to be part of our upcoming release for Gen Con, which is going to be Song of the Dormant.
Okay.
So Scions do currently exist as models for our Warcrow Adventures.
Yes.
There's full resculpts coming out, along with our new faction that's being completely released now is Feudum, which is a lot more knightly, feudal.
Saints, that kind of thing going on with that one. I'm guessing you've probably got some projects waiting in the wings to start working on those as well, perhaps?
Somewhat. I'm sorry?
You're going to start painting some of those, probably, maybe?
Yes. That's the perks of being with the company. You just start painting them a little bit earlier.
Yeah. And you're also saying that these are some of the newest stuff that you guys are working on at the moment. Well, I've released, I suppose, isn't it, these ones here? So the new cavalry stuff for both factions.
They haven't released yet. They're out next week.
The next week?
You guys are kind of our exclusive,
Oh, that's brilliant. So we're actually, I feel really bad when I want to touch one of these minis. They're so
You can
lovely.
touch them, don't worry.
Oh,
they won't bite.
Oh, they're so good. I've always been sort of like won over by the aesthetic of these guys. I may be a little bit of a fan of like World of Warcrafty type things, and so seeing those guys was really fun to see them come to the tabletop.
I mean, our sculptors are just generally well-rounded geeks, and World of Warcraft has played a definite part, I think, in at least some of the ideas going behind there.
Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. So what are some of the things that you guys have got sort of like on the horizon? I mean, you've said you've got the Elder Boas sort of coming up and that kind of thing, but is there anything sort of, and obviously your nightly orders as well, but is there anything further down the line? I assume you're going to try and look at getting all of the factions that I've seen that have popped up as characters from Warcrow Adventure eventually coming out as factions in Warcrow itself.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And in the Warcrow books, you'll see that there's all the factions that are listed out, and there's a few of them unreleased that you can take a look at. Yeah. Mount Haven is one of them that's going to be coming out at some point in the future. Which is, I think, a very interesting spin on dwarves, because dwarves are usually like jolly and nice. And our dwarves are kind of mean and scheming under the mountain, trying to wait for the right moment to come out and bother everyone, take over the world.
I see. Yeah, very cool. So from the sort of like community point of view, sort of like what seems to have been the kind of the big faction that has won everybody over the most? Has there been one that's kind of like risen to the surface?
Yes, I didn't understand, sorry.
Which faction has been like a favourite for the community?
I think it's the Red Caps, really. Because
they're still winning, are they? So there you go.
They are pretty fun, and people love the design of the Red Caps because they are small creatures coming up from the volcanoes. Max said before, everything can go wrong or go super good for you. I love the game, so this made them so funny.
That's cool.
But I think the second one favorite is the Hegemony of Embers, in my opinion.
Sorry, go on.
No, I think that what's even just visually so cool about them is just like that kind of 15th century, 16th century conquistador vibe mixed with a little bit of a modern touch. You obviously have winged hussars, exactly. Like it's just so something that people might not know about Corvus Belli is that a huge part of the company, of the founders of the company, they actually do HEMA.
Right.
So everything is very much in tone with, this is what it actually would be like.
Right. Okay.
For Hegemony, you'll see like some of the poses on, what's the name of the sword guys? I don't remember the name of the specific model.
The Bucklerman?
No, there's one that it's like two-handed swords, and it's slipping my head. But all of those poses are exactly like correct HEMA poses for swordsmanship.
Wow, that's a really nice little sort of like insight into the development of things like that. So, had Warcrow sort of been sort of like percolating, sort of like been in the back of the mind for Corvus Belli for a very long time, and it's just sort of been a really nice thing to sort of get it out there in front of people, I guess. So.
From my understanding, it's actually older than Infinity.
Older than Infinity,
yes, because the original brand of the company was fantasy miniatures called Warcrow. But it doesn't, nothing has to do with the current Warcrow. But we take the name, we bring back our old name and create this universe.
So the inspiration has run through into what's been created now today as well, which is really cool. The other thing I wanted to point out as well is we have one particular miniature at the front of this little display, which is this one here. Could you tell us a little bit about her for us? So.
This is Verkana. She's a mercenary that can be taken in any faction. And I mean,
she's a character from Warcraft Adventures.
Yes.
It was a very popular character, and we decided to make a special miniature for conventions. And the first time available is here at the UKG. So British get privileges for the first time. And it's almost sold out.
I was about to say we have about 30 of them left.
Okay, so if you do like this and you want one of these 30 last miniatures, maybe run over to the Corvus Belli stand now and get that, I guess. But leave this interview and run and get it. Very cool. That's absolutely fantastic. So the other thing I wanted to talk about a little bit as well, obviously we talked a little bit about the community and sort of like what they like in terms of factions and things like that. One of the things I really know about Infinity is there is a heavy sort of like tournament scene. People are really enjoying that game, obviously, which is your sci-fi game, I should mention. Has that sort of like tournament scene grown up around Warcrow now as well, and people are diving into that?
So we've actually very recently released some tournament rules for Warcrow.
Wow. Yeah.
And there's definitely going to be tournaments built up in the future around Warcrow in general. To be fair, we've also just built this game with much more of a slant towards lore and like actually having kind of gameplay, campaign gameplay, long-term evolution of games between friends. possibly some things related to global level games at some point.
Yeah.
Taking some ideas from what was done, Beast of War back in the day.
There you go, yeah.
That something like that might be on the future horizon for us.
One other thing I want to point out as well is that the Corvus Belli community, so the people that you've got behind, Infinity and Warcrow Adventures and everything else that you guys do, they are always hard for a particular faction. They love a faction and they will stick with it all the way through. Like, for example, there's so many people who are like Pan-Oceania for life and all that kind of thing. I expect exactly the same thing is going to happen when it comes to Warcrow. People are going to be like, Hegemony of Embassy is the one to go for. It will be my boy all the way through.
Yep. People take sides and they love their faction and they'll follow through on that. Frankly, I am a Yujing fan myself.
I see,
there's a hardcore group of us at Corvus, including Bostria, Yujing number one. But I like to dabble in other ones, and you can appreciate what everybody does differently, which has a little bit for everyone.
Now, obviously, Warcrow is a massive thing for you guys at the moment. You've got this fantasy game out there people can dive into. They can play demos of it over on your stand, I assume, at the moment?
They can what, I'm sorry?
They can come play some demos with you guys?
Oh, of course, yes.
So they can learn how to play the game, learn a little bit more about it, find out which faction actually works best for them, I suppose, which would be quite cool.
Yep.
I know Jerry in the booth has some very interesting ideas of how to use magic in Warcrow. He will just throw magic around willy-nilly, and I'm sure he said But
there is no such thing as a debuff when you use magic. If people start to fear me, I don't care if it's friend or foe, all the stain, all the time.
He's going to go for that all the way through.
I mean, it's there to be used.
It's there to be used. It's a resource, man. Use it. I also do want to point out that you do have Infinity over there as well. So if people want to come and play some games with Infinity, they can come and learn how to play that as well. Yep. You have a really nice entry-level way to get into Infinity as well. Can you tell us a little bit about that, just in case people are interested in the sci-fi side of things?
Yeah, it's called the Infinity Essential Start Here box.
Yes, that's the one.
And it is everything you need. It's got 6 models, so 3 per side. It's Pan-Oceania versus JSA.
Yep.
Comes with a map, terrain, dice, measuring rulers, like everything you need to play the game. As well as some cards to keep track of the stat lines for each individual model.
Brilliant.
So, I mean, it's 40 quid.
Yep.
It's a great way to just dip your toes into a literally infinite universe of miniatures that you can collect. We have hundreds of miniatures, and at this point, if you start breaking out on all the sub-factions, we have something close to like 27 different factions.
Wow.
If you look at the sectorials.
Yeah.
So it's if you want a war game with depth, it is the deepest war game.
Yes. So, a Yujing fan, but sort of like, who's your favorite faction in Infinity?
It's Nomads.
Nomads. All the
no
way.
question. He's
All
like
Nomads.
Nomads.
Yeah. I'm a massive fan of Aleph. I love that kind of cyberpunky stuff,
I
Ghost
love
in
the
the
look.
Shell vibe, all that kind of thing. There's such a really nice aesthetic. I mean, if you've liked the design of the miniatures we've seen here for Warcrow, you're going to love the stuff that you guys do for Infinity as well. Thank you very much for talking us through all of that.
I wanted to tell you one last thing we haven't gotten
God.
in. We will be releasing also 2 new tags for Gen Con.
Ooh.
So it's a little bit of extra information.
Yes. Tags are your big walkers.
Yes.
So if you want to rock around with those.
Big stompy walkers that are probably going to be about yay high on the table.
Normally with massive swords and massive guns, which is always cool to see.
That's what
so people have
Infinity's
got
all
some fun
about.
things to look out for. And obviously you guys are doing loads of things at different conventions. You say Gen Con's going to be great.
Yeah.
Interplanetario is coming up, I
That
believe,
is
as
coming
well.
up July 18th to 20th in
So-
Spain. We actually have the Crow Awards, which we're giving
Yes.
out over 15 grand
Wow.
in prizes. Not
So
just,
cool.
worth of prizes. No, 15 grand
Wow.
in euros of prizes. So
Love
if
it.
you are a painter, an
Yeah.
expert level painter specifically, that ticket is definitely going to be worth it for you to come down and test that out, along with Infinity tournaments and the first official Warcrow tournament.
Excellent.
180 players for Infinity and I guess 60 or 80 players for Warcraft. So big tournaments for both Infinity and Warcraft.
And one thing to point out about Interplanetario as well is it's not just about the gaming and the painting and all that kind of thing. It's a really big social event for Corvus Belli as well.
It's a place for the community.
Yeah.
That's
Everyone comes down, has a blast. You have like fun games that you play in the evenings and that kind of thing. And it's in sunny Spain as well, so why would you not want to go?
And also a trip to our facilities, and you can take a tour and see how we work and how we created this magic miniatures.
Brilliant. So cool.
Get to meet our staff. and all of our amazing
Look behind
artists.
the scenes.
Yeah.
Look behind the scenes. Yes, amazing. So yes, as I said, thank you very much for taking us through all of that. If people want to come and find you, do you know your stand number? Where are you guys?
It's 3702.
He's the professional.
I rely on him for everything. It's like I've come in, thank God Pony was there.
Brilliant. There we go. So yes, thank you very much for taking us through both Warcrow and also talking about Infinity as well. I'm going to throw it back to you, Jerry, in the studio. Thank you very much, and we'll see you guys soon for another interview.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Hi there, folks. We're here at the UK Games Expo. I've been on the Asmodee stand, and I've been lucky enough to be joined by Joe, who's one of the designers behind Star Wars Unlimited. You guys have been going from strength to strength with this game. There seem to just be expansions out the wazoo coming up for this. So for anyone who's not familiar with the game, though, could you sort of like give us a brief overview of what Star Wars Unlimited is, sort of how it plays and things like that?
Yeah, of course. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game based on the Star Wars universe. We've been around for a little over a year now, and that means we have put out 4 sets, soon to be our 5th. Every different set has a different focus from your favorite parts around. So the set 1 was about the Foundations and like the original trilogy. Then we dabbled into like bounty hunters, then the prequels. Then this one was all about space battles. And now the next one, Legends of the Force. This one was my baby, and it's all about Force users, all different parts. So if you like the sequels, you like Clone Wars, you like the High Republic, if you like some of the old Legends content, that's all in this set.
Is that kind of like your favorite bit then, the Force users and stuff in Star Wars? Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm a sucker for Jedi and Sith and lightsaber fights, and now you can like recreate that in the game, and it's really satisfying.
I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's your favorite Jedi and who's your favorite Sith?
Favorite Jedi.
Or Grey Jedi, maybe somewhere in between. Is that a term that we still use, I guess, in the extended? Oh, I don't know. But yeah.
I'm not sure if it's still used, but easy answer for Jedi is probably Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah. Just so fun to see the character arc in all the different eras. Sith is a little harder. Darth Maul. Darth Maul is so cool. Like the first, being a 10-year-old in that theater and watching that double lightsaber turn on, one of the best. It changed me.
It was very, very cool. And he looks even better with his mechanical legs as well, I always think. So, So, how does sort of like gameplay work for Star Wars Unlimited? Because it's a 2-player game, isn't it? So.
Yes. Well, the main game is a 2-player game. We do have a 4-player mode, but the basic gameplay is you take action by action. Unlike many other card games where you take an entire turn, you only get to do one thing, and then your opponent gets to do one thing, and then you repeat back and forth. You'll build up resources over the turns, which you will use to spend on cards. So as the game goes on, you'll get to play bigger and splashier cards. And you are working on attacking your opponent's base. First base to reach 0 loses. And every deck has a leader, which is always in play, giving you some kind of ability. And then at a certain point in the game, you can flip your leader and they enter the battle. So if you love Boba Fett, he's one of the leaders in the Jump to Lightspeed Spotlight decks. If you love Qui-Gon Jinn, he's in Legends of the Force as one of the Spotlight decks. And he's my favorite deck. He's so much fun.
Very cool. Yeah, and so as you were saying, you've got loads of different ways for people to get into it, because you obviously started with the kind of the Age of Rebellion. You had Luke Skywalker versus Darth Vader was in the first set. That's expanded into a couple more dual decks over the last couple of years, well, the year or so, isn't it? So what's in those couple of decks that people can get their hands on?
Yeah, so every deck has a leader and some cards that are exclusive to that deck. One, they're really good starting points for new players to see what a new set is about, what the new mechanics in that set are, and try out the game for the first time. But they also give more entrenched players some exclusive cards that they are harder to get otherwise. So, for example, Boba Fett is exclusive to this starter pack, or the Spotlight deck. And then a card like this, No Disintegrations, iconic line from the movie, is exclusive to this deck as well.
Yeah. So it's sort of tied into the characters, which is a quite nice way of doing it. So.
Yeah, we try to make them very thematic as well as good gameplay experiences. The first year, sets 1, 2, and 3, we made them more beginner-friendly experiences, paired 2 decks with each other that were thematic over strength. But now in year 2, we've got a nice fan base going. We wanted to have players have good starting points if they go to their local shop and play a game against others. These decks should do a little bit better competitively. Okay. There's still like a thematic through line, but there might be a few odd cards that are like, you know what, this works really well mechanically with the leader. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's not the most thematic, but we want to prioritize that gameplay experience now.
Yeah. So you were saying, obviously, you quite enjoyed doing the Force user stuff, and that's been kind of like what you've been looking at and focusing on at the moment. What have been some of the like really fun key things that have come out of development that you thought, that just works so well? Or like we sat it down with in front of players and they've gone, oh my God, I can't believe that this kind of works, and these combos all fit together really nicely. What sort of like hit out for you?
Yeah, there was a lot of that in Legends of the Force. So that's the new set coming out in July, and the new mechanic in that set is the Force. So we have cards now that have the text "Use the Force" on them, and it's really satisfying to see that. The way that works is you have to gain the Force by attacking with your Force traded units, and then you can spend it later one at a time, and it kind of creates this ebb and flow, which one is really satisfying because it kind of gives you a setup and then you feel an impactful payoff. But two, it feels pretty thematic because you can kind of feel it like coming and going, almost like you're meditating and then like using the abilities. And it's really fun to see new players and more entrenched players use it in different ways. The other thing that came to mind as a more funny answer to that question is when I had new players playtesting the Spotlight decks for Legends of the Force, everyone's favorite card was the Porgs.
I love that they've managed to work their way into the game. That's great.
Oh, they're fantastic. They're super fun. They're really silly, and you can still use them in decks and like be pretty effective. A lot of people love to make just a pile of Porgs, have like one giant unit that's maybe 7/7, which is really big, but it's just a giant pile of Porgs.
How did your base get destroyed? Porgs.
Yes.
Porgs destroyed my base.
Very cool. Darth Maul, it was the Porgs.
So if people are coming here to the UK Games Expo this year, what can they expect when they come over to the stand to sort of start playing Star Wars Unlimited?
Yeah, we have a bunch of different demos available. So we have the Spotlight decks from the last set, Jump to Lightspeed, that's what's in front of us here now. We have demos available for Twin Suns, which is our multiplayer format. So you can sit down with 4 players. It's a little bit more chaotic and fun, whereas the 1-to-1 version can be a little bit more like competitive focused. Twin Suns is a blast. It works really well, and you have to play around the table. The first person who get eliminated ends the round at the end of that phase. So the game isn't just over for you and you have to wait around for 20 minutes if you're knocked out. So everyone has to think carefully, like, if I knock him out, the game ends and I'm in second place. So I have to kind of protect that guy.
I did wonder how you were going to kind of play with the mechanics a little bit to kind of like make that so it's fairer for everyone.
Yeah, so it kind of becomes a little self-balancing where all of a sudden you make these like uneasy allyships with someone who is maybe attacking your base the turn before. And it becomes good, fun, like kind of table talk.
You could say that you found a balance in the Force. Oh, very good. Yes. We also have some pretty awesome stuff that you guys have got here at the convention as well. So we have Darth Tyrannus. Oh my God. Can you tell us a little bit about this and sort of how people can get their hands on it?
Yeah, so if you come by our booth and you play a demo with us, you will be able to get one of these cards. We'll also be here, John and I, the designers of Legends of the Force, signing these or any other cards that you might want to bring in. And you can play designer duels against us too. If you bring a deck from home, you can try to beat one of us and probably beat one of us. But
see how it comes out on top. It's always the curse of the designer that you lose most of your games, I guess, but
yeah, here and there. It's there are some really good players out there, and it's really fun to see that. But yeah, no, come by. This card is really strong. It's really fun, and the artwork, it's beautiful.
Can you share any sneaky things about what you guys have got on the horizon? Any sort of teasers, perhaps, or ideas that you'd love to see, maybe?
I will say that Set 7, which is not yet announced, was also a John and I project.
Okay.
So if you like Legends of the Force, you're going to like that one too. We're really proud of it. And and it changes the game in a big way because we have our rotation start then. So sets 1, 2, and 3 will be removed for Premiere. You can still play them in our Eternal format, but the Premiere format changes a lot, and we're really satisfied with where it landed.
So you've got plenty of plans for Star Wars Unlimited for the rest of the future, so yeah.
Oh yeah, we are working on this for at least a year plus in advance. We've got sets in development that are way down the line, and we are in it for the long run.
I was going to say, you've not got any shortage of stuff from Star Wars Universe to dive into and have fun with, so...
No, and it's great whenever a new show or video game is released, we're watching it and be like, that's a card.
Do you do a Leonardo DiCaprio moment and go, hold on a second, I can do that?
100%, yes. I got this job after, or just before Jedi Survivor came out, and one of my favorite games. And playing that, I just stopped and screenshotted all the time. I'm like, I gotta remember that. I gotta remember that. That's a good card.
I've recently just been playing Outlaws, and I'd really love to see some stuff from that. Unless it already is in there, maybe? Is it in there yet? Oh, maybe, possibly?
It's a matter of when, not if. So
yes. Haha. Take that as well. Well, thank you very much for taking us through Star Wars Unlimited. Obviously, if you want to come and do some demos and stuff here at the show, you can come and talk to the designers and sort of play the game and have some fun with it. Maybe get yourself one of these lovely promo cards as well, which is always nice. Love a little promo card. Get it signed as well. That makes it even better. Get it signed on the actual card itself, not the sleeve. Don't do that. That was a mistake I made once. Nope. No. I was like, where has it gone? Oh my God. But yes, absolutely fantastic stuff. I think I might be buying some Star Wars Unlimited. Yeah, I'm going to be poor. But yes, brilliant stuff here from these guys. Make sure to come check them out here at the show. It is just through the Hall 3A entrance, so you'll see it immediately as you step into the room. Make sure to watch the rest of the videos in the live blog and over on the live stream, and we'll catch you guys in the near future. Bye for now.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us...
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
Hello folks, we're back on stage and I'm here with Kate from Monte Coug Games. Now you folks are doing some amazing stuff in the role-playing space and all that kind of stuff. Could you talk us a little bit about through sort of what you've got here to show off on the, well, here on the stage with us here and also over at your booth?
No, absolutely. So we do role-playing games and we think we have some of the best art and the best things, and our games are character-centric, they're story-driven, and it's very much about saying yes, and this is how you get the best TV show, film, movie, whatever it happens to be, out of your game. It's going to be ace.
Very cool. Yeah. So could you sort of talk us through some of the stuff we've got here on the table? So yeah.
Absolutely. So at the moment we are crowdfunding on BackyKit, Invisible Sun, Indigo, and Electric. Now, Invisible Sun is a game of insane and surreal fantasy. If you think you've done wizarding and magic before, you haven't. You need to do Invisible Sun.
Is this our wonderful QR code here, is it?
Absolutely, yes. So if you want to come along and pledge and have a look, we are running demos of it. We might nearly be full on all those demos, but the whole idea is that this is all actually a lie.
Right.
And the whole thing is that this is the grey. And at some point you are going to wake up and you awaken to find that you are a Vizsla. A follower of Vizsla, one of those of magic, and you are able to wield powers of magic, and you will find your way out of this lie and back to the city of Satyrine. And this will be not just welcome to Invisible Sun, but welcome back. And then the whole story is, what does your character want to do, what things are driving you, what are your missions, what do you want to find out. All of these things are up to your players, and it's this wonderful. It is simple stages which give you a lot of complexity. It's also extraordinarily beautiful, and there are huge amounts of secrets and things hidden within the box. Now we're doing Indigo, which is a slightly more compact version. So the Invisible Sun normally weighs about 23 kilograms.
Right.
It's a hefty beast. It is your luggage allowance on the way home. It was mine when I bought it.
So you're going to be a serious. That's got to be your serious session if you're doing that.
Yeah.
So
it's enough that people said in the shops who bought it, if you can hold this out for 5 minutes, it's yours. And No one could do that.
Wow,
There is a
that feels
lot
like a
in
challenge.
it. Absolutely. So Indigo is a version which is slightly more compact than that. It still
Okay.
has everything that you need to play in it,
Right.
and we're crowdfunding it right now.
Excellent. So people can go check that out on that QR code.
Absolutely.
And get a look at that on the screen. Very nice indeed.
Amazing.
Come and have a look at it and see what you think. So what's this stuff that we've got here as
So
well?
this is part of it. This is part of the divination things for Invisible Sun. We
I
have
see.
to point out, Invisible Sun is not actually magic. And we have to say
Wait,
this.
what? It's not magic?
Not real wild
I've been
magic.
sold a lie.
Honestly,
What
not actually magic. And I say this because there'll be points where you're doing something during the play. It'll be what happens, what's the next
Okay.
call, what's the next path. You'll draw a card, which you can put into your Testament of the Suns here,
Yeah.
and each of the cards tells you what magic is rising, what's falling, what the influence is, and the cards themselves have meaning to that scene or
I
to that
see.
set of players.
Okay.
And people say, there's no way this isn't magic. We picked X card, it was perfect, there's no way it's like that. Or they call nonsense at the Games Master because it's like, well, you've clearly set that up.
You've set up the deck.
Yeah, definitely not magic, but might be magic. So,
And as you say, as you said earlier, some absolutely beautiful artwork and stuff across this as well, which is really nice. Do you have a sort of like team of illustrators for this, or is it one person, or what's?
So we use illustrators and artists from all around the world.
Okay. So you get different influences and things coming through.
Yes,
so.
yeah, very much so. And depending on the product, depends on the artist. We look through a lot of people to see what art style is good. We're very collaborative with our artists, and they do the most amazing job.
Yeah.
And it complements the extraordinary and involved and insane mechanics that are come up with on things. For example, you're not just one type of wizard using one type of magic. There are several different types of wizards using several different types of magic.
Okay.
One of whom has to fit their spells into what looks like a Tetris block, because it's almost like that's your mental space or your magic space.
Right,
Someone
right.
else who's a weaver will basically take the things from around them, weave them together, come up with completely new spells.
Yeah.
So if you have those pain in the backside players, of which I am one, who say, but I want to do this, this and this with the magic, they are your weavers, because suddenly they have carte blanche to go, well, I am going to pull this together.
Yeah.
How's that going to work?
So you can cater to different players and the way that they want to approach a game.
Very,
which is
very
always
much
nice
so.
to-
You'll design your own house in your city of Satyrine, because your house has influence over what happens and your powers and all the rest of this. It's massively involving.
Yeah.
It's extraordinarily cool as a gaming system. And we mightily recommend it. Alongside Invisible Sun, because a lot of our fans have already got Invisible Sun from the Black Cube, we're also doing the Electric Sun, which is a brand new supplement.
Okay.
Now, there is a path of suns that you walk.
Right.
One of these is not the Electric Sun. However, there's rumours and whispers that there is a new sun and a new Electric Sun, and that people might be able to cast and things based on this. But I can't say any more than that because I'm under severe things from Monte and the others to go, no, it's just a tease.
So
and I know
that's
this
something
because
for
I've
the
got
future.
friends in the audience going, she's going to tell us now. Sorry, chaps.
Reveal all.
Yes.
Like the
yes.
cards.
No,
Yes.
it's good. So yeah,
awesome.
come
Yeah.
to the stand, have a look. Very happy.
So
to do
people
this.
can just sit down at the stand and sort of learn a little bit about the game
So
and stuff.
we are selling a lot of our product line
Okay.
on our stand. We are Hall 3 and it's booth 3972.
Excellent.
The easiest way to find us is if you walk into Hall 3, the Catan sheep either side of there, wave at Donna on the way past, and then at the bottom of the hall, at the back, left or right, that's us.
Brilliant.
Okay, we've got
Absolutely
bright purple
fantastic.
floor. It's a squishy floor, and we also have chairs. These
You can
become
sit
very,
down
very
and enjoy
important as it
yourself.
goes on. Yeah,
So cool.
It's good.
We also have the Magnus Archives,
We
which is
do.
very interesting. I'm going to try and
Yes.
lift this up as you talk about
So,
it.
no, this is absolutely cool. There we go. So this is the Magnus Archives. So the Magnus Archives, for anyone who doesn't know, is an award-winning, multi-award-winning, probably 50 awards, I think, that Callum was saying yesterday, podcast. They've got 100 million downloads from Spotify, and now we do the role-playing game with them, and we've now got the UK Games Expo Award for Best Role-Playing Game 2025. And we're
Amazing.
extremely pleased with this, and thank you to everyone.
Congratulations to everyone.
No,
That's really
super,
cool.
super happy. So if you want to vote for us for the People's Choice Award for role-playing game, Magnus Archives, get on the UK Games Expo app, go and vote in person. we would like the People's Choice Awards as well, because we have had so many wonderful Magnus Archives fans who knew nothing about role-playing, some of them beyond listening to the podcast. And they've come along, they've embraced it massively. They are wonderful people. They are so keen. Keen and organised is how Rusty Quill described them. They're absolutely cool. It's wonderful to have them. So our fan base have got to know the Rusty Quill IP of Magnus Archives, and their fan base has got to know Cypher System and Monte Games. And we are extremely pleased with the collaboration. So,
could you tell us a little bit about the sort of background and the mechanics to the game as well?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So there are no spoilers. For anyone watching, no spoilers. That's important. The whole idea is that you are investigating the weird and strange statements that someone has taken. It might be from 21st century, might be the 20th century. There might be some older ones in there. It looks to your players initially a lot like it's Monster of the Week. And then suddenly you start seeing little bits where it's like, wait, we heard that before. We've seen this before. We know that name again. And suddenly you realise there's this massive overarching plot. And there's two ways to play this. You can listen to the whole of Magnus Archives, which I highly recommend that you do, available on any platform for streaming. Or you can go in cold, play it through and play it as though you are finding out this for the first time.
That seems like a good way to do it,
That's a wonderful way of doing it. And if you have players who already know the IP and they're sat there and someone will mention something, and the new players are like, oh, but this, and you can see the person who knows the podcast going, I can't say anything. It's great, it's really good. Cypher System is super easy to play. The way you do characters is I am an adjective, noun, who verbs. So, I am an intrepid explorer. Intrepid gives you cool things to do. Explorer gives you cool things to do. I am an intrepid explorer who defends the weak. I'm the Witcher. I am an intrepid explorer who teaches language and natural history. I'm Dora the Explorer. Vastly different things just by using those particular word mechanics, which is terrific. So it's
a great way to sort of like get people to be inventive with the way that they develop their characters. And
absolutely. So our rule books look a little bit intimidating, but it's basically 20 pages of gentle how you play this, and then 448 pages of all the stuff you can do plus adventures, which is great.
So there's plenty in there for the forever DMs or GMs.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%.
Who need a little bit of a help up getting started with this and want to build adventures and that kind of thing. And learn about the world as well.
Yes, really cool. Very, very much so. Excellent. And there'll be more items coming for this next year because we've crowdfunded another set of stuff called Tangled in the Web, which we did earlier this year, so we'll have more as well. So, we'd very much like to support this. It's great.
Very awesome.
Yeah. Exceedingly cool.
Yeah. And awesome. Award-winning. I will remember to say that again.
Award-winning.
You've got a lovely
I
plaque.
Like that. It's cute, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, very, very
The other
cool.
thing I wanted to point out as well is that obviously we've talked a little bit about role-playing games here that are kind of for us older folks who want to dive into stuff and have some fun with that. But you guys also do the kids role-playing game area here at UKGE, and you also do role-playing games that are catered towards younger RPG players as well.
So we are very pleased to be the UK Games Expo Children's RPG Zone sponsors. This is with No Thank You Evil. So a little bit of departure from the slightly spooky, although one of the things is that we have a world, it's called Storia. So Storia is the world that you go to just when it's bedtime and you're about to close your eyes. Someone will come with some desperate thing that needs to happen. You need to go and help Queen Bee. You need to go and help Mr. Oddswallow, all of these things. The whole idea of No Thank You Evil is that it is for children. There has been design and playtest by children.
Perfect.
And you play together as a family. We only have one complaint about this game, which is that parents come back to us and say, I bought this so I could run it for the kids. And I got in the other day, and the kids are running it for their mates. And they're like, well, what's going on? It's like, it's okay, Mum. You can sit down and play. It'll be fine. It's like, thanks, guys. You know. The way this works is choose what you want to be. You want to be a robot? All of your stats are on the back of the card. You want to be a fighter? All of your stats are on the back of the card, including the things that you can do. It's all quite straightforward. You have 4 stats. These are tough. That's anything to do with strength or endurance or lifting things. You've got fast, which is anything like manual dexterity and things. You've got smart, which is figuring things out. But you have a fourth stat, which is called awesome. And you never use your awesome stat. What happens is that if you happen to be at a particular place and you're in a situation and your friend's like, I don't think I can jump that, you take your awesome stat and you say, you know what? You remember that time when we were over in Coleraine and we couldn't find anywhere to park and you guys moved a whole bunch of cars around for us? You were awesome.
That's so cool.
You absolutely can have that, and it makes it easier, and it means that you collaborate to do more than you would normally. This is a collaborative game. All of our games are collaborative.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes both adults and children a few minutes to realise that, but once they do, they are mighty at it. So
I suppose one of the other really nice things about this as well is that it really gets their imagination going.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
You'll find them creating their own artwork for their characters, so they'll use something like this as an inspiration for them building their own robots and all sorts of different
things.
And
people are writing stories. The kids are writing stories. They'll come back in. We've had some really nice stuff in schools lately.
Oh right, wow.
And parents came in going, it says they went on a mission to Dragon Snot Falls with the rest of the class, and I asked some of the other parents, and they said that's the same. What's going on?
Is that on the curriculum?
Yeah, exactly. And it's great. The wonderful feedback we had from the schools is like the quiet kids are suddenly speaking up, and the vocabulary that kids are using is absolutely far beyond what they would normally use in the classroom.
Yeah.
And it's because we're mammals and we learn through play.
Yes.
And that's absolutely what we want to be doing.
And can people come and get their hands on this box and sort of pick it up and take it home with them?
Absolutely. Yeah, so we've got a load of these in Hall 3, stand 3972. We sold out last year,
really?
So
Wow.
I doubled the quantity for this year. And we're doing okay so far.
Good.
But yes, everything you need to play is in that box. It's all brightly coloured. The colours are designed so that if you are colour deficient in any way, you can see differences between things.
I see. Right.
And it also is bright, but it doesn't trigger an autistic response.
Okay.
So we were very much about
So you've
making
really
sure it's
catered this
accessible.
to as many people as possible,
Yes.
as many kids as possible
Yeah.
as well.
The other thing about this is if you know how to play this game,
Yeah.
you know how to play all the rest of our games.
Oh wow!
So you remember the adjective, noun, verbs?
Yes, yeah.
So it's like if Johnny is a robot,
Yeah.
Johnny is an intelligent robot. Johnny's an intelligent robot who defends the weak.
Perfect.
So
yeah.
you can play this from age 5 onwards.
Yeah.
And we have adults who play this as a game anyway because it's just super chilled
much
out,
fun.
very easy to do, and
And obviously, as we say, you could get your hands on the game and try it yourself, or take it home with you, play it here at the event. You can obviously go to the open gaming space. But you actually have a section of the hall right here in Hall 2 sort of given over to kids role-playing as well. So if you like the sound of this and you like what it's all about, you could also go and just try it out for yourself and
absolutely,
see if it fits.
Go and sign up at the Children's Role-Playing Zone. They are lovely folks over there.
Yeah.
We have some of our GMs. They're also running some other games over there as well. It's a really, really good space.
Wow.
Come and play with your kids. The whole thing is it's adults and children playing together. It's the kids playing together. We need at least one responsible adult in with that. Sometimes that looks like it might be the kid who's the one doing it.
Taking control.
Yes, taking control. But they know what they are doing.
Brilliant.
And they are way, way more imaginative than us. Things where we would just go, oh, well, we do it like this.
Yeah.
They've got 5, 6, 7, 8 different ways of solving a thing. And some of it doesn't involve just, kicking them in the face and then running away with all their stuff.
Love it.
One of the best ones came forward and like this creature is there and it's like, what do you want, children? This little kid runs forward and goes, can't we just be friends?
Aww.
And the adults just burst out laughing and all the other little buggers ran round the back and jobbed them. So, yes, it's one of those things. Yeah, very much so. Smart kids, super smart.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Kate, for taking us through all of these amazing role-playing games that folks can dive into, including, obviously, award-winning ones. We'll just show that off again so people can see that lovely trophy. Remember that one there. And, of course, remember the People's Choice Award on Sundays as well, which you can come and watch delivered at the show here, right on this main stage, which is great. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Make
very
sure
much.
to go
Lovely
off and
talking
do
to you.
some awesome role-playing games. I'm going to throw back to the studio now, and then we have that amazing giveaway to do, so don't go anywhere.
Hello there, folks. So you're going to come with me now on a walkthrough of Hall 4 here at the UK Games Expo. So one of the big things about the event this year is that it's spread out and it is much bigger than it ever was before. And when we're in Hall 4, we are going to be looking into all the demo table areas for people to come and just play some games. And we also have this big tournament zone over here as well. So if you come with me, Rob, you come with me now. You can see back here at the moment, what's quite nice about what they've set up this time is that they've done exactly what they did last year at the show. They've put in some food trucks and there's things at the back of the hall. So if you're somebody who is hankering for something to eat and you can't get over to the Hilton to get some of their food, you can instead just come and get over here in some of these vans, which is pretty awesome. And that is pretty integral for the people who are taking part in tournaments. And you can see some people are setting up right now here in the hall. Now, the tournament stuff that these folks are doing is pretty awesome because it covers a whole range of different games. So you have Star Wars, you have Flesh and Blood, they're doing card games, you've got board games, you've got big historical card games, you've got all sorts of different things that these guys are working on here at the show. And if we come over here, come with me, Rob, come with me, come with me. Yes, yes. I promised I wouldn't make him run, but I'm making him run. As you can see over here, loads and loads of tables set up for playing things like Shatterpoint and things like that, which is really cool. And then as you go further down into here, we get to look over towards a lot of card games and things like that as well. And plenty of space for people to do their demos. One of the interesting things that I'd seen this year, actually, which is very cool, is there's actually some people over there doing a Beyblade tournament. I didn't even know that Beyblade was still a thing, but apparently they are still doing that, which is pretty awesome. So if you're looking to get into that, you could always do that, which is very cool. Bandai are obviously here doing all of their fun things with their card games as well. We even have Altered doing some stuff here for their card games as well, which is pretty nice. So if you're looking for some kind of tournament to dive into, there's probably something for you here, which is always nice to see. Now, come on, Rob, come with me, come with me. Right, let's go down this way. Let's go down this way. Right, okay, come on. Yeah. Right. So, boom. Here you can see a whole bunch of extra stuff. So, Catan, back again doing one of their big tournaments for the game here as well, which is actually having something of an anniversary. So they're just getting set up for that at the particular moment too. You'll see we talked about Star Wars Unlimited over the course of the weekend as well. There's a big tournament going on for that one too. There is always the Mega Man on the megaphone shouting into the void as well, which is always fun. Hi there, how you doing? What are you taking part in today?
The Unmatched tournament.
Yeah, yeah, oh, very cool, yes.
Yeah.
What are you going to be running in Unmatched?
Sorry?
What are you going to be running in Unmatched then?
What do you mean?
Are you going to, which players are you going to watch? Which teams
we don't know yet, so...
is it like a blind thing?
That's right, so you've got a whole bunch of characters, about 60 odd characters. They're going to randomise it, give you 2 characters each, don't know who you're playing with. I haven't seen some of the new players either, so I'm a bit nervous.
Okay.
But...
So if you come out on top, this means you're like a mega unmatched player then, because you've mastered everything at that point. So.
Yeah, you know what? I'm hoping to get through the first 2 rounds because they're giving acrylics out, so they're giving the shinies and all the extra good stuff.
Oh, wicked!
Yeah, so I'm trying to get trying to nab a few new bits, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Wicked. Well, good luck with that, man. Have a good one. Yes. So that's pretty awesome. That's a really cool way of doing unmatched. Very nice way of doing that. Lorcana, big as ever, as you can see over here. Loads of fun stuff happening over here. As a fan of Disney, you could dive in and see if your heroes, your princesses, your princes, could win the day, which is very nice. We're going to keep going further back. I'm going to make you run again, Rob. Come on. Come with me. Keep going, Rob. It's okay. Right. So, Mega Games are being set up, which is pretty cool. So if you want to dive into some Mega Games, that's pretty fun. Some interesting things on that front. In most Mega Games, you take part of sort of like a large conglomerate of like political entities who are trying to control the world or stop alien invasions and that kind of thing. I'm going to come and talk to this guy. What kind of Mega Games are you guys running here at the show this year?
All kinds, like small ones, 20, 30, 40 players that last 2 or 3 hours. We've got really big ones. We've got one starting very shortly called God Emperor, which has 40 players fighting over a whole fantasy world, and things will go wrong. Is this live stream?
Well, it'll be in the video, so it's all good. Yes.
Then I can tell you what's going to go now. The God Emperor might not be as alive as people think he is.
Very cool. Interesting stuff. Well, I hope you have a good day with the rest of all your Beggar games. These are always really good fun. Very cool. Right, moving on deeper into the hall. We have the Surcoats Painting Masters over there, which we'll go and have a look at in a second.
Hi.
What are you folks doing here at the show?
The blob is going to eat everybody unless...
What's the blob?
The blob is a big green thing that eats everything. So
okay,
we need to fight it, and we need to figure out a way to fight it. And we don't know yet, so we'll find out soon enough.
Interesting.
We have an epic multiplayer of Arkham Horror, the Legacy card game.
Ooh.
So we're running 2 events today. So this morning we've got an epic multiplayer of the Blob.
Okay.
We're expecting it to have 600 health as we have 40 players. It's co-op.
It would be more, but unfortunately the room is not big enough to contain everybody.
Yeah, we've Sergey and I have both done an online version of it where we had a few thousand health.
Yeah, like 200 people, 2,000 health, so that...
Yeah, but we're running this for 40 people today, working in teams of 4. It's all completely cooperative, so we are giving a prize to the table that does the most damage to the blob over the course. It'll be 3 hours this morning. This afternoon, we're running Midwinter Gala, which Arkham Horror Legacy card games massively popular.
Yeah.
But this afternoon, we're running the only official competitive version of it, which will be competitive between teams. We are completely fans. We're not a business. We don't get any kind of funding or anything like that. Yeah. We run this for love of the game, and this is our 4th year running, and we grow every year. This year we put out 40 tickets for this morning, 40 tickets this afternoon. Absolutely sold out. We are going to go bigger again next year.
Are you guys got veterans and newcomers coming to play this, or is it?
I would say half and half. We are very welcoming. We have like a way of putting people with people they don't know yet, experienced, unexperienced. So far it's been working well. We'll see how it goes.
It's the community for Arkham in the UK is absolutely second to none. It is fantastic. The welcome you get from players, the support you get when you try and put things on. We're both reasonably well known in the community now because we're everywhere all the time. But you can see we're very low tech. Everybody else turns up with their timers and things, and I turn up with my flip chart.
It feels very Arkham to do that, though. Sort of take it back to the the 1920s, 1930s. It's all good, yeah. Fantastic.
And it's how we roll. But we absolutely love doing it every year. It's always a really good. It's my favourite day of Expo is running Arkham. Kills me every year, but absolutely adore it. So
I love your passion for this. It's absolutely fantastic. Hopefully you're going to take part in this and have some fun with it.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah,
best of luck with everything for you guys doing that throughout the rest of the day. Very awesome. We're going to move this way now, Rob, as we go in. I really love that we've got some really fun community-driven stuff happening here at the show. It's a fun, nice way of involving a lot more people in things and getting everybody to sort of have their interests on display, as it were. So even if an official company isn't running something, someone can do something unofficial as well, which is very nice to see. I'm just going to slide back this way just for 1 second. If we come back here, we're going to be very quick. Come on, Rob. I'm going to run again. Come on, Rob. There we go. So here we have the open gaming area, which, as you can see at the moment, is still filling up. But if you want to take a little bit of a break, maybe you've bought a new game and you want to sit down and dive into it and see how it all works, you could come and check it out here in the open game space. We have the help desk over there as well, which is nice if you're looking for, well, some help during the course of the day. I also want to sort of peek round here for 1 second, because I believe... Yes, come here, Rob, come here. We're just going to peek in, because we don't want to disturb them too much. But this is the board game library. So if you're somebody who's wanting to come on over and have a look at some games that maybe you're considering buying, or you just want to take a little bit of a break, come and check out the board game library, find a game that you enjoy, sit down, have some fun, maybe make some new friends. There's some really nice ways for getting involved on that front as well, as part of the UK Games Expo app and things like that. And you're sorted, pretty much. So, we're going to come back this way now, and we're going to dive back in. It's always fun diving into the board game library. I might indulge in some of that myself. Got a couple of friends that are turning up, so I might go later in the evening. Sorry, Rob, I'll leave you at dinner, and I'll run off somewhere else.
It's okay, you can eat my half of the budget. It's all right. Yeah. So we're going to come down this way now and sort of finish things off a little bit for Hall 4. I say finish, actually. Hall 4 is pretty massive, but okay. Right, let's go into this bit here. So, one of the new things for this year is the UK Games Expo painting competition, which is being running alongside the folks from Sir Coates Painting Masters. So these are the folks that are going to be judging this. You know Duncan Rhodes, famous painter from Warhammer and all that kind of thing. He's going to be getting involved with this one as well. And as you can see, we have some wonderful entries already in the cabinets. This is really cool because this is one of the fun things that they're doing this year at the show, and for obviously a painting competition, is that they're doing board gaming miniatures as an option and a category within the painting competition. So you don't have to be a Angel Aldis or anything like that, painting big miniatures and all that kind of thing. You could dive in and you could simply be painting up your board game figures that you love and cherish. Maybe you're a big fan of Blood Rage, you want to paint up your fire giant or something like that, or you played Lord of the Rings or something. There are plenty of options in here for you to do that as well. And there are loads of things on offer for people who win and just take part as well. The other thing that's really nice about this one, and they're hopefully going to be doing it next year as well, is that you don't have to be a massively talented painter to take part. They're open to all skill levels, which is always really fun. You can see some more of the entries here for the board game category. Really fun Hero Quest little diorama there, which is really nice. Something from a bit of Monty Python. Yes, Monty Python, which is very cool. The foot should have been obvious. Rob's just nodding to me behind the camera, which is really cool. And some fun stuff as well here from different games. Wow, that's really nice. Senjutsu, that's two we've seen entries for that one, which is really cool. Oh, vehicles, we're going to have a look at those as well. Maybe you can sneak in there, Rob, and have a look at some of these. Oh, an ATST. We've been talking about Star Wars so much this weekend. It's pretty awesome that that's in the mix. Love the look of that. Some really nice dioramas and all sorts of things there. So there's actually going to be a painting awards ceremony on the Sunday. So if you're interested in that, make sure to come on over and get involved on that front, which is very cool. So, come with me, Rob. Come with me. We're going this way now.
Good afternoon. Oh, look, this is much better than yesterday's crowd. They were terrible. Okay, I assume you've just come to see me because I'm so charming. I thought that as much. Well, I'm off then. It's been nice to meet you all. So, James, you have the smelly helmet of death. Is it 1:30? It is, right, so that is now closed. Let's just go through the rules. Okay, the rules are this. You must have an Instagram photo with the Instagram board with today's day on it. And the reason I'm saying today's day is I've forgotten what day it is. What day are we on? Is it Saturday. It's day 2. So if you've got day 2's photograph on it, so we will draw from the helmet. This helmet is getting smellier, man, every time you bring it. What's Mr. Denning doing with it? No idea. Is he perhaps now using it as a jock strap? My marketing people are going to tell me off for that. Ask your mum and dad, they'll sort you out later. So, we're going to draw from the hat of death, and if you've got a matching ticket, you will come and see James, marketing. Round of applause for James. We'll be auctioning him off later, ladies or gentlemen. Makes a lovely sandwich. So, you go see James, show him your Instagram photo, show him your matching ticket, and if it matches, then you win £1,000. Victoria, who's looking super glamorous today, is cosplaying as our guest liaison. Do you have my card? We will display the card. Now, there was a slight hiccup yesterday, not my fault. She said, what's the PIN number? And then I gave her the PIN number, but it was the PIN number for my television. So she can get into my Sky account, but she couldn't buy anything. And then she tried it several times, and then it locked out. And then I had to go to the cash point. She came back and she went, this doesn't work. I went, well, there's enough money on it. And she went, is this your PIN number? And I went, no, that's my Sky Telly. So I went to the cash point, reactivated it. Everything's good. They bought £1,000. So there it is. It's got my name on it. Yeah, if you get my address, that's the rest of my life gone. So here we are. Are we ready? Young man, would you do me a favour? Do you want to draw it? Do you want to get the ticket? Go on then, stand up. You're not allowed to look in it while you do it. Oh, that amateur hour, that is. And then you hand it to me secretly. All right, there we go. So if you haven't won today, his fault. Ticket number is blue 547. If that's not your number, don't run off. Remember, the person may be a bit of a muppet. Oh, here we go. Come in. Obviously not a muppet. Come on. If you can verify, James. Have we seen, check the Instagram picture. Oh, hold on. What's going on here? We got a winner. Chicken dinner. Hold on a second. Do you have a list that you're buying from?
Started one.
Started a list. That's a bit previous, isn't it? She started a list already. What's your name?
Anna.
This is Anna. Say, hello, UK Games Expo.
Hello, UK Games Expo.
I'm just working on ways of torturing people more now when they win. Get my money's worth. Look, remember, there's another draw tomorrow. Have a great UK Games Expo. Remember, pile of games. In Hall 4, you can win a pile of games. There are 10 of them. Little raffle ticket, all goes to charity. So if you want to take more draws this afternoon, a bit of a gamble, pile of games. Otherwise, have a great afternoon and enjoy the expo.
Hello everybody, I'm back here again at the UK Games Expo 2025. This time I'm joined by Chris over at the Dystopian Wars display games and Armoured Clash as well. So great to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we're right in the thick of it. As you can see, it's mentally busy today. All the demo tables are chock-a-block. We're running demos of Dystopian Wars, the new edition, which is out in a couple of months. So this is the first opportunity for people to try out the new rules and see what's great and what we've changed and updated. So they've been super busy all day yesterday, and this morning is proving to be just as busy already.
I quite like the fact that you've gone with two different Dystopian Wars tables. You've obviously got the classic fleet battles in and around the icebergs, but then taking all the aerial elements and adding clouds and the like in and around them. Even though it's exactly the same game, it just looks like a whole other setup for it, which is great.
Yeah, and it just shows how versatile the game is and how many different types of encounters you can have while you're playing it. So, and the clouds look great, and they're a real draw.
Well, I mean, it's so much more fun than having to deal with just empty skies, little wispy cotton wool builds. Now we've got air, we've got sea. Obviously, Dystopian Wars doesn't make it to land itself, but Armoured Clash fills that gap quite nicely.
It does. The Judges' Choice to 2025 award-winning Armoured Clash is a 10mm scale land combat wargame, and again is proving super popular. We've now got 5 of the 8 factions out, and the rest will come out towards the rest of the year. At the end of the year, and then we'll have the full 8 factions ready, and then we'll be looking at reinforcements throughout 2026, which will be good fun.
Yeah, I know John's looking forward to getting stuck in and painting the Imperium. In fact, he's already done a couple of test schemes of those, so that's the next on the horizon for us. Now we've got a couple of big studio armies. All we need is to start butting heads on the tabletop, really.
Exactly, yeah, so again, we're running demos of that. We've got full range of Armoured Clash and Dystopian Wars with us this weekend. So yeah, come and pick up whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, we're going to leave you there because I'm sure you're busy enough and people will need to have rules queried and answered. So enjoy the rest of your weekend. We're going to push across here and start pestering some of the Wayland staff instead. So I see here a Sam.
Go for it.
Hello, how are you, Sam?
Not too bad, how are you?
I'm very hot already, and I expect it's going to get hotter again. So what have we got here today then for Wayland?
Here we have the Gundam Build and Take. It's a free come sit down, build your first Gundam. They're all entry grade kits, which means you have no clippers, no glue, nothing like that. They all pop out with your thumbs, and they're easy to build. Anyone from like the ages of 6 or 7 can do it, so it's kid friendly, and you get to take it home and you get a cool model at the end of it.
Well, that is spectacular. How many kits have you brought with you for this? Because I imagine we've already got a full table here. The show's not long open, and this is going to be going on the whole weekend?
Yeah, this is going all weekend. So yesterday we did over 200 kits, and we bought a lot, and you get 6 per box. So we have hopefully enough for the entire weekend, but it's been really popular, and it's just a lot of people having a lot of fun.
Yeah. I see behind us the wall of Bandai then. So obviously these are an entry grade kit, but they do a whole host of kits beyond that. What sort of a range have you got?
So we bought high grade kits, which are like your standard sort of GW style kits, clippers, they're a bit more advanced. And then we've also bought master grade kits, which is that one next step, which gives you like posable fingers, that kind of like dynamic posing. And then we've also got real grade kits, which are a mixture of high grade kits and master grade kits in terms of master grade detail, but shrunk down to the 1/44 scale for high grade kits. And then on top of that, we have bought a couple of the big boy kits, the perfect grades.
Right.
And these guys, I can't get this one out, but
these are the ones that John absolutely would kill for.
So these are like your creme de creme. These are your top of the line kits. So these have mixtures between like springs, metal parts. They're more complex. They have like water transfer stickers. They start to really up the detail on these models, and they're at a bigger scale.
Yeah.
So the standard size kits are like 1/44 scale, and these go up to like 100 and stuff like that. So the scale varies.
I mean, it is a spectacularly comprehensive range that you've got here. Obviously, this isn't the full range that you have, though.
No, we have a hell of a lot. So we've got stuff ranging from the Figure Rise series, which is more of your like traditional sort of anime stuff like that, like One Piece. We then also have the ranges that are like the Dinosaur Islands. So that's more like your dinosaur kits, and they're like the skeletons and stuff on the inside. So we have a wide range, and being like the largest retailer of Gundam, we have a lot.
So how do you select then what you're going to bring to something like this? Because Wayland Store, massive, possibly one of, if not the biggest wargaming and hobby retailers in the world. You've got a limited amount of space here, but you've still managed to get a lot in. Is there much? I assume there's a ton of planning goes into exactly what you're bringing and where it's going to go.
Yeah, it's a lot of market research. It's a lot of looking at what sort of stands already here. What can we bring that's different, and what can we bring that we've got that's a bit more unique, and what stock we have that other retailers may not be able to provide as much of.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of research and planning that goes into this, and it's all thanks to our marketing team doing a lot of research and planning on what we want to bring.
Yeah. I mean, down here we've got a whole host of war games on one side. So we're looking at things like Blood and Plunder, Bolt Action, Hail Caesar, all of the sort of historic or military history type of things. And then right beside it, you've also then got a massive stock of some of the biggest fantasy you can get with Parabellum's range.
Yeah, so I think from us, like the idea was that obviously we've got a lot of, as you said, a lot of Warlord, a lot of historical style miniature games. And when it comes to like the Conquest and Parabellum, in terms of like crossover, I think there's quite a lot of crossover with historical war games over to Conquest and more of your sort of traditional kind of fantasy style games.
The rank and flank.
Like the rank and flank kind of stuff. That gameplay style suits probably quite nicely with how historical gamers like to play. And then we've also got, as you said, we've got obviously Star Wars at that end as well, and Atomic Mass, games.
Yeah.
And that's just your general like Star Wars, Marvel. Everyone loves Star Wars and everyone loves Marvel. So.
Well, I mean, they are two of the biggest IPs in the world, so I don't think you can get too many people who wouldn't at least stop off to have a wee look. Is that Andor?
It is indeed.
See, from the Andor show that everybody loves, including me. Not as good of everything. It's one of those things. But then you go from the war game to the more hobby, the more family-friendly hobby again. There's a lot of the IPs are coming in there again, but you've got a whole ton of Lego.
Yeah, so one of the main drivers of bringing Lego is the fact that UKG is obviously family friendly, and there's a lot of people coming with their kids, come with family members, and everyone loves Lego. So we tried to get a nice range of like Harry Potter, Star Wars, Super Mario, Wicked. You know, trying to hit as much of the how do I put it? As much as people would enjoy, if you will.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, trying to cover all the bases, so it doesn't matter if you're here with a bunch of, well, I'm not sure what the Lego ages are these days. It used to be 9 to 99. I don't know if that's changed these days or not. But yeah, being able to go in there and go, here's something for 9, 10-year-olds, then here's the Lego Technic for your teenagers, or here's Star Wars for absolutely everybody in sight.
yeah, it's we just wanted to have a variety because Lego is one of those things where any age will enjoy it. So like people who are like mum, dads will enjoy it, like grandparents, stuff like that can enjoy it. So anyone in the family can sit down and just help build and get involved.
Obviously, the big hitter, then Games Workshop. There's a few aisles of that. So we've got the Old World, Age of Sigmar, 40k there, and then a few more bits and pieces around the other side here with the likes of Warcry. I assume this is a big seller for you.
Yeah, GW, as I think everyone can imagine, is a big seller. There's always something from Games Workshop people want, whether it's Necromunda or Underworlds to 40k Age of Sigmar. There is a lot of stuff that people enjoy, and we try and bring a wide selection. And as their range increases, our selection choices increases. So,
I mean, that's the other thing where you're just going to start to have to drill down into exactly what you think people are going to need. And I suppose a lot of the time, if you bring it, you want to sell it because nobody wants to have to pack up again at the end of the weekend. So,
yeah, that's true. So what we've tried to do is try and look at bestsellers, not just from ourselves, but also from GW's website.
Yeah.
Try and like cross-reference and see what things people are looking for. And there's been, obviously, the marketing team have done a bit more research in what units, what sort of boxes are more popular, what characters people like, and then try and do a mix. So we try and bring like the popular units and flavorful stuff, things that we think people would always like orcs, goblins, that kind of thing. So hopefully we've done a good choice.
If you look down there, Justin, you'll see the board game aisle, which is understandably packed.
Yeah.
Obviously, UKG is renowned for being a hub for board game enthusiasts. And with so many different board game companies, obviously, here at the show, I assume there's a lot of overlap, but here again, you're trying to show as much of a diverse range as you can from what Wayland have.
Yeah, it's trying to show that board games are for everyone. It's not just like a niche for certain types of people. It's everyone can enjoy it. We've tried to bring kid-friendly board games. We've tried to bring your traditional, like, you know, your big ones like Mantic Madness, stuff like that. So we tried to keep it as diverse as possible.
Yeah. Finishing off towards the end of this stand, some more war games, some of the more recent ones as well, the likes of Warcrow Adventures from Corvus Belli and Infinity, obviously brand spanking new on the market. How's that been going down for you?
It's been going quite well. There's been a lot of people that have come up to the till and said that they've been enjoying Warcrow quite a bit, and they've been enjoying the gameplay style for it, and they really like the miniatures, so that's always a plus. So, and obviously Infinity as well. Infinity is a classic. There's always a load of cool stuff for Infinity, and we've always had a good relationship with Corvus Belli. So,
I mean, one of the nice things is seeing these sort of games. Obviously, a lot of people will know Games Workshop, they'll know 40k, fantasy, whatever it happens to be, but some people may not be aware of things like Weird, which is about to get a new edition, so this is a nice time for people to see something new, something different, and then go, oh, I might try that out, I might bring it home just to build and paint it, and then get involved in the game that way.
Yeah, so our thought process with Weird was if we bring a lot of the core sets, so a lot of the core crew sets, and kind of bring one from each faction, because as you said, the miniatures sell themselves. They've got fantastic looking miniatures, and it's got a very unique gameplay style. So you play the entire game with a deck of cards. You can cheat, which is very rare in a war game. You never want that, but you're actually allowed to cheat in this game, and it's got a lot of unique flavors and unique art styles to it. So it draws people in.
Yeah. And one of the things is obviously if people are here at the expo, they can come and see what you've got. Plenty of room for people to get around and grab bits and bobs, but they can always then just go on to the online store and grab things there as well.
Yeah, so we've got, obviously, this is just a very limited selection of our stock. We've got a massive amount of stock and ranges on the website that you can get. We offer, obviously, up to 20% discount and free shipping of over £20, so you get a lot of choice.
And there's the reward points as well.
Yes, and you get loyalty points, which is always good. Everyone loves a good loyalty point skin.
And I know I do. It helps pay for so many things in the long run. In fact, the more I buy, the more I save. That's how I look at it, and nobody can tell me different. There's also Kraken here with their delightful mats, and I see Tobias lurking in the background, so I think we'll have a little chat with him if he's free. Thank you very much, Sam.
Thank you.
Cheers. Hello, Tobias. How are you?
I'm good.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
I'm just searching for some customers, some products. Yeah, hi.
But I see you're here once again, getting a whole rake of mats out for people's card games and board games, that sort of thing. Is that the main focus you've aimed for this year?
Yeah, that's the main focus for this year. We bring also the gaming mouse pads and some canvases over. Yeah, and next year I think we come with a full range booth here.
Yeah. The canvases we looked at last year, they were absolutely superb. If you've not seen them lurking up there, Justin, you really should go and have a look. How have they been going? Because that was relatively new for you last year, wasn't it? But they seem to be selling. Every time I looked around, there were people who were buying the canvases, or they were buying the postcards, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's running very well. And the gaming mouse pads were very famous. We were all out of stock for a lot of motives already. So yesterday was very good.
I mean, that's what you want in life, is to arrive and then not to have to worry too much about bringing stuff home with you because it has sold, which is always a good sign. I see you've got what they call the laminated book of dreams. Is that a selection of the things that people may see here or perhaps get off the website at home?
Yeah, correct. So it helps a little bit to find what you like, and you don't have to dig through all the piles. So it's more convenient for the customers.
How do you select what you're bringing to Expo? Because obviously you can't bring everything. Do you just try and cover as much as you possibly can, or?
This year it was selected by Wayland Games, and next year I will make a plan and bring my booth set up here so that we can promote it much better. Yeah. We have an old wall system where we can hang all the canvases and like storage boxes that are our tables at the same time, so we can display a lot of stuff.
I mean, we've always liked seeing what you bring. I particularly like the mats these days for the card games and the board games, just something to dress your table with, because they are artwork in themselves, and it's a bit better than having to throw down a tea cloth on the table. It just gives a nice little feel and effect for whatever game you happen to be playing, and the art designs on them are absolutely superb. Do you still get a chance to do much of the art yourself?
These days, once a year maybe, but I have a lot of talented artists, so I'm working with and I work for me, so it's good to be the art director too.
Well, that's very true. I mean, things like the majestic Cthulhu coming up out of the waters there. Somebody's going to have a bad day at Ryla, but this happens to everyone. I can see an awful lot of people queuing up for your attention, so we'll let you go with that, Tobias. Thanks very much. If people want to check out more, they can get it through Wayland or through Kraken as well?
Yeah, correct. Wayland Games or Kraken. We ship also to the UK, but you can basically get everything in the UK at Wayland Games.
So there you go, folks. If you are here at the Expo, they are the very first booth as you come in through the door. You can get your Wayland Game stuff, the Armoured Clash, a whole host of other bits and pieces and paraphernalia and hobby gear, and of course the lovely Kraken mats as well. And if you're at home, you can always check them out online, rack up some loyalty points. Right, we're going to push on and see what else we have here at the Expo.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us...
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us...
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with Czech as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
We are back with Dom from Cubicle 7. You are a regular on our live streams now every so often. We've had you 3 years in a row now, I think.
Many years. I'd be lost if I couldn't come here. And,
and we talk to you guys a lot, obviously, on YouTube as well when we do our coverage of all your games and that kind of thing. But
yes,
the focus of our little chat here today, well, I say little, it's quite a long one, is you guys are very well known for your Warhammer role-playing games. You have a lot of them that you've been working on, and we're going to be diving into a few of those today and sort of basically talking through the line of Warhammer games, sort of what makes them unique, what makes them worth diving into, and we're going to be starting out with something which has, it's just got its physical release of its starter set, essentially, which is Warhammer 40,000 Roleplay and Imperium Maledictum.
Indeed, yes. That's for those of you who are Warhammer 40,000 role-playing games. We have Wrath and Glory. We'll come to a bit later on. There's the action-adventure 40k game. Imperium Maledictum is the investigative, noir, gritty. It's got the spiritual successor of Dark Heresy and some of those earlier 40k games. So this is the one where it gets really
this new start
really
set.
You're dealing with all sorts of awful things in the shadows, and working for mysterious patrons who are using you basically as plausibly deniable resources to go and do the stuff they can't be seen to be doing themselves.
Yeah, it always felt to me like a really nice, almost like spiritual successor almost to what people had probably enjoyed if they were diving into like the 54mm game of Inquisitor.
Yeah.
And sort of playing that out, you can kind of live that adventure through Imperium Maledictum, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about the sort of mechanics that Imperium Maledictum uses and stuff? Because it'll be familiar to some people, but
yeah, absolutely. So it's a D100 system.
Yeah.
So if you're familiar with some of those previous games and Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, it's your characteristics and your skills, and you're rolling under that to get successes. So with Imperium Maledictum, I wanted it to have a really strong call to adventure and reason to be out there. So that the patrons give you that, and they could be taken from any faction throughout the Imperium, but they're powerful enough to pluck you out of your place in the Imperium, form you into a team, and get you to do all of their dirty work for them. So it's a thankless task, but someone's got to do it.
It is, yeah. One of the things I always quite enjoyed about it is that it's incredibly brutal, as you might imagine it to be if you were diving into the grim, dark future.
Indeed.
Of the world of Warhammer 40,000. What was it like sort of looking at the development of bringing Imperium Maledictum to the tabletop? Because obviously you had Wrath and Glory, and you say that, I guess one of the main things, I suppose, was looking at it from a different viewpoint. But sort of like, what was the kind of like thinking behind it and all that kind of stuff in the development process?
Yeah. So I think for me, I always try to have a very thematic approach to game development. So I want the rules mechanics to really, reinforce what the game's about.
Feel like they fit themes and that kind of
absolutely.
Thing, so.
I think you get that really good sort of reinforcement then between the theme of the game as the narrative delivers it, and then as the rules support, and it helps it really feel like a cohesive game, and helps everybody to get into the right frame of mind and the right sort of play style to make the most of it. So that was sort of front and foremost, I think, to make sure that it was doing that. So the patron system does that.
It does, yes.
It's a reason to get everybody together and a reason for them to be doing what they're doing.
A figure for you to hate or love, I suppose.
Indeed, probably both at different times. Then the characters are drawn from across the Imperium as well. So you could have an Inquisitor or an acolyte of an Inquisitorial acolyte. You could have a pilot from the Imperial Navy. You really can come from the broad, from anywhere really in the Imperium. And then the little bits and pieces then, like in combat, for example, you can build up superiority over your foe in advance by researching them, finding out what they do, surprising them, and it just really rewards that kind of a bit more tactical, a bit more strategic, a bit more of a thoughtful way of approaching things. I think when you are in those those fights in the gutters of the far future, then it's vicious enough that you want it to be not something that people go into lightly. So it's much more the thinker's approach to it.
Yeah, it was one of the things that we played through one of the. I think it was a sample adventure. I think it was on our channel. And it was really fascinating looking at the kind of decision-making element that comes into Imperium Maledictum, because you play something like Wrath and Glory, you might be playing a space when you're like, well, I solved the situation by shooting him with my bolter. For the Emperor, and
valid choice.
And I'll protect the guardsman, but if he dies, oh well. He clearly wasn't faithful enough. Whereas in this, you've really got to think about how you approach things, and I think it's a real gift for a storyteller, a GM, etc., to sit down and come up with really interesting ways to develop the plot, and sort of come up with that morally grey area for people, so there is no clear good and evil, as there never is in the Warhammer 40,000 world, and sort of play with that. Have you played some sessions yourself and sort of found some interesting sort of storyline threads for it yourself in there?
So many, I think with the again, one of the we've got the Macarian sector is where we're set, Imperium Maledictum. So it's a really large area of space. There's sort of part of the Imperium. There's loads of different groups that are active and lots of plots and conspiracies and things going on. So there's a really, really broad and deep load of things for the GM to pull out and use in the game.
Cool.
So it's huge. And there's all of those threads are being developed and worked on. Yeah. And they'll be in all sorts of things. So the first kind of next insight into that will be with the Inquisition books.
Oh yes.
So we've got a different sort of setup for Imperium Maledictum compared to the old like Dark Heresy, etc. So it's one core rule book, and then we're doing deep dives into each faction.
Yes.
So the Inquisition books will be coming out soon.
Brilliant.
And in the GM's book for the Inquisition, you've got there's a campaign in there that takes you through quite a few years of inquisitorial conclaves and threats to the Macarian sector.
Interesting.
And, there's loads in there, and we'll be doing that. But the next faction after that will be the Adeptus Mechanicum.
Brilliant.
And
Binary is king.
I want to have a mix of doing like new factions that haven't really had that deep dive before. So we thought we'd go for AdMech next.
Awesome.
And
that makes sense with some of the
continue.
patrons you've already thought about and stuff in things like sample adventures and the quick start and all that kind of stuff. So I did actually want to say as well, I mean, we have the starter set here that we're showing off, and you can see the back of it here. You guys do like properly solid starter sets.
Thank you.
There are some starter sets that I've picked up in the past where you essentially get one pamphlet in there that tells you the adventure you go on, some sample characters, and that's the end.
Yeah.
Whereas you guys, and you've done this for all of your core sets, your starter sets, you pack in loads of background, all the pre-gens, interesting things for the players to think about when taking on their pre-gen characters and their sort of like motivations. And then also loads of stuff that follows on beyond that first adventure to give you adventure hooks to dive into more things as part of that setting that you built up for it. I guess that was a conscious choice from you guys to kind of just make it so it's a really good jumping off point into
definitely
things.
Well, thank you for noticing. It's I always think that with a starter set you should have something of lasting value in there. So along with the not just the dice set that you get. So we have there's always a setting book as well that you can use with you've got the adventure that teaches you the game as you play it through, and then you've got a setting book that will there's months of play in the starter set. I'd imagine you'd want the rule book to give you the full range of everything. But there's plenty of stuff to get into.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that has always stuck with me, and we will get off to this game as well later, is I play Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. And me and my friends dove into the starter set for that many moons ago now. Many mausoleums ago. And I picked up Gunnar, who was the dwarf slayer in that set.
Oh, brilliant.
He has been my character for 7 years now.
Oh, really?
And I have got him to the stage where he just cannot die, and he is the most shameful dwarf slayer you have ever seen because he just won't go away. He's now got no fate points left, so he will eventually go.
Soon
He will get his glory, but yes. But yes, thank you very much for taking us to Imperium Maledictum. As I said, the starter set is fantastic. As I say, there is a physical set that people can pick up now from you guys over on the stand and stuff as well. So
Indeed, I should know my booth number so I can tell you that. But it's over that way.
There is a massive banner in the sky in Hall 3 for Cubicle 7, so you can find it over there. And you can obviously get it from other retailers as well. But it's always nice to come over to you guys and talk to about what you've designed for the game.
Thank you.
Of course.
Always good to talk.
Sticking with the grim, dark future, obviously we've talked a little bit about Imperium Maledictum there. But the other game that you've got is Wrath and Glory, which we did mention. And this is the slightly more, I guess you'd say, sort of like gung-ho, action, heroic.
Yeah, absolutely. The action-adventure Warhammer 40,000 role-playing game. So it's... you're in the Gilead system, which has been cut off when the Cicatrix Maledictum opened up, and basically all the remnants of the Imperium in there have to band together to survive. So you get some real combinations of different types of characters that you might not always see associating with each other, but needs must. So we've got the Chaos Bestiary is one of our recent releases, along with the Vow of Absolution, which looks into the Absolvers Space Marine chapter. There's lots more Wrath and Glory stuff coming, just bubbling under the surface. So we'll be announcing more of that soon.
One of the things I've always really quite enjoyed about Wrath and Glory is that it's not, whereas Imperium Maledictum is very much, as you might have thought about from the name, very Imperium focused. It's all about those people, those citizens helping out the good fight. against the Emperor's foes. But with the Wrath and Glory, as we kind of mentioned, you could play a Space Marine, you could play a Space Marine Scout. You've all brought in all the stuff from like the Primaris stuff as we've seen that story move on, which has always been really cool as well. But you could play Eldari.
Yes.
Well, not Tyrians, but Orcs, and all sorts of different things as well. There's even like Dark Eldar stuff in there as well, isn't there? For the Drakari thing. So there are loads of different ways for you to approach diving into the Warhammer 40,000 world and telling different stories.
Yeah.
The other thing, as a kind of like quite a lifelong Warhammer fan, back in the days, you know, sometimes you would have orcs fighting alongside rogue traders and that kind of thing. So if you did want to go down that route, you could easily do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's loads of options there, and we did it was a PDF before Christmas that tied into Space Marine 2 as well.
Yes,
so,
of course. So you could play as Lieutenant Titus, because he's not captain anymore. Spoilers. So if you did want to crush all those tyrannies that you cannot play as, then you can dive into that, which is pretty
that's
cool.
been a nice link into that. Yeah, definitely. So
I think that's going to be really... Because obviously one of the things about Wrath and Glory is it's got a slightly different system, well, it does have a different system mechanically to Imperial Magic System, where it's dice pool based. So you've taken that from its previous incarnation and sort of like revamped it and updated it over the course of its life with Cubicle 7. So,
it's I think that there's so many different types of stories that you can tell in these settings that it's really, I think it's a really strong point to have something that really supports that style of play. So it's been great having both lines. That allow people to do that and help support it. So that's been really good.
Going away from the grim, dark future, we do have some other awesome stuff. So you guys recently, I've been talking about Warhammer the Old World role-playing game. And this is a pretty impressive one for a lot of folks who are interested in sort of diving into the role-playing side, I guess, of the revamp, the update, the callback to a time before the end times within the Old World itself. Could you talk us a little bit about through what your plans are for Warhammer the Old World? Because it does use, again, a different game mechanic to fit the setting. So.
Oh, absolutely. So, Warhammer the Old World is... We're I think the tagline that we're using is grim and glorious. So, and it's a set under 300 years before the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay era setting. So you've got it's kind of there's still lots of threats and lots of bad stuff going on, but it's kind of as good as it gets for the old world. A lot of the evil forces are in a bit of a low ebb. They're not powerful enough really to resist if attention was brought to them. So the setup for it, which we call the Grim Portent of the game, is your characters have stumbled into something really bad. And worst of all, it's noticed that you've stumbled into it, and now will rest at nothing to get rid of you. So you've got a very strong setup where not many other people will believe you, because everything's receded. The Beastmen are at the far edges of the depths of the Great Forest.
Hiding in the centre of the Drakworld and all that kind of stuff.
As everyone knows, all of the vampires were killed in the Vampire Wars.
Obviously.
So that's all dealt with.
And there's no such thing as Skaven.
What? I don't even recognise that
What
word.
is that thing? It's clearly just a Beastman. Why is it scurrying away from me? It's very green. I'll deal with that in 300 years.
And it's not all gravy. The Empire's divided. They can't decide who's going to be the Emperor. So there's lots of the Empire's in a bit of a standoff kind of situation. But that's what you're thrown into. So you're trying to cope with what you've seen. You're trying to deal with it. We've got a range of those Grim Portents that people can take or design their own. And it's a really lovely way of setting it. It binds the party together, and it gives a really unifying thing they have to deal with. You can't really ignore this thing because it will kill you if you do. So trying to keep one step ahead of it, keep foiling its plans as you can, working out a bit more about what's going on. We've got the Dark Threads system in there, so there's a huge network of not just the bad guys, but some of the morally dubious guys as well. But people who are trying to have plots and plans they're trying to advance, as well as the really bad things that are trying to bring about the downfall of everything.
I see.
And we've got all the mid-level players with that as well that it ties into. So you could have one group maybe that's unwittingly working for one of the factions, while thinking that they're employed by somebody else entirely. We're just researching these old books. And,
nothing wrong will happen.
No, it's just history. So it's a huge support for GMs, and it gives so much stuff that you can bring in, and it makes it feels like a living, breathing setting as well. Yeah.
And it uses a similar dice pool system in terms of ideas to Wrath and Glory.
When we were looking at that to start with, we wanted something that was quite accessible. I think once it was a different enough setting that we wouldn't be able to sort of run it within Wothrop.
Right.
Because it's the best part of 300 years. Yeah. Every location will have burnt down at least 30 times in the meantime. Mm-hmm. All the people are different. It wouldn't be like we'd be able to take advantage of doing one supplement that would cover both. And I think it gave us the opportunity as well then to do a more accessible system that was really easy to explain and bring people into old world role playing.
So again, if people have dived into Warhammer the Old World in the miniatures sense recently, and that's been the kind of thing that's drawn them in, you've got a nice entry point into this through that, which is very awesome. And we can see some of the beautiful artwork and some of the design for character sheets and things that you guys have been working on. These are some of the playtest stuff, I believe.
Playtest from today, so not final versions, but
of course.
I wanted it to be really easy to explain. So we've got here your characteristics and your skills, and as a GM, you can explain to your players that the characteristics, that's the number of dice that you're rolling, the 10-sided dice. And then the skill is the number you're trying to get equal to or under, and that's it.
Brilliant.
Sometimes more successes will mean more success. The only modifiers are remove a dice from the pool or add a dice from the pool, so it's really easy to explain, and it's all there in front of the player. And not just with the rules as well. I think it's important with games that are set on such beloved properties. That you give people a kind of an accessible way into the lore as well. The risk is that the people who know the lore better sometimes can dominate in the group because they know what to do.
I think you'll find a giant does this.
So every player has contacts, which somebody in the world that they have a relationship with.
Nice.
They know what they do and why they do it, and you've got you'll always have a course of action, even if you're like, I'm not sure what this would mean. Then I know I can go and talk to Valda. And I'm sure she'll have some insights.
It's going to be fascinating diving into it and seeing sort of how it all comes together. I think it'll be one of the things that I've quite appreciated about what you folks have done with the role-playing games, and it's actually something we'll move on to right now, actually, I suppose, as well, is things like, for example, the Warhammer Fantasy role-playing game. You owe it a lot of the stuff that Cubicle 7 has worked on over the last couple of years helps to expand what already exists from the intensely huge amount of stuff that Games Workshop already have, but it becomes slightly more personal, which I think is quite nice. And it's one of the things that I've really fascinated by when we looked into things like Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, where you start to find different corners of the world that aren't necessarily catered to in the war game, or they were many years ago, but they're not anymore because they're focusing in a particular direction. Whereas you guys have the ability to go off and tell those kinds of stories and look at things like gnomes that don't really pop up in the tabletop game very often, apart from things like the Blood Bowl and stuff.
I think that's one of the things that's been really great working with Games Workshop is that that they really appreciate that, and they are very they encourage us to do that, and they see the. Well, I think that the old world or the old world gained so much of its depth, I think, through Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay back in the day. When they approached me originally to take on Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and they said, we're also, we'd love it if you'd work on Age of Sigmar as well, because they appreciate just to give that street level look and to be able to explore those details in a bit more detail. So it's been really good working with them on that.
It's really good. And I believe this is I think it's one of the most recent supplements that you guys have done, which is Death, Steps and Light Fingers. What's the kind of focus of that one? Rascals and Rangers, I guess. So,
it is indeed. So it's the followers of Ronald and the followers of Tal. So
good old Ronaldo.
Oh yes, So there's loads of new stuff for players. That are associated with those career paths. So
And,
lots of good new stuff you can do with your primes.
Very cool. We did also touch on another fantasy-related one. So also you've got Warhammer Warhammer Age of Sigmar Soulbound, which is your role-playing game set in the Mortal Realms.
That's right.
And again, this kind of builds on the war game that already done by Games Workshop. But you've again, it sort of fits that kind of heroic vibe of Wrath and Glory in that sense. One of the things that I've always quite liked about Soulbound is that you get that kind of Marvel Cinematic Universe moment.
Yeah, you're a powerful hero out the gate, aren't you?
You play a Stormcast Eternal or something like that. You leap off the wall of a castle, smash into the ground, lightning goes everywhere. You kill 12 dozen Skaven or something like that. And could you tell us a little bit about sort of like what it's been like building up Soulbound and stuff?
Yeah, it's been. I think it was one of those when it all feels like a privilege to be working on. You know, I think it's. But there's something about the first role-playing game that's set in one of those properties.
Of course,
that gives you such open range and so the Soulbound they're selected by the gods to take on some of the threats and missions that you can't send an army to do. So you're kind of like the forces of order special forces. So
do you get a special van? Maybe not.
A chariot.
You're the AOS team. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we've been concentrating on that initial setting.
Yeah.
Next up is going to be Champions of Chaos, where you'll play the.
I didn't know that was coming because obviously we had Destruction and Death, but we're getting Champions of Chaos on the way.
Yeah. So that's it's a new way to play.
Yeah.
You'll be the mid-level kind of chaos.
Mid-level chaos employees.
Your skull is not quite worthy enough.
Continue with your day job.
Something like that. So I had great in the playtest. I had great fun. As a Zangor on a Disc of Zinj.
Oh right.
Being
That's
basically
cool.
skating around the place, causing much irritation. But it was huge fun. I think because you've got your own plots and things going on.
Yeah.
So it gives you a good, satisfying power level again, without having to get into the everyday murder.
It's obviously could be quite complicated, I suppose. That's quite cool.
It's a really nice place.
Oh, that's really interesting. It's really cool to see you expanding out into that as well. You also do loads of adventure books and all sorts of different things for Age of Sigmar Soulbound, including this one as well, which is Ruins of the Past, which allows you to delve into sorts of all the sort of like nooks and crannies of the expansive Mortal Realms.
Some really interesting locations. I think one of the things that really jumped out at me from Age of Sigmar is just how fantastic those settings are. There are some really mind-blowing kind of locations and stuff that really you wouldn't expect to see in fantasy stuff. Really. It's huge range and really imaginative. It's cool.
Very cool. So yes, if you are interested in diving into Warhammer Age of Sigmar roleplay Soulbound, you can dive in and learn a little bit more about this over on your booth, and also you can check out loads of stuff online. You also have a starter set for this, which is also great. Definitely pick that up. It is full of interesting stuff, so make sure to check that out as well.
Excellent.
Now, we're going to close this out with something a little bit special as well. So a lot of people, if you're a Games Workshop fan, if you're a Warhammer fan, you may have seen that we're going to be getting some new stuff coming up with a new edition of that game from Games Workshop, where we're seeing, really nice new marks of armor and all sorts of things like that. And you guys obviously do the role-play game for the Grim Dark Future, but you're also working on the role-playing game for the Horus Heresy, which is very interesting.
It's amazing to be able to talk about it.
It's
been
under wraps.
Many moons. I can't say anything. It's been really, just again, fantastic to get to work on new ground as well. The Horus Heresy's never had a role-playing game before, so that's been really good. I think with that one, we're using the same dice system as the Old World game. So it's the D10 dice pool. It's a nice, accessible game or a nice accessible system. And what we'll be looking at, it's set just after the drop site massacre and after the unpleasantness of this.
That's a pretty good pivotal moment to kind of pitch stuff, I'd say. Yeah.
So you're the ragtag bunch of survivors.
Okay.
You've got your war fleet, so you'll have every character or every player will have their legionary character.
Right.
And there'll be a consul, so they're a fairly senior member of their legion that they've been on detached duty. If there's a whether they were going out for training with other legions, or whether they've been sort of sent off on some sort of post-compliance mission, or there's a range of things they could have been doing. And then you've got the forces they've taken with them. So you'll have squads, you'll have some vehicles, you'll have your legionaries. You'll have some void ship assets as well, and they balance out during the creation process for where your strengths and weaknesses are. And you also create it's a secondary character who could be like an iterator, or you're a remembrancer, or a fleet officer. So you've got another character that you can play when you're in a different sort of situation, maybe where some subtlety might be.
When your legionary doesn't quite need to be there dealing with a particular diplomatic situation, maybe send in your diplomat to do that work, or your fleet commander to make sure your ship's working okay and all that kind of thing. And that obviously ties beautifully into the stories of the Horus Heresy, where yes, it is the epic tales of the Space Marines as they were, and the Primarchs and that kind of thing. And the larger-than-life moments that came with that, but it's also very much about the human impact that has on the rest of the Imperium. And there are so many characters within that, on both sides, that are fascinating, and I'm sure a lot of people will be really interested to see come to the tabletop.
It's just truly epic in scale. I think there's so many stories that you can tell, and there's so much. Real emotional content in there as well. It's such a huge canvas to work with.
You go a little bit what if, I suppose, as well, if you really wanted to.
If you wanted to, definitely. I mean, the first phase of the game is you're trying to escape.
Yes.
You're trying to regroup. You're trying to get away and find other remnant forces. It's the Shattered Legions kind of era. And then future phases that go into different parts of the conflict and the Shadow War and
One thing that's just come to my mind as well is that, and I guess it works for all of your Warhammer games anyway, I suppose, is that if you really wanted to, you could make your characters in miniatures form and have them on the table top in front of you, so you could sort of represent yourself in kit-bashed form and that kind of thing. Would be really nice to see. And then maybe port them over into the miniatures game as well if you wanted to, and have some fun. That would be really cool too. But what's the kind of timescales and plans do you know for Horus Heresy?
Heresy.
Because obviously you've whispered about it for quite a while.
It's wouldn't have been announced it in February, wasn't it? February, March. So with the Old World, the pre-order will be going live in the next few weeks. And then Horus Heresy will be this year.
Excellent.
It'll be in a few months' time. But we'll more news on the website and the newsletter as we get closer to release for that.
Can't wait to see what you do with the artwork and all the other things for that.
Thank you.
It's going to be really fun.
It's been great.
Now, we are done with Dom for the moment, but we are going to be back tomorrow with you to talk a little bit more about more from Cubicle 7 and some of the other games that you're doing that aren't tied to the Worlds of Warhammer, because you have lots of fascinating things in the system for that as well.
We do, lots.
Lots of things.
I'm keeping busy.
Which is why we've spread this out over 2 interviews, because there's so much for Dom to tell us about. But thank you very much, Dom, for walking us through all these different worlds of Warhammer. Hopefully it was interesting for you folks, and you folks at home as well, to learn a little bit more about what's coming up. I think a lot of people are going to be very interested in the old world. I'm going to throw back to the studio, and thank you very much, Dom. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Thanks for having me.
Bye for now, guys.
Okie dokie. Have I got the entirely wrong one?
Oh, I have taken your control away on accident. Apologies.
Oh, well done.
I done goofed. Apologies.
This is why you're in here, to help this all go smoothly, and you did that to me instead.
I'm only human. Shaped object.
Sure, dead on. Nice to see what's coming up for Cubicle 7 over the next couple of months/years, probably advancing into all other directions. Still really interested in the Horus Heresy, just because you can take a fleet out into the middle of nowhere and then crash it into a planet, because that's one way to deny resources to the enemy.
I mean, it's the old saying, it's still a stealth mission if no one survives.
I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing how it all pans out in the grand scheme of things, and what the big narrative arc is that they hook the whole thing around, so beyond the heresy itself, but we'll see where that pans out later on down the line. I think we've got a little video to watch now, Justin.
Ooh, yes, indeed we do. Some Doom song.
Doom song? Doom.
A song of Doom, I say.
We are here with the fine folks from Caesar Inc. and we're going to be talking about the multi-award-winning, we're going to call it that now, multi-award-winning Doom song and everything you guys have been doing. So how's it been going for you guys? It's been hectic over the last little while, hasn't it?
So we've been, we fulfilled the Kickstarter, maybe a couple of months ago, 3-4 months ago, maybe more actually. And since then we've been obviously selling Doom song and all of the connected things. Reprinting some things here and there, and working on a future adventure.
Ooh! Can you tell us a little bit about that, or?
I can, yeah. Anyone who's noticed that the villain in our first adventure is Pestilence.
Yes.
Might not be surprised to find out that the second villain is Famine.
Ooh, interesting, okay.
Yeah, so whereas in the first adventure you play as Gravediggers, we're thinking that in the next adventure you'll be playing as Witchfinders.
Okay, I like that, okay. So rather than the trusty spade, what is the Witch Hunter going to take with them?
Pitchforks and torches.
Love it. And more farmyard implements is always good.
And the unending authority of the Ecclesiarch, of course.
Of course. For anyone who's not played Doom Song or is sort of new to it but really likes the look of it and stuff, can you tell them a little bit about sort of what it's like as a role-playing game and the themes and the ideas?
Yeah, absolutely. Doom Song is a role-play macabre set in a medieval dark age on the cusp of a biblical apocalypse. So in the first adventure that you play as Gravediggers, the gates of hell are closed, so all the dead that you've spent years burying are now coming back. So your job has gotten more complicated and your funding has not increased.
It sounds very familiar.
Yeah, increase of responsibility but no increase in pay.
Yeah, wait a minute.
So it's a 2d6 system. It starts out very simple, so you have a character that's a combination of being randomly generated, but also, you kind of live through a mini choose-your-own-adventure when you're creating your character, where some things are forced upon you, like you might have a tragic accident and lose an eye, or you might be born in the slums, or both, quite often both.
You can die as well, can't you, in the character creation? So.
You can, yeah. Becoming a witch is quite dangerous, and becoming a thief is quite dangerous. You can get burned or hung, which we are thinking of doing an interesting little twist on with the Witchfinder campaign, where when you get burned, you can roll a dice to see if you were saved by the Witchfinders Guild.
Ah, I see. Right.
So were they walking past and they thought, no, wait a minute, we could use a witch on our side? It's a 2d6 system that uses a cursed coin as a sort of critical failure, critical success mechanic, but the coin also acts as a kind of narrative spotlight that keeps a character doomed. And then another player who might be desperate for a critical success will flip the coin and they'll have taken the coin and now their character is doomed. So it's a risk-reward as you sort of go through.
In a terrible, horrible world where everything is trying to kill you anyway.
Yeah, risk.
Yeah, one of the things I really liked when we were doing the sort of demos and stuff of this was the way that you sort of deal with combat as well, where it's kind of a lot of, again, risk and reward elements in there. Like, do you go early to try and beat the creature, or do you go later to try and get more actions out of it and things like that?
So the combat system uses a 6-step initiative. So you set a d6 at the start of a turn, and like you say, quick actions like drawing a weapon or doing a hasty attack go early but are less likely to hit. But if you want to be more precise or more sort of do more complicated actions, maybe you want to wait until the end of the turn. But then the monsters also have a 6-step initiative, so and they all have an individual stat block as well. So they kind of have a built-in AI that means that if, as a GM, you're running sort of 10 monsters, you can just throw 10 d6s and your monsters have made their decisions.
Exactly,
They might be a little less intelligent than if you were wargaming it out, but at the end of the day, it's much easier to run a large combat when the AI is built in. You don't have to think, what would a spider do? What's the spider's...
Am I in the mind of a spider?
Never get in the mind of a spider.
No, that's a bad idea. Too many legs. One of the other nice things about what you guys do is that all of your stuff just looks gorgeous. So you have a really talented team that does all this by hand and sort of brings it all to life and stuff. You guys work tirelessly to get all this out. Like, if you've seen any of the stuff on social media from these guys, they have stacks and stacks of things that they're getting out. They're foiling stuff. They're doing all sorts of weird stuff.
So we've actually just, as in like 10 o'clock this morning, we got the foiled covers for the deluxe version of the rulebook in. Morgan, who wrote the Morgan Finley, who wrote the award-winning Lord Have Mercy Upon Us adventure, has been hand gilding a bunch of books that are in blood red. So we've got a bunch of blood red core books with hand inlaid gold gilded sort of recesses, and then they've got a custom dust cover that's only on those ones.
Oh my god, so
even
good.
Bigger, even shinier. Honestly, it was really weird when they came in and we put them on the books, and I looked at them and I was like, this is so good, it makes the core book look worse. And the core book is exquisite.
It's still gorgeous in its own right, yeah.
But they just can't be too close to each other.
Never the twain shall meet. So yes, if people want to come and find you guys here at the expo, they can come and check out your booth and stuff, yeah?
Absolutely. We're in Hall 3, and we'll be dressed as priests.
If you miss these guys, like, what are you doing? Yeah.
We'll
So
see
yes.
you in hell.
Yeah. Come and check out Doomsong, check it out online and all that kind of stuff. Check out our Let's Play as well. It's very cool. We got some really nice interviews with you guys as well.
Did you get to play in the Let's Play?
I did. It was a follow-on from one of Jerry's test games, I think it was, which was really cool.
Did you survive?
Yes, we did. Just about. Just about. Oh no, someone flew out our window, I think. I think that's how it worked. Which happens quite a lot, I think. But yes, come and Yes. Come and check out the beautiful Doomsong. Come and check out the live blog and the live stream as well, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Bye for now.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
Hi there, folks. We're back again with Alex from Legend Story Studios. So, yesterday we learned a little bit about the history of Flesh and Blood, the amazing trading card game, which you guys have done, and has survived all sorts of terrible things happening in the world and made a huge impact on everyone on the tabletop, big events, and all that kind of thing. Now, today we're back with Flesh and Blood, and we're going to be talking you through sort of how you play the game, essentially,
Well,
because
that's kind of important.
Yeah, it is kind of important. Yeah. So, I guess we start off with the basics. Sort of, where do we get beginning?
Yeah,
when it starts
absolutely.
to,
So let's kind of recap a little bit yesterday. So Flesh and Blood being a hero-centric card game, we're essentially battling to the death against each other. So you start off by choosing your hero.
Yes.
Right? So on the board here, we've got Aurora. She's one of our heroes. And heroes come in multiple classes, depending on your play style and what you want to do.
Okay.
So Aurora here is a Runeblade. Specifically, she's an elemental Runeblade with the essence of lightning, which allows her to have access to lightning elements within her Runeblades.
Yeah.
So Runeblades are kind of the go wide. They can hit physically and with magic. So wizards, on the other hand, would be pure magic damage.
Okay.
Warriors would be the other complete contrast, physical damage. They're using their weapons. And we have assassins, we have elemental, we have, my mind has gone blank, brutes, we have guardians. You name the type of thing you'd expect to find in a fantasy setting, we probably have it.
You've probably got it, yeah.
We have just introduced the Necromancer into the set.
Which we talked about yesterday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you start with your hero. We've got a Blitz deck here, so you also have to know what type of game you're going to play.
Right.
So we have different formats for the game. Blitz is our fast-paced, quick game. It's perfect for new players.
So this is a pretty kind of good pickup kind of thing to play at a local store or something?
Excellent entry point to play your first games. This specifically is a First Strike deck, which is one of the products that's available for new players.
Okay.
And it's a little bit quicker than the full format. So that's what are you playing? And the other, you got Classic Constructed, which is our main tournament game. Well, we use other formats in our tournaments, but a very popular one is the Classic Constructed.
Right.
Slightly bigger deck, a little bit more strategy, start with more life, things like that, and you get kind of stuck in. We also have Ultimate Pit Fight, which we mentioned yesterday.
Yes,
the multiplayer
your team
format.
game.
Where you're playing in kind of, there's a lot of, you're fighting each other, but you're also kind of backstabbing each other a little bit. You're kind of teaming up, but then you're not teaming up.
What
that
people
kind of
enjoy the most.
Yep.
Yeah, so.
And we have our Living Legend status as well. So we talked about decks that ascend to Living Legend last time.
Right, yes.
We do have a format that supports those Living Legend cards. So they're not gone forever. They have their own format.
They can have their own bouts.
They get their day still, they get the time in the spotlight.
Yeah.
So first you've got to know what game you're playing.
Okay.
Then you've got to build your deck.
Yes.
And we mentioned that unlike a lot of other games, you start fully tooled up, ready to go to war. You've got your armor, you've got your weapon, and that's what we've got laid out here. So next to Aurora, she's got her weapon. She's got Starfall, which is her Runeblade weapon. And the camera probably won't be able to tell you, but it does say at the bottom there that it's a two-handed weapon.
Okay.
There are one-handed weapons, and you can actually have multiple weapons depending on the hero and what choice of weapon you want to use.
Yeah.
So that's your weapon. That is essentially a card that keeps coming back. Most of your other attacks are going to be cards from your deck. Once they're done, they're gone.
Okay.
Your weapon comes back. You can keep using it.
It's always in your hand.
Exactly.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And then over on this side of the board here, we've got our equipment.
Okay.
Headpiece, chest piece, arm piece, and leg piece as well. And you start the game with these in play.
Right.
They have multiple purposes. In this case, our head and our legs here, our iron rot helms, they're going to help us block. And when they block, they break. You're kind of throwing it in front of an attack to absorb some of the damage, much like armor does. But some of the equipment does other things. In this case, the Blossom of Spring is actually you destroy it yourself to give your to gain a resource.
Okay.
And so if you're a little bit that one turn where you're one resource short, which we'll cover a bit in a minute, you can just I'm going to destroy this, get my resource. Now I've got enough to do what I need to do.
I see.
Yep. And then and also the Ether Crackers here is just a kind of an extra bit of arcane damage, which is the magic damage you talked about. It helps you just push it through, so to destroy it to get that extra kind of thing.
And I guess some of those cards help to build up the feel of the character as well, and give the essence of what they are.
Yeah, and it kind of the flavor goes all the way through to the actual way the game is played. So when you play in a tournament, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but you see your opponent's hero first.
Okay.
And then you can make a decision based on the cards you brought to the table, which equipment I might want to change. That's your sideboarding, right? You may bring multiple options of equipment based on who you're going to play against.
I see.
And that's a very important part of the strategy of the game.
Awesome. So yes, next steps then.
Yep. So then the rest of it's building. So we're a Runeblade and we're a Lightning Runeblade. So we have access to Runeblade cards. We have access to Lightning cards, and then generic cards.
Nice and simple.
Everybody. And simple. And then you build your deck out of that.
Awesome.
The cards themselves are quite important. In that there are 3 different colors of the cards. So if I put these cards out here, and I'll just show them just to give a good example. Red, yellow, and blue cards. You can see with the colors at the top. You can have cards that exist in multiple colors.
Okay.
So Fry, you can get in red as well as yellow.
Right.
And what it really is the cards you use are used to generate resources as well as attacking.
Cool.
And the color tells you how many resources they're going to generate.
Ah.
So the blues tend to hit slightly less hard, but generate the most resources, whereas red hits the hardest, but generates you less resources.
Right.
So in the deck building element, you've got to be considering that. Right?
Yeah.
There's a good balance between the attacks and things that are going to win you the game, but also the resource generation, which is key and fundamental to how this game
You
goes.
can't just put cards in your deck that you want all the way through because you've got to have some contingencies in there as
Well,
you're
there
going
are some
through,
heroes
so-
we refer to as going red line, where you just go all red.
Oh,
right?
okay,
but
right.
that's a very specific strategy to some heroes,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So there are decks that want to do that, but for the most part, you need a balance. in
Okay,
there. So that's going to showcase those. So you've built your deck, and you're ready to go. Right now, you're playing your game. Now the game is based around action points. Right? You get one per turn. That is it. At the beginning of each turn, you gain an action point that you can spend to do an action.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we look at the weapon that's already on the board here, it says once per turn action. Pay one resource, attack.
Great.
That's simple, right?
Nice and simple.
But then
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
your resource done.
Yep.
What you'll also see on the weapon, it says if you've played a lightning card this turn, the attack gets bigger, which is great. But you also get go again, and that's a really fundamental part of our game.
Right.
Because when you do an action that gets go again, you get an action point back. So while fundamentally the game says you get to do one thing a turn, well, not necessarily. Like,
So if you can chain things well,
exactly. If you can get your go agains to keep going again, right, then in theory there's an unlimited amount of actions you could actually perform.
I see. Yeah.
The limit there being your hero's intellect.
Okay.
So, going back to the hero card,
Yes.
you've got your starting life total at the bottom right there. At the bottom left is your intellect.
Okay, so we've got 20 life there and 4 intellects there on Aurora.
And the intellect is how many cards you're going to draw up to at the end of your turn and at the
Okay.
beginning of the game.
Yeah.
So 4 cards, which is pretty standard. Most heroes are 4. There's some variation, but let's say it's 4.
Yeah.
So if you've got only 4 cards, there's only so much you can do, even if
Yes.
they all have go again, right? So
Yes.
it's not like we're just going to be going this and this and this and this and this.
You're not going to keep drawing off the top of your deck and
Yeah,
keep
there
going.
are fringe plays and heroes that are
Yeah,
able
yeah.
to draw a little few more cards and things that might be able to go
Yeah.
off a little bit more, but for the most part, you're limited by that.
Okay, yeah.
And then, of course, the actual cost to play the cards. So we'll go back to these cards. I've managed to pick all cards to show you that have 0 cost, but the costing is up here in the top right. These all
I
say
see.
0.
Yes.
It costs 1, 2, 3. That's how many resources you need to play the card.
Okay.
And I talked about the value you can get from it. To generate a resource, you've got your deck here. This zone to the left of it is called your pitch zone.
Okay.
You place a card from your hand down there to generate that many resources.
Yep.
So that gives me 3 resources.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Until the end of my turn. So now I can start spending those resources to do attacks.
Yep.
We talk about the importance of fry and go again. This is a 2 damage attack with go again. So I start attacking and I know I'm getting an action point back.
Yeah.
The combat itself is very unique. We have our combat chain. And each time we are attacking, we're adding a link to the chain. Right? Each time we're adding an action, we're adding a link to the chain. So what you can imagine is like a nice line along here. When you play an attack card, you add it to the chain.
Yeah.
The defending player can then choose to defend.
Okay.
So all the cards, well not all the cards, but some of the cards will have a little value at the bottom right here for its defense value.
Right.
So we'll use Fry as the attack and Sizzle as the defending card in this example. The defending player can place it in front of it to say, I am blocking for 2.
Right. Okay.
Blocking itself doesn't actually cost you any resources. You're not playing the card.
Right.
You're defending with it.
Okay.
So, you can place it in
so the
front.
player will get that back into their hand.
They don't get it back. It's more that they don't have to spend any
they don't have to spend
resources.
the resources.
Yeah, so if
Right,
I had
see
a
what you mean.
resource printed, that doesn't matter.
I
You're
see.
playing it.
Right, yeah.
So right now we have 2 attack, 2 defense.
Okay. Yeah.
We then go to the reaction step. So there's a period, if you think we're dueling, right? There's a period where there's kind of you're reacting to what's going on.
Yeah.
There are cards in your deck which are attack or defense actions or reactions that you
Right.
can use. Or instants even at this point
Okay.
also count. So Lightning Press here is an instant, and it says target attack action card, which this is, with cost 1 or less, which this is, gets +1 attack.
Brilliant.
So this will be a period where there's a back and forth where
Yes.
you take turns playing cards onto
Okay.
this chain, this link in the
Right.
chain. And then once everyone's finished, you
Yep.
look at the numbers.
And that's it. Yeah.
Is the attack value bigger than defense value?
Yeah.
If it is, whatever the difference is, damage will go
You
through
do that
the
to
hero.
the opponent? Yeah.
If defense is higher, no damage goes through. And in any of the instances, they then go to your discard. But this I go again, so we get to go again.
Okay.
Right? So
Yeah.
now I could attack with, if I generated a resource, if I pitch my Kraken,
Yeah.
this costs 1 to attack, I can attack with my weapon now.
Yeah.
Which gets +1 because I played a lightning card.
You
So
did.
Now 2 attack, and I get go again.
It all worked together so well.
Exactly. So you start to see how the game can keep
Synergies
going
and
and
that
going
kind
and
of
going. And,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
being Aurora, being lightning, she loves lightning cards.
Yes.
She's being Runeblade, so she can throw a lot of like lightning triggers. She has a mechanic called Essence of Lightning Flow,
Okay.
which basically means if you played a lightning card, you get a better effect on something that you do. And so that chain can keep going. Once the attacker has decided, yeah, I'm done, that's all I've got able to do, we close the chain. All the cards that are defending or attacking, they then go into the discard pile.
Right.
Except for the weapons, which come back.
Comes back.
Cards that have been pitched then go on the bottom of the deck.
I see.
And that's quite important. So cards going on the bottom of your deck, in the order of your choice, might work.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
So, there's only so many cards there.
Yes.
As the game goes on, the top players in the world are mentally tracking, because we don't have notes,
Yeah.
the order of their cards in their deck.
Of course they are. They're all knowing.
Exactly. And this is when we talked yesterday about how this game really rewards skill over luck.
Yeah.
Every card game in its nature has a level of variance. It's a card game. You're shuffling, right?
Yeah.
But as this game goes on, that variance is reducing.
Right.
And the really top players have a good idea what's in their opponent's deck, because they're keeping an eye on. I mean, they don't know the order, but they have a good idea of the cards that are going on the bottom of their opponent's deck.
So if you can master the tempo of the game and find the ebbs and flows in it, you can
Suddenly,
really balance.
I've said this before, and we could never do it, but I'd love to stop one of our Pro Tour Finals games about 2/3 of the way in
and ask
pull
them
the
what's
players
in the
and
deck.
interview
Yeah,
them.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what do you think is coming next? More important, what do you think your opponent's got coming next?
Don't talk to me, it's all in my
I
mind.
would love to know. I would love to be able to take a peek into their minds at those times.
Cool.
Because I can keep a bit of a track of my own. Like I'll remember kind of the cards that were grouped together.
I remember that card is probably
I played a
near the
fry,
bottom.
and that was about the same time I pitched this and that. Okay, so they're probably going to come together, kind of thing. But the top players are just on it.
On it. Yeah.
The other important thing, and I'll just take some cards and pretend that I had them in my hand.
Yes.
We have a zone here under your hero called your arsenal.
Okay.
So one of the things you can do at the end of your turn, if you still have a card in your hand, you may play it face down in your arsenal.
Right.
And I like to think of this as a little bit of an extension from your hand, but with limitations. So we already said that your intellect's quite low. You only get 4 cards. So you're adding quite a high percentage to your hand by having an additional card available. But there are limits.
Right.
It can only be played. You can only use it when you would play the card. So we talked about defending. That's technically not playing the card, so you can't use it to defend. Pitching also is not playing the card, so you cannot use it to pitch for resources.
I see.
However, you can play it as an attack action, a reaction, an instant. That's fine. And it's there for you as an extension, because once you've done that, you then draw up your hand. And so now I'll be drawing back up to 4 cards, ready for my opponent to have a turn.
Perfect. Wow.
We'll talk about defending real quick again, because defending, as I said, doesn't cost you resources.
No,
you can defend like crazy. This is great. I can always defend.
Yeah.
I just said you draw up at the end of your turn. So if you spend your entire turn defending, it's going to come to you, and you've got nothing to do.
Yeah.
So it's a really key decision point in this game.
Like,
where
when do you let the chain...
There's an ebb and flow, right? At some point, you're going to be like, okay, I've got to let some things come through. I need to switch it up and now get my gas on and get it accelerating in my favor. So there's some really interesting decision points just on, sure, it's free to defend, but I've got to, is this the one I'm going to let through because it's not so bad? And am I going to recover and now start putting the pressure on from my side?
Oh, wow. That's very cool. I really like the sound of that. That's really awesome.
It's great. The more you play the game, the more you realize that what on the surface sounds functionally quite simple. Actually, there's a lot of depth and strategy. And even just in the deck building and with the choices you have, like, do I have a red fry, a yellow fry? Which am I putting into that deck? Do I have 2 of one, 3 of the other? What do I want to do in the breakdown there? I mean, for Aurora, they're red fries. You want the red fries and the red sizzles and all those kind of things. But yeah, it creates some really interesting dynamics.
Brilliant. And I just wanted to point out, you talked about the first strike decks. They're a great entry point for people to dive into and get their hands on.
100%. Yeah, these are available in most game stores. We've got 2 heroes in the first strike, and I'm not sure which camera's on right now, so I'll place these here as well, so they need to pen in on them. We've got Terra and Aurora.
Yep.
So Aurora, as we've just gone through, kind of a bit of arcane damage on the side, bit of physical damage, lots of quick attacks.
Yeah.
Terra's our guardian. He can take the damage, he can take the damage, he can take the damage, and he's going to try and swing at you in one big go.
Right.
I've seen this deck do 17 damage in one go.
Wow.
And when you've got 20 life, that's quite a lot of damage, right? So it's a very different play styles, and it's really good for new players, because if you have a play of these 2, particularly over on our booth, over in All 3A, I can ask you a handful of questions after this game and recommend you your next hero, because we have other decks, other blitz decks for you to get in, but there's a lot of good information you can gain just from trying these 2 heroes out.
Well, thank you for running me through the the basics, I suppose. I mean, I kind of feel like I've grokked it already, but thank you for running me through how to play Flesh and Blood. As we say, you can come over to your booth and check it out and learn how to play the game, try out some of these different first strike decks, see what kind of meshes with you, maybe take a couple of decks home, play it with your friends and have some fun.
Absolutely, there are free decks available for anyone who wants to come by.
There we go. Thank you very much once again, Alex. That was absolutely fantastic. We're going to move back into the studio, and we're back with a live game of Codenames after this. Ooh.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us. It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
Hello there, folks. We're back again. We're coming to the end of our live stream for today, but we're back here with Eleni and a wonderful group of guests who I will introduce in 1 second. And we're going to be diving into a big game of Codenames, aren't we?
Yes, yes. We're celebrating 10 years of Codenames. The game has a new look, and so we decided to do this live battle of Codenames with two teams that are really well versed in the game. And we're also going to be playing on the app. So a lot of people don't know about the app, but it's like dedicated, a mobile dedicated app. And there's many different modes on it. You can play solo, you can play with friends, you can play with people you don't know. There's a matching system. So we're going to be using the app to play the game that you all know and love. And we're also celebrating the 10 years anniversary of Codenames. The game has a new look, and we have some goodies for you as well. And you can open them.
I think this is a good opportunity for us to introduce who's on each team. So we have red team over here, which is very cool, and we have blue team over there. So I just want to go and give them their bags. And as you get your little goodie bags out, I believe you actually have some hats in here. Do you want to? I think you guys should stick your hats on. You've got to stick your hats on. How are people not going to know who's on whose team without the hats on? Get your hats out your bags, guys. Come on. I know it's a fashion statement in itself. Come on. Grab it. Go for it. So, yes. As I said, we're going to be playing, I think it's 3 games of Codenames. We're going to be playing 2 of our normal games, and then we're going to be playing Mines as well.
Yeah. Mines is slightly different, but it's very similar to the original game. You're going to see how it plays in a minute. Where's your hat?
Yeah, I need a hat. Oh my god, yeah, I can't walk around with that hat on. This was not planned. This is all fun, yes. Oh, perfect. Now, I have a characteristically massive head, so if you
Oh my god.
Yes, I can hold this.
We'll meet later. I call you.
The Hilton.
They look lovely.
Look how big my head is. I can't fit. What the hell? I can't get this even up. I feel really weird. Yeah.
And, we are hoping that the audience can participate as well to help them find the clues. We're also giving away some codes for the Codenames app if you want to try it if you haven't. And yeah, give it to Ben to start the show.
Oh my God, here we go. So yes, we're going to dive into Red Team first with our Spy Master. Could you introduce yourself?
Hello everyone. Hello Brom. I'm Stella. Apparently I'm from the most south of London, of UK.
I get it. I can hear it in your
Which is
accent.
Australia.
Oh, there you go. That kind of works. That
The
kind
other
of works.
side. I was told that the south of UK is very busy, very popular. So
Yeah.
technically, I'm the south of UK.
Moving along the line, introduce yourself, sir.
Hi guys, I'm Adam, aka Weekly Game Night. I come from Poland, and I'm representing the red team.
Ooh.
Hello everyone, I'm Ilka. I am from Germany. I also represent the red team, and I think we look like we go fishing, right? Yeah, that's what we want to do. Hi.
Carrying
Hi
on.
everyone, my name is Asaf. I live in Switzerland. Paul Grogan tempted me to come here, so I guess I just will say no. And go blue team.
Yeah. Moving along down.
Hello, I'm James. I'm from Canada. This is also Paul's fault.
They've dragged you into it, have you? Yeah. So.
My name is Paul Grogan. I'm from the UK,
Yes.
and I am the Blue Spy Master. That's the
Yeah.
word, isn't it? Yes, I'm the Blue
Yes.
Spy Master. Good luck.
Pros at the game already. So I mean, one of the things we really need now is each of our Spy Masters need their tablets, which will be a way for them to give their clues to the rest of the team. Now, for those people who've not played Codenames before, you can hand the tablets out, that's great. The whole idea is we're going to be seeing a grid of words on the screen above us, and in that, the Spy Masters are going to be trying to make sure that their team can find all of their agents before the others do. Now, on that screen, as you can see there, there's also going to be passers-by, strangers, who are going to get in the way and stop them from scoring. And there's also going to be a deadly assassin, who I've been told by Eleni. The Blues are starting, are they? There we go, yes. And there is also a deadly assassin, who I've been reliably informed by Eleni, tends to pop up on the word death. So have we got death in there? No, we're okay. We're okay for now. We're fine. We're fine for now. So, we're going to dive into the game, and we're going to be starting over with the blue team with Paul over there. Now, as you can see up on the screen, this is our wonderful grid. Paul, can you give us your first clue? What are you going for?
And am I putting it in on here as well as saying it?
Eleni? Yes.
Okay.
Do that.
So
This is a well-organised machine.
I don't know if you got this special treatment as well, but Alina sent me this grid last night, and I've not slept.
Oh.
I've looked at this grid all night for hours, and I still don't have a clue.
That is how hard Codenames can be.
No, I've got something. I'm going to enter it
Okay, so
here.
can we bring the grid back up on the screen so we can have a look at it, so everyone else can see? And then you can give your clue. There we go.
And I'm trying to work out how you put a number in.
Paul's got this.
What
are you
you have to
typing
select
there?
them, don't you? I remember how this works.
This whole typing is making me nervous, Paul.
So we're going to go with that one.
Okay.
And we're going to go with that one. And we're going to go with that one.
Right.
Come on, Paul.
My clue
Your clue to the blue team
is Dancer 3.
Dancer 3. So before you guys put in your answers, we're going to throw it over to the crowd. So we're looking at the grid up there. We're looking in the crowd over here. So who wants to give us a... What are you thinking?
2-2.
2-2 is one of
Do you
them.
like
Okay,
2-2?
that kind of makes like it would work. You've got some ideas? Do you want to bring them up again? There we go.
Clueless, as usual.
Clueless as usual. Oh, God, that won't. You can't be secret agents. What's going on with you guys? The rest of you can shout out from the crowd. What else do you think is going to be in there? What do you think? Yeah? School dance? Okay, that could be quite interesting. Okay.
Where's the
Cool, right. You guys are getting the hang of it now. You know how this works. Yeah, yeah. You can shout really loudly. I don't care. I can't hear anything. But
So what are you thinking?
Yeah.
There it was.
So
Someone
over
said
to
school,
blue
and I was
team.
like, oh, we do them one at a time. Okay, so we
Yes.
said 2-2 first, right? We're gonna do
Go for it and see how it goes. Bring back up the grid. Bring the grid back up, boys. We need to see that.
Okay, and then someone else said school. Do you like school?
Let's go for school.
Two
Is that a
team
school
works.
dancer?
There we go.
School
Nice one, man.
There's a school dance, but it's not a school dancer.
Let's see if we have something else that might pop up.
Piano dancer, a carrot dancer.
Like
a gymnast is kind of a dancer.
Maybe it's a bit of a stretch, but I'm guessing maybe it's not so bad.
What is tippy? Is that a kind of dance?
I was hoping.
Like on my tippy taps?
I'm going to throw some of my own ideas in here. I'm going to say that a spider dances on the ground as it moves. That's wrong. I'm just throwing spanners in the works.
Oh, is that a kind of spider?
Baby dancer?
Wait, oh, with the Australians over there.
Baby dancer.
We can go for
Tiny
gymnast
dancer.
if you would like.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh.
All right.
Okay, one more. What do y'all think? Gymnast?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did that.
Oh, we did it.
We've done gymnasts. It's all good.
Sorry, it's a little slow. That's live.
You were ahead of the
Fresh.
game anyway. It's okay. So, yeah.
We can go spider, pumpkin.
Any more ideas from the crowd?
But I
Any more
want to use
ideas?
all of my points.
You want to use all these points? He's not going to let anything go.
Baby
Not gonna let anything go.
dancer sounds. Nope. Crane. So we'll have to go on a limb over here.
You
and
fly
guess
along the
something.
dance floors, you parade around, you dance
Go-
through the
go with your
jungles of the
instinct.
Amazon, you tip somebody in a dance.
I don't know.
I've got this mess.
Shoulder dancer?
Admittedly, I didn't get any of them right, but there we go. So.
I'm a shoulder dancer.
Shoulder dancer, yes, like dad dancing.
I'm not so sure that's
okay.
where Paul would have directed us.
That's just how I dance.
Can be. So let's go with what do you feel? Let's see let's narrow it down a little bit. Do you feel how do you feel about
Miss dancer, carrot dancer, baby dancer, pumpkin dancer, compound dancer, lemon dancer.
This is where I'd be starting to turn the sand timer, you see.
Right,
Yeah.
you'll have your time.
Is there a timer in the box? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Where's the timer in the
What
app?
about if I do some copywritten music?
I can just close my eyes and click.
All
All right, we can also pass.
Sure. All right.
You skipped it over, so we've moved over to
Yeah,
the side.
we're gonna pass and
you've
hold
got
on
one
to
in the
that point to
bank.
guess
You've got
more
one in the
later.
bank.
Sorry,
Okay, so it's over to red team. Stella,
Yes.
give us your clue.
Although we are from Maple University, we are not good. I am not good at. All right.
You got this. You got this. You got
the
this.
first clue is mechanical 3.
Mechanical
Again,
3.
mechanical
okay.
3.
Okay. So we'll bring up the grid of words once again. I could do all those jobs on daytime TV. Any ideas for mechanical 3? Shout them out to me. What was that?
Crane.
Crane. Okay.
It's an amazing
cool.
clue, by the way. I just wanted
Anything
to say
else?
that.
What was that? Bicycle. What was it?
Crane.
Lock. That could also be. You get a mechanical lock. Yes.
and bicycle.
I suppose as well. Yeah. Right. Okay. So, go for it. What
We
are
just
you
wanted
thinking?
we just wanted to clarify something as non-native speakers. Is a racket the thing you play the things with?
It could be, but it could also be causing us a racket as well. But it probably, in this case, means a racket.
Okay.
So,
Could be different things? Okay.
Yeah. Could also
but
be
we don't
making
think
a
it's
noise,
mechanical, right?
so-
No, we don't think it's mechanical.
We think
Get into the mind of Stella and think what she'd be thinking.
It's a beautiful place. It's really beautiful.
It's a crazy place.
It's a crazy beautiful
I
place.
know.
Yeah.
We agreed with Crane, right?
Yeah,
Should we
Crane.
do it?
Yeah,
To
go for it.
Crane?
Crane. Okay.
Oh,
Fair
you have to
enough.
hold it? Press and hold? Oh, no.
Give it a double tap.
Now we're searching
on the
it.
screen.
Yeah.
There we go.
We also don't have the clue here, so
Oh.
we maybe.
Is the tablet working?
No, or did you type it in?
Oh yes, you need to
You
type
have to
it
type
in.
it
I
in
believe.
first,
Yes.
maybe.
Could you come over and give
It's
her a hand with
pure
the?
mind meld that we got this.
Just putting in
clue.
the answers. There you go. Oh yes,
I think you
because it
have
still
to
says
write
that
it
you'd have a clue.
first.
I should have heard all about. I should have learned all.
Because it doesn't
Yes,
say.
Yeah.
We don't have this clue, so probably Stella.
Do we do
Yeah.
the? I know.
Yeah, tap
Yes.
the cards and then type the clue.
I'm not touching anything. We thought crane for sure.
Okay.
We did that. Crane.
Just a small technical hiccup. It's all right. It's all fine. So.
Stella needs
The mechanical is broken, I think.
Let's have a look at this.
But I mean, we can just say it and someone else can.
See, this is what happens when you dive into Codenames. People start to fall apart, their relationships crash to the ground. It's,
Do we have to do this, maybe? Possibly?
it's okay, we've got the tech
Tap
team
here?
on this, it's all going to be
Here?
fine. It's all great.
I really want to tap things now.
In the grand scheme of things, how have things been going for you guys at UK Games Expo while we're having wait for this sort of like little bit of a technical thing? You guys been enjoying yourselves? Yeah?
What?
You've been enjoying yourselves at the UK Games Expo?
100%.
Any
yes.
jokes? Anyone?
Any jokes?
Any jokes?
Jokes?
Would be great.
Why did the... No, I'm not going to do that one.
We
I
can
can't
get
do
out
a
a
why
piece
did
of
they cross the
paper,
road thing. That's a bad idea.
play it on-
So, yeah.
Or our games.
That's true. That's true.
We may have had a slight disconnection.
At least we have hands.
But it's okay.
We're safe.
It's okay.
Yeah, safety. It's a safety thing.
It was all working so good.
Asaf, you look amazing.
You do.
Okay.
I think you, out of all of us,
I'll do a shoulder dance.
school carrot pumpkin. So I always feel like there are songs in these words.
Actually, you can see something.
The volcano mist spider.
Yeah, that would be.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us...
It's Codenames Live. We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
All right, guys, we are back. We have solved the technical issue. Don't worry
Awesome.
about that. It's okay. It's all good. Right,
I'm
so
gonna tap
yes.
crane, okay, and see what
Now.
happens.
Yes,
crane.
it was mechanical
do it?
mechanical 3. So we've got over
I
to you
really
guys
do.
now.
Woohoo!
Can we
What did
bring
you-
up the board, please, folks? So we can
We
see
thought
on the screen.
bicycle was
And we've
great
already
too,
got
right?
one.
Yeah, bicycle is
Bicycle
cool.
is great.
Brilliant.
And we also thought
About lock.
we thought about lock because
You've got
that's
all
a
three of them.
very
You've got two of
mechanical
them.
thing.
So what? So you've gone for crane and bicycle, and your last one's going to be
Lock.
Lock.
Let's see it.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Boom.
We're gonna
You're ahead of the pack.
stop guessing.
You're ahead of the pack. This is working so
We're
smoothly,
awesome.
guys. It's working so smoothly.
go, guys.
Yeah. So back over to blue.
Yeah, how do
team.
I report people for cheating?
You think this was all an elaborate scheme?
all been planned.
I
Right,
see what
okay,
they were
so
doing. I see what they're
You've
doing.
got one in the bag that you can find at
One
any
in the
time.
bag.
I'm going to go with ball 2.
Ball 2.
Ball 2.
Let's bring up that screen. Right up on there. Ball 2. Any ideas for ball 2?
I would say racket.
Shout it out.
yeah,
What are you
racquetball.
thinking? What are you
Ball
thinking, Miss?
two. And then I was thinking,
racket.
lemon
Oh, that
ball.
would make sense.
Racket.
Racket.
Let's start with the racket.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else? Just shout it out. Have you got some clues? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? What was that? What was that? Shoulder. I like. Oh, okay.
Shoulder
okay.
ball.
Shoulder. That could be it as
The
well.
ball of your shoulder, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Right. So we'll pass back over
Oh,
to
but
you
a fly
guys.
ball from baseball.
Okay, but ball is from the UK, so I'm not so sure.
Is there
this
fly
is
balls
his
in
line
cricket?
of thought. But not so sure.
We have 6 versions of English here.
Yeah, we do. I'm from Birmingham.
Do we want to use up
That's
our
where
baby
I get my accent
from last time, or baby dancer? Or Mexico, lemon. Well, see, I'm thinking like a lemon baller, but
Like a lemon baller? Okay.
I don't know, is that a
Interesting.
thing here?
Yeah, like a lemon baller? Like a melon baller?
Well, it's a melon baller, yeah.
A lemon baller could
I
be a
guess you
thing.
wouldn't really ball them now, unless-
What do you think is actually going through? What's going through the mind of Paul? What's going through the
I'm
mind of Paul?
trying not to look at Paul because I know
Does he give too many clues away? Is that the okay? Right.
the face
Sorry.
is a clue.
So more seriously, like what are we thinking over here?
I don't know. I'm thinking fly ball, like baseball.
We can try that. But let's see
Okay.
what are the other options that we have.
Easter,
it can
no.
be
Shoulder, maybe. Volcano, chip, no. Code, press, TP.
Just so you know, this is a really clever, brilliant,
Oh.
intelligent clue.
Is it like the best wordplay you could ever think? Okay. Okay. Right. Wordplay. Wordplay.
like it doesn't have to be like something that just creates something with 2 words, right? It can be like something that
Yeah, it's
reminds
like
something
related
else,
to.
right?
Okay.
Like, so pumpkin could be in the shape of a ball.
Sure,
It
so
could
does
be in the
lemon.
shape
But
of
so
a
can a
ball.
lemon.
Yeah.
Right. So he would have made that connection. I don't think he would have said ball 2 while seeing both of them.
Okay.
What can Einstein did something that has to do with a ball? I don't know. I'm trying to think.
You know, you guys can throw some shade at them, right? If you think you want to throw them off, just go for it, man.
Do you want
this
help?
is what I do. I come up with like really silly ideas for people.
Do you want our help?
You can't. They can. Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah.
What do y'all think?
Miss went to the ball. Volcanoes of balls
Spiders.
of
Maybe
lava.
school? Play ball in a school?
I like that.
Which one are we going
And
for?
we could also go back to school dancer maybe. You ready?
Oh my God, I'm...
Oh!
Oh.
Is it
What have we got?
necessary?
What Oh, okay.
What did you? What was the
Okay.
word?
It's flipped over. Oh, red. Bom, bom,
Yes, yes.
bom. Okay. So, Stella.
So tap.
Yeah. Stella, we're back to you. What is your clue? What are you going for?
Why?
Oh,
Retinol 2. I'm going to type it there.
Retinol.
okay.
Retinol
Retinol 2. Okay.
We
That's
just
an interesting clue.
Yeah.
I've never thought about that. Can we bring up the grid again so we can have a look at this one so we can ask the audience about retinol
we
2?
are not native speakers.
you,
so-
you exactly. You know this is
Retinol
not our
2.
language.
That's true.
It
That's
sounds
actually
like
true.
something chemical.
Yes. It's
Maybe?
typed in
Retinol?
retinol 2.
Retinol?
Any ideas
Is
for
that
retinol
good?
2?
I don't think so. I'm a vegan.
Compounds?
I doubt I
Okay,
have that.
Okay, compound.
So,
Any
carrot?
more clues? What was that one? Carrot?
Carrot. I
Oh,
thought
because
so
it
too.
gives you...
Good for your eyes. Carrot.
So carrot.
See,
let's
they
go
love
We're
your
going for
clues.
carrot.
They love your cues.
Right away. We trust
And
you.
carrot.
Yes.
What a
Oh, this is
switch.
Szymanski, by the way.
Brilliant.
So,
Brilliant.
the guy.
Fantastic.
just want to
Someone else giving hints?
point that out.
Huh?
Any more hints?
Any more hints?
Anyone
Anybody?
have
Any more
anything
hints?
on retinol?
Retinol?
Retinol is making your skin younger, so maybe baby.
Baby? True.
Why do I keep
Anyone
looking at
have a
myself?
clue what it is?
Yeah.
This is the red team or red team and crowd?
It's the red team and the crowd.
What's going on
We're
there?
calling in all the help we can get.
I'm just going to say,
Fair,
Asaf, this is
right?
how
We
they
can
managed
do
to get
that.
through without the analysis paralysis.
Should
They
we
asked the
not
crowd.
chance it? Because we have one, we got a present from them, so should we
Yeah.
not chance it? And
Let's try baby.
You want to try baby?
Yeah, let's have it.
Baby retinol.
Okay, we're having a baby apparently. I don't know why, but we are.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I'll have your baby.
I
That's
think that
fine.
was
We're
dumb luck.
passing it
but
on.
we'll-
There you go.
Okay, what do you have on us?
So, passing back over to blue team and Paul with his amazing clues. So.
As long as I can explain it at the end.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes,
we'll do it.
explain it at the end, that's fine. That's fine, we can do that.
It's okay.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
with-
We're crushing this.
So the clue word is restaurant.
Restaurant.
And we're going to have... Because we need to catch up.
You do need to catch
We
up.
absolutely
So
need
you
to
can
catch
see
up.
how Paul is dumbing things down.
So
we understand something.
we're going to go for
Sophisticated
You mean
four.
easier-
Restaurant four.
Restaurant 4.
Easier
Okay.
than ball?
Okay, so we have to get
Okay.
back from baby, ball, and now restaurant. So I think shoulder.
Oh, wait. Let's stick to restaurant before.
Right, shall we see what clues we
Let's
can
go
get
with
from
pumpkin and lemon.
the audience first?
Okay,
So
so this would be
restaurant
in a
4, what are you
restaurant,
thinking,
yeah.
miss? Tip, okay. So you can have a tip of restaurant,
Oh, a
tip
tip.
outside
Oh,
of
yeah,
restaurant
you would
kind
give
of
a
thing?
tip in a restaurant.
Sure.
And he knows that I come from a place
Oh,
where
very
you tip
true,
people.
very true. What about you?
Mexico.
Mexico, a Mexican restaurant. I like it
Yeah,
already.
that's a good one.
Okay. Any more
Yeah.
clues? Fly?
Okay, we're
All
good.
right.
Okay. You've had some interesting clues there. You've had fly, of all things. What are you folks going for? So what are your
Let's go with
guesses
the
so
food.
far then?
Since
What are you
it's a
going
restaurant.
for?
Which one was the food? Oh, pumpkin, you mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm guessing pumpkin lemon. Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
okay, we
Now
get.
let's go for Mexico as in
It's
Mexican
a lot of this
restaurant.
food stuff is coming through, which is good. They're getting there.
There
They're
you
getting there.
go. For the lovely lady in the crowd.
Can we get another? How many was that? That was a 4. So we still have like
4?
one extra guess, right?
You've got your
So we-
extra guess.
Yeah, so we can.
So we want to try the shoulder dance?
Go for it.
This will be an insane
Yeah.
There you
comeback.
go.
Wow.
Take that.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Rewind
I
it back.
cannot believe that.
I would drop the mic, but I don't
I
want the
cannot
echo.
Could
believe
try.
Amazing. The mind of Paul isn't such
How
a bad
is
place
why
after
did
all,
shoulder
apparently,
come
James.
I think the phrase is do red
How
Yeah.
is shoulder connected with restaurant?
So-
It does not matter.
It does not matter.
It's,
Okay.
this is blue team.
Pork
matters.
shoulder, or what was that? Like,
So
It
no
was-
pressure, but we win next turn.
So, back over to
oh
Stella.
no, she's shaking her head. That's not good.
You only need to get a 2. Can you
Yeah, but-
connect them? Can you
The
guys
unconnect-
get back into the beautiful mind of
The
Stella?
unconnectable words.
The unconnectable
Oh
words.
my goodness.
Let's bring that grid back up.
Where did shoulder
so
come
we
from?
can,
That came
see
out of
what's on the
nowhere.
cards.
Also, there was 4 words, and they guessed 5.
You guessed.
Yeah,
you
but
can
so
go
we
one
guessed
over.
we guessed a word from a previous hint.
I know that.
Do it right.
I mean, you should have read the rules of Codenames before. Just saying.
Thankfully, if you dive into the Codenames app, there is a
Don't
full
think I can
breakdown
talk
of the
to
rules
you
in there,
anymore.
so you can learn from it.
We have to though.
Okay.
We have to get along.
This is going to be hard. Okay.
There she
Okay. I'm
goes.
not going to look at your screen, Stella. So.
Remind me later, Adam, and I'll tell you how the +1 rule came into effect. It's a long story.
It was good. Restaurant was really good.
It was very
Really?
good. You managed to get quite a lot with
Yeah,
that.
thank you to one of my patron supporters who helped me out at 4 o'clock this morning.
Boom.
Ah.
Such learned men.
There you go,
Such
shopping
learned men.
Shopping. Where are we going shopping?
So what are we going with? Shopping what? Shopping
On
one?
Amazon. Right?
Yeah, but you can always have +1.
Shopping on Amazon?
Probably.
Stella, this is just one.
Well, that's easy. I mean,
okay, we're
come
going
on.
shopping on Amazon.
And
Are
we
you
can-
hoping for a
and we
little
can do
boost
a wild guess.
for this one?
We can
Yeah,
just
yeah,
do
I
a
think
wild
so.
guess,
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Does anyone have an opinion about a wild guess?
A wild guess.
Easter feels good, right?
Easter?
Like the last words.
Easter? Should we go Easter?
We should do
Okay.
something.
Before we do this, let's have a look through the words on the board. So,
Right.
we have miss, we have volcano, we have spider, code, Einstein, compound, press, Easter, tippy, and fly. And we're thinking, what are we going for? Easter?
We think we
Perhaps.
go. We want to. I want to go for Easter. I just like
This
it.
this is how all secret agents do their job.
You're,
Just
you're
blind,
nodding too,
firing
right?
in the dark.
Are you nodding?
So-
Or are you thinking that's crazy? Okay.
Do you know it?
We're going for Easter. 1, 2, 3.
No.
And why is it a snowman for Easter? That makes no sense. But
Oh,
okay.
well.
Thank you,
Oh, well.
though.
Okay,
So my
right.
question for the audience, has anybody ever seen a game lost at this point with a team only needing one? Because I have, and I
We
was
have.
in it, and it was
I
my
have.
fault.
Was it your fault?
Well, it was the
Plenty of
Spy Master's fault
times.
for giving a word that I'd never heard of.
Oh. Do you
So-
remember what the word was?
Yes.
What was it?
It's very embarrassing, so I'll tell you later.
Okay, fair enough. Right, yeah. Okay,
Sorry?
fair enough. In Codenames XL After Dark. No. Yeah.
Okay.
Can we bring the grid back up for this as well?
So the clue word is tent.
Tent.
One.
Tent one. I like this
A
one.
little, about the little spiders
Okay,
who live in
for the
tents.
record,
go ahead.
this is not how we spell it in Canada.
It's not.
That's true, yeah.
Absolutely
yeah,
not.
Yeah, yeah.
It is a teepee, not a tippy.
Goodness. Well, it was compound.
There we go. Fantastic
It was
work.
compound.
So, do you want me to
for
explain
Blue Team.
ball?
Well
Go
done.
for it. Go for ball. Explain your thinking behind it.
Good game.
So
good
who
game.
went to a ball?
Congrats.
Who went to a ball?
Famously went to a
You
ball
seem very excited.
and
This is
had
really
to
bad.
leave before a certain time because
Cinder-
otherwise she would be
Oh
turned into
my
a.
God. It was a meta clue.
I told you it was clever.
That's right. It's so good. So good. So yes, well done to Blue Team for winning that first game. I think they deserved it.
I get it now.
Yes. So
I did not think we were going to win that one.
after that, frankly embarrassing display, guys. I mean, seriously, like, I mean, like, what were you guys thinking when you? I mean, no, seriously, like, I mean, are you going to get fired from Spy University now?
Well, I mean, I asked Taran this clue, so I would blame him.
Okay, fair enough. That's okay. That's okay. I think that works perfectly fine. Yeah. So,
No, I don't blame him.
fair enough. So
Totally.
yes, that was our first game of Codenames. Congratulations
time for
to the
one
Blue
more?
Team. Well, I think we have time for another one.
I was
guys.
hoping that like compound is the other one, right?
Oh, yes,
So I was like,
yes.
maybe they'll pick compound as
I
an
see,
extra
I
clue.
see.
But of course,
Yeah. Oh well. So, moving over to our second game, we're having a change of Spy Masters on my knees. So James is going to be taking over. Let me just draw a little arrow on my die. There we go. Got that.
Now we'll see how well my words make sense.
We're going to go to a... Hello. Okay.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live. We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
We are back for our second game of Codenames. I can't tell you the terrible things that these teams were saying to each other during the break. Honestly, friendship only goes so far.
It does.
All this kind of thing. Ilka,
I'm sorry.
God. Spies should love each other. No, wait a minute. That's not how it works. Yeah. So,
Are you in our team or not? Why are you wearing blue?
That's what I was asking
Oh,
myself. What's with the blue hat?
I'm the...
Are you not impartial?
No, I'm not impartial,
No, okay.
unfortunately. Yeah. Sorry,
Can
guys.
you be bought over?
Yes.
Candy?
What are you going to offer me?
Candy?
Oh, candy? Candy? What kind of candy?
Whatever they're
Polos?
offering, I'll double it.
Yes, I'll have those.
You want polos?
Yeah, sure. Cool. I'm on red
Okay.
team now. There we go. Easy
Anyone
enough,
can
that's
get polos, please. That would
fine. Anything
be
you could offer in return
lovely.
instead of polos?
No.
James? Hey.
No.
Hey, I'll go with you, James. Yeah.
Have I been offered for something? What? I wasn't paying attention.
So, we're back with another game. Blue are going to be going first here again.
Okie
So,
dokie.
can we bring up the grid once again? Masterful Justin in the studio over there. Hi, Justin.
Hi, you can't look at that screen.
And we're going to get our first clue. Oh my, that's a lot of words. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of words here, so we're
oh
gonna have to
wow,
speed round
okay.
it. And I swear I had another one I wanted to put in this clue.
Right, so we've talked about the mind of Paul. What's the mind of James like?
Duh, duh, duh. I
It
thought
just
I had
plays
like
notes in
4
it.
words for this, and I can only
Okay.
find 3. All right, we'll go with 3. And your guess? Is hospital.
Hospital. And the number. What are we going for the number of clues for this one? Hospital 3. Okay. Right. Big grid. Big money, big prizes.
So we have a
who-
6x6 grid with 3 assassins.
Yeah. Ooh. This is the kind of cool stuff you can do in the app.
13 of them of ours.
Before you guys start, well, you guys can think in the background. What are we thinking for hospital? Hospital. I'll read them out.
Yeah.
So, going across the top line: jam, rat, chick, Italy, part, greenhouse. Then next one: hawk, file, oven, bed, scale, tear or tear, however sad you are, I suppose. Minotaur, minotaur, platypus, medic, Santa, olive, King Arthur, love him. Seed, jeweler,
also-
golf, cone, witch,
Yeah.
crusader, hat, violet, armor, degree, check, boom, iron, field, castle, bucket, anthem, rail, and break. Any of those words breaking out for you guys with hospital 3? I think one of them is field hospital, like the military. Yes. What was that?
Think about that.
Medic. Yes, that's a good one. That's obviously that works. What was that? Degree, medical degree. Break.
Brain.
Okay. Field. I've got another field here as well.
Well, we were going to go medic.
We're going to go medic.
was a-
That's an easy one.
a definite
Okay.
choice. And did
I mean,
anybody
if you
suggest
play
bed?
golf.
What was that?
What
were you thinking?
Paul was asking if someone suggested bed, and the lady
Yes.
said yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
over there,
she got
sorry,
she
yeah.
got us. She got our back last time.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'm okay with that.
I mean, you
thinking
are
bed?
in blue, so yeah.
Hospital bed? Yeah.
Hospital bed.
There you go.
Now these.
And now we're contemplating a little
So I
bit.
don't know if Canadian hospitals have rats.
If you play golf, you
the
got
mind
hit
version.
on the head
Yes.
by a ball, you get hospitalized.
So
So
you,
golf.
That's true.
you should take that logic and implement it there. That
I'm
will
sure
be
you'll help me
amazing.
later.
I will also point out that this is currently the Minesweeper version of this that you get in the app, which we talked about with Eleni earlier
Oh,
this day
yes.
as well. So the numbers that you see on there as well, so you've got a 3 and a 4, dictate how far away friendly agents are. Yes, there it is from
Okay.
that. So
Okay.
you've got a nice little clue there that will help you out as
Okay.
you're going.
So what are you thinking?
Well, I hadn't thought of field hospital, but it's so
Oh.
obvious when you say it.
Well, think about that in terms of the minefield as well, obviously.
Field hospital
So-
is good, 100%.
So it's like Codenames Plus, which is great. So, yeah.
Okay.
You good?
Well done.
So we
Brilliant.
can have one
Boom.
more,
You could have
but
one more.
We probably don't want one more. If they're the three that we think James was thinking.
I think this feels like a risk when we're diving into the mine version of this.
Well done, well done.
Good job. So yes, well done, blue team.
Oh no, don't leave him hanging.
Sorry, boo, blue team. I'm on red team now. I'm on red team. Boo, blue, boo. I've been bought by red. So yes, over to you, Ilka. You have a clue to give. Thinking hard, thinking hard. This is what Adam's cheating. You're looking at the screen. Looking at the screen. I can't believe this. Why have I been bought by red? I don't want to be bought by red when they're doing all this kind of thing. Okay, you've got one. What's your clue then, Ilka?
I don't know what I did.
Oh.
I combined letters pretty randomly, and then I thought they make sense.
Right.
And my teammates don't know the word. That helps.
Okay. Right.
It's been explained now.
Okay. So what word did you go for then? What
was that?
What word did you go for?
Which word I went for?
Yes. Yes.
Do you want to know that?
Yes.
Should I
do.
say it out loud?
Say it out loud. Loud and proud.
Well, it wasn't medic. That I can say.
It wasn't medic. Yeah.
Oh, you mean cog? I was
yes,
going for cog.
Cog.
Cog. The word cog.
Like an old ship or a wheel.
Maybe.
I guess.
Maybe that's what I was
Did
thinking.
you know that a cog was an old
Who knows?
ship? I did. I knew a cog was an old ship. So cog.
They know what it is. So that's
any
the main
ideas?
thing.
Any ideas for cog to help out red team?
Are we a bit ambitious?
Five seems a bit greedy.
Are we a bit ambitious?
No, I think they're
I
pushing
love the puzzled faces all around.
Puzzled faces all
what I was
around.
going for.
Okay, cog.
I can see this for maybe a couple of them.
When you know the words, you see it, right?
But yeah, I don't see 5.
You don't?
Cog, anybody? Cog? I'm just going to keep saying cog. Pass? Part? Oh, yes. A cog is a part of a machine. A cog could break. Oh. Hey.
Exactly.
This is why I'm on red team, Ilka.
What's that?
This is why I'm on your team, Ilka, because we're of the same mindset. So.
It could be a part.
I think you get it. I think you do.
No, wait.
So, we've heard some ideas
So
from the
what
crowd
was the
and
clue?
things like
Sorry?
that. It was so
What-
we've had
what he was
part
just-
was mentioned.
Yeah. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Now, obviously, remember this is the Minesweeper version of this as well, so you'll have some clues when you pick
Who said that?
your option.
And now it's getting tricky.
Yeah. Who was cog? Who was part? You were part. You were part. Yes. Well done. What was that?
I mean, there's a cog in the oven.
Iron. Iron could also be another one. Yeah. Cogs of iron turning like a Cyberman in the distance. Hello, Cyberman.
That's right.
He can't hear us. Yeah.
Team red.
So what else are you guys thinking of then beyond part? So let Adam speak as well. Ilka. It's all right.
So we got iron. That was easy.
Iron is easy. Yeah.
We got potentially oven because there are some cogs surely in the oven.
Are they?
I suppose you have a cog
I don't know
on an
yet.
oven.
I don't know.
A dial.
Or scale.
Scale. Yeah. What else can we think of here for cog?
I'm not sure. Rail. There's rail as well. There's cogs in the rail.
Yes.
I think we go with rail.
Are there cogs in a rail?
Yeah.
Where?
Yes? Yeah. Rails, yeah.
Rail, okay. Don't tap it.
It's like a little pen on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will say, I've just been pointed out by our lovely
Yeah.
assistant that if you do want to make notes on this, you can actually do that. So there's a little tiny little pen mark on the side. What? Someone got guessed. What was that? What did you guess? What was it?
Rail.
Rail. Boom. There we go. Cogs on the rail. As I was saying though, there is a little pen marker on the side, so you can make little notes if you like on there as well, which is quite cool. So you can remember what you've guessed and what's come up and that kind of thing as well, which is quite nice. There you go. You can draw. You see, this is blowing Adam's mind. He's completely taken by it. Brilliant. Oh, I'm gonna go over here.
I mean,
Don't
I'm
look
sure
at me.
like scale.
This is all fine.
Sled has got a...
I need someone to make sure the TV doesn't turn off.
Scale.
Do I just
Potentially
press
scale.
OK? I guess so. Press any
an
key to
oven,
cancel.
but I don't know.
I don't want to do this.
So
and make
let's
things wrong.
try scale.
I'm gonna let him do it.
It's
So what else are you going
scale.
for
Yeah,
then?
let's try scale.
You try it now.
Oh, I have. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Thank you,
Nice.
man.
One more.
One more.
I think it's oven because hat, sled, monitor, hawk, jam, castle, violet, jeweler. Jeweler. Hang on, no, jeweler. It's not jewelry, it's jeweler.
Yeah.
Jeweler is.
Like artisan.
No.
Does it go?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, like
Good
artisan.
idea.
Oh,
What? Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Wah, wah, wah.
Womp womp. Unfortunately, Judah wasn't it?
Okay,
Oh, well.
okay.
But you do get some clues in there as to other agents on the board, remember? And it's passed back over to blue team for them to continue. So, James,
You ready?
it's over with you.
I think-
You've
I
already
think
thought
I
of a clue.
we
You're
can,
all good.
we can
Yes.
add
All right, so I've
additional
got
guests next time.
hopefully you get my brain. We're going with hybrid 2.
Yes.
Hybrid
okay,
2. Hybrid 2. Any ideas for hybrid?
I don't know.
Minotaur, is it actually a hybrid of two things?
Yeah.
Paul loved that one. Are you actually just secretly another blue team member? Is that what's going on here? Any other ideas for hybrid?
It's got to be Minotaur, hasn't it?
You've got to think
It's got to be
Minotaur.
Minotaur.
You've got to think it's Minotaur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Because it's a hybrid of two different things. Yeah. I'll go with that. Okay. Okay. Can we do a note, please? We actually don't know where. No. Okay. Hybrid. Hybrid.
Any other ideas for hybrid from the crowd? Yes? A platypus is, in a way, a hybrid of a duck and something? A mole?
I mean, I can't see anything else. Like literally zero. And we know that there are 4 blue ones near that. So should we go with that? Yeah, sure.
You're going to go with that? Platypus?
If not, we're going to have words.
Is this person wearing blue?
There
No.
you go.
So not on Team Blue. This was. Oh,
We're
okay.
good?
We're okay.
We're good.
I mean, if it's a
Okay,
berry
okay.
jam, it's a hybrid of strawberry
Berry and jam.
Yeah,
It's a
jam
duck
is like
and a beaver.
Strawberry and blueberry.
I'm Canadian.
It's a hybrid.
Stella, I simply love the logic. Love it.
So yes, back over to red team. Ilka's coming up with another idea. Now, you see, I asked blue team about what it was like getting into the mind of Adam and Paul. Sorry.
Can you
James
do
and
7
Paul.
though? Damn it.
Adam,
Potion two.
Stella. Adam and Stella.
I think which might
They're
be it.
planning away.
So this has got
What was
each
your What was your
other.
clue? It was. What was
And
it?
then
Potion.
which-
Potion 2. Potion 2. Potion 2.
So which is obvious, I guess.
Okay.
Which potion, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Any
would
ideas
be
for
one?
Potion
So
2?
double
Looking
tap
at
it.
the screen. Anybody?
There you go.
And it's
Rat?
up now.
I suppose.
What?
If you've played
Yeah, 2.
Name the Game, where there's a rat that goes round
one is
on
that.
the board. What's it called? I can't remember now.
So there
But
will
yes.
be either this break,
could be about
check,
it.
or crusader, but not necessarily
Rat tails
this
in the
clue.
potion.
No,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this is basically this dash is definitely not ours because it has got each other. So let me just do this, right? So it means like
You can cross off.
Now, they are demonstrating the great use of the pen element of the app to eliminate some
You
of
guys
the
sh-
options
What
on
was
there,
that?
which is quite cool. Yes.
You guys should try file. Right, Stella?
You won't see that on the screen, unfortunately, but it's only on their screen. But,
all right. Portion 2. So we've got the
Potion
witch.
2.
we've had rat has been mentioned as an option.
Oh, what was mentioned?
Rat. Was
Rat.
mentioned? Rat was
Oh,
mentioned.
yes.
Yes. Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Who said rat?
Who said that?
You said rat. It's
You're
because
dirty
look, she's
rat.
wearing blue. We shouldn't have trusted her. It was all a bad idea. Okay. Right. Okay. Also, obviously, the board is narrowing, which means that we're going to be seeing a lot more dangerous things popping up as part of this one, because obviously it's the mind
Ready?
version of this. James, you got this one?
Okay, we're going to go with knight.
Knight.
Spelt K-N-I-G-H-T.
Knight.
Although they get to see it on the thing, but you don't really see it. So.
Knight, and what was the number? What were your number you were giving me?
2.
Knight 2. I think I've got... Oh. Oh.
Oh.
That's
he was
actually
pointing
my
and
fault
he
because
clicked.
that's my fault because I touched the
Did you
screen.
immediately... You immediately went for... Oh,
I apologize.
Oh, well, you see, this is what happens when you rush.
Innocent bystanders.
Innocent bystanders get taken out by agents with guns.
So we know it's not armor, right?
There we go. Right, so it's immediately
That's
passed back
honestly
over
my
to you,
fault too,
Ilka.
though.
Yes,
That I should have.
Yeah. Poultry. Is that a word? Poultry?
Poultry is a word.
Is it a word?
And your number was 2 for poultry. Okay. Okay, right.
Chick is
okay.
1. Chick is definitely poultry.
Chick is 1. That seems
I
okay.
think.
Any other
Yes.
clues
Any
from
other
the
clue
crowd
besides
for Chick?
Can you have it with
Looking at that
olive?
board.
So,
No.
so Stella.
What was that?
Stella, in England, poultry are very good at
A
golf.
bird? Yes.
At golf. Yeah.
Maybe bucket for KFC?
See, this
Right?
is what we need.
He's on
A
it. He's
bucket
got
of
the meta
wings?
nailed
Oh, I
down.
could go for a bucket of KFC right now. That would be so good.
Okay. I think your night clue, like Knight's eating jam, so that would be your next clue.
No.
Oh.
Well, at least it's equal now, so.
What did you guys hit? Another poor bystander. That was it. Oh, okay. There we go. It feels like we're going to be going for. Okay. Right.
I have to scan all the words this time and make sure I don't screw
Okay.
up.
Right. Now, bear in mind, obviously, all the numbers in the corners, clues for the mine sweeper mode of this. So keep that in mind as you go into it. Ha, mine. Ha, 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 ha.
Yeah, we're going to go with math. 2.
Maths.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that word means.
Maths.
Could you add an
Was the
S
clue?
on the end?
Maths.
Maths.
Thank you.
Regarding the last word.
And what was the number
what
that you
about
put with
this
that?
one, you think?
A 2 was the number with
So
maths.
it makes me a bit nervous.
Well, we found 3 knights.
You've thrown. Yes. This was the thing I was going to say before we dived in with a hasty
So we were
armour.
thinking King Arthur, Crusader, or Castle.
Yes.
Could have been the knights.
It could have been the knights.
And now we've got maths.
This was the trouble with it, yeah. But you also have maths.
Well, maths degree.
Sure.
You get a degree in maths.
Let's go with King Arthur from the last word.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Just to nail something down. What
So
do you
we'll go
think?
King Arthur.
Yeah.
King Arthur. For
So
the
they're going
knights?
back to their previous clues for the first bit
Yeah, I
of this
think
to
so.
ask about knights. So they're going with King Arthur. Everyone agrees with King Arthur for that one, kind of like it works.
Okay.
Knights of the Round Table, all that kind
And
of stuff.
that's interesting because there's 2 more blue ones next to that.
Oh.
So it could be that rather. Oh, we know it's not that because of that. So it's got to be that.
100%. Go for it. Go for it.
So we're ignoring your math clue. We're just going with the knights. Okay,
Nice.
but now we'll go to math.
Now they go to
So,
math.
but that means that
Maths.
it's either this one or this one, right?
Yeah.
Like it cannot be this one.
Uh,
we have 2.
Oh no, it could. Yeah. Oh, if it's that one, then it's not that one. But it could be that one and that one.
Just so you know, by the way,
Yes.
I've just been told as well, because of this mode, you can actually just keep guessing. You don't have to stop.
Okay.
So you
Let's
can
go
just
degree.
keep going. Yes.
Go
Another
ahead.
bonus
We're
of
going to
diving into
degree.
the mines version of this.
Yes.
Was
So
it
we can-
maths degree?
We can keep guessing. Okay.
Keep guessing.
So is there
Yes,
another math?
I've been told. This is great.
Yeah, exactly.
That was one math. Right?
I can't
Yeah.
think of another math.
Because if they hit,
You know how we were stuck on 7?
know it's not that.
For so long.
it might change.
Santa, golf,
I'm
olive,
thinking
tear.
maybe cone, like geometry.
It's good.
Okay.
Awesome. Awesome. I think we are going to stop there because I
You're
think
gonna
we've
stop
got
there?
everything that he
We're going
said.
to stop there.
We only
Okay.
need 3.
Okay.
It's our turn.
Brilliant. That went well, James.
Is it really maths?
Maths? Maths. Right, back
We
over
have
to you.
math.
I was
Class.
asked to give a clue that they understand.
Okay, a
I don't
clue
know
they
what
understand.
happened here. Oh, I'm very
Please.
behind.
It's hard. It's hard.
Still, so I can't type. I'm sorry. I'm behind. My
Your
tablet is
operative is
behind.
thinking.
I'm ready. The tablet
The
isn't.
tablet is having a moment.
The tablet is having a hard
Tablet
time,
is having
so
a
I
moment.
cannot. I can tell you
It says it's thinking.
verbally. Should I tell them and so they can think?
They won't be
But I
able to
can't
tap.
touch it probably.
While this
Sure.
is fixed, it's again frozen. I think. I don't
Can
know.
we have a lovely tech
Who
person
wants
come
to
up
have a
and just
look at it?
quick
I'm
look?
gonna say Thank you. Rulebook 2.
Rulebook 2.
Yes, please.
And we'll bring up the screen as we have a little bit of think about this. So, bring it
I
up.
don't
So
see our names
Rulebook
here.
2 was what we were thinking of there.
I don't see our names here for rulebooks.
Rulebooks.
So,
Rulebook.
throwing out to the crowd
Rulebook.
first. Rulebooks, what are you
Rulebook.
thinking? What are you thinking? Rulebooks. Rulebooks. Recipe book kind of thing.
Check. Why is it Check Games Edition?
Yeah. Okay.
What's the
Anything
other
else popping to people's minds? No? Yeah. I love that we've got little tiny gaggles of people playing along in the background a little here. So
This is 3.
I'd like to say there's like a little green
So-
team over there.
No, wait. So,
Grey
wait a
team
minute.
over
So
here.
That's 3.
Black team over there. Tan team. What are you guys thinking for rule books then?
Yes. When you look at the edges, yes.
No. This is. Yes. Yes.
Funny that you say
Yes.
that.
This is where the humans are smarter than the machines again.
But yeah.
Yes. Big discoveries being made here.
A discovery is
about
being
the
made
game,
here, yes.
which
of
is
course.
cool.
Yes. Right.
It's just this one. It's whatever I touch.
We're just having another little bit of an IT issue here. but
Breaks.
It's all good. This just means extra thinking time for Red, which is kind of how they nearly won last time, if only they weren't leapfrogged by Blue just at the end. So, yeah. I think we're going to go to a quick break, just while we sort out a little bit of a tech issue, and then we'll be right back.
It's not true.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun. Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us. It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
Hello folks, we're back. Another little technical gremlin. We have managed to put it back in. Rulebook and 2 was the clue. I just want to give a little bit of a reminder, if we could bring the grid back up again, a little bit more about this mode. So there are 3 assassins on the board when it comes to this one, because it's a slightly different version of this, and it's the mines version of this. So the numbers in the corners of the pictures are the adjacency of good agents to them as well, and also gives you a little bit of a clue, which is quite helpful. But yes, we had some ideas about rulebook and things like that. Back over to you folks. What are you thinking?
So we are thinking rulebook as in Czech Games Edition, Czech.
A little bit of self-promotion. I see that, that's good. Yeah. Rulebook, check. Do you think that one's going to fly? Yes, no, a little bit over here.
Nah, we're going to go for it.
What was your,
Yes!
Oh, the brazenness with which Adam did that.
The other one's probably file.
You went for file.
We'll go for file.
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 Yes,
Anyone?
file.
Against
Rulebook.
file?
You're not so sure, lady? Oh, no. You think it's chair?
Yeah.
Tear, like tearing a rulebook up. I see.
Like tear the rulebook?
Tear the rulebook. Has that swayed you, Adam?
Oh no, it can't be tear. It can't be tear.
Oh, it
Because
can't
of
be.
one.
No, no,
It's
it
one.
can't.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's only one
That's
next
true.
to each other, like the deduction.
Because of the mine version of this. Yes, that's very true.
So
yes.
this time we're gonna stick with our choices and go for the file.
File.
There you go.
It's hot enough. It's hot enough.
We want to do
Remember,
one more.
you can keep going because of this is the mines version of this.
Oh.
No, you can keep going. You can keep going.
Oh, no, wait. So
if you want to try and catch up, you can.
So the leftover from the last round was oven, I guess.
For Coug.
Yeah, for Coug. There you go.
It worked out?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So the next one's either hawk or jam. I was like,
Okay.
all 3 is probably hawk. But
Oven worked with
do you
Coug in the
eat
end.
hawk?
How was Sprite? That was
You could
great.
totally eat
I
jam.
wouldn't want it.
Yeah.
Okay, what else? What else? 1, 2.
You gonna keep going?
Okay.
You should definitely eat the jam. The Minesweeper might mess me up a little.
Not too sure about hawk. Hawk is poultry. It's hawk poultry. What do you think?
Is it what clue are you basing?
It's hawk a poultry.
Is what? Sorry.
Hawk.
Hawk is hawk poultry.
Is it stretching
Is
it?
hawk
This is a
poultry?
very tricky question.
Hawk is poultry. Hawk isn't poultry.
Do you eat hawk?
Well, I've never eaten a hawk.
Has anyone ever eaten hawk? That's the question.
Anyone
Okay,
ever eaten
okay.
a hawk? Own up to it on live stream, and then you can get
Also,
visited
I'm
by
a
the police,
vegan. I
guess.
want to repeat that again.
It's got
I have no
wings.
idea what people eat.
Any
so-
country eats all hawk.
Yeah, I don't think.
Germans
I'm
and
fairly
all you
sure
can
we're ignoring
eat
hawk.
hawk
I think.
buffet.
So.
Is that like all the hawk you can eat? I don't know. I don't know. Again, I don't know what you
I want to
eat.
go to a buffet.
That's well
Personal-
Let's do it.
Personal preferences.
You could
wanna do it?
snatch
Because
up your
what other
food with your
poultry bucket I
talons.
can accept the ones.
What's going through your mind, Adam?
I can
What's
find
going
them
through your
with
mind?
glue because they got rid
Yeah.
of the one
We
that would hurt.
went for the hawk. We went for the hawk.
We want for the hawk. Sorry, I was like,
I think I remember a recipe from
Wow.
1763.
Can I get hawk at KFC?
Yes.
No.
Is that done? Is that
Germany, you eat hogs. What can I say? Oh, that's not true.
Are you going to keep going? Are you going to?
I don't know what they're doing.
No.
No. You can't.
Crazy
Okay.
people.
Okay.
here.
Okay.
2.
All right.
Swinging back to blue team then. Now remember, this is getting even deadlier now, but you can use those clues from the mines mode of
All right,
this to
so
help you.
we've got. I can use a word now that I couldn't use earlier.
Okay.
And that's going to be pizza
Pizza
2.
Pizza 2. Okay, so before they dive in, they're having some thinking time.
So now
Pizza
that we
2.
understand the Minesweeper part of the game, it will be much easier.
Yes, very true.
So
it adds an extra
we're
challenge.
thinking olive.
Olives?
It's got to be olive.
Right, okay, question. Do olives belong on a pizza? I say yes. Put your hands up if they do. Am I by myself? Oh, okay, 2, 3 people. One person back, so. Olives do belong on pizza. Boom, yes.
As
Okay.
does pineapple.
As does pineapple.
Oh, no, that's it.
Hey, I'm Canadian here. We invented that.
So we're going olive.
So olive is 1.
4, right. But that's that 4.
Okay.
So we know it's
Also, I think
we know it's not that. We know
Now,
it's not
I
that.
think I can see a really
Therefore, it has to be
obvious
Italy,
one
which
for
it would have been
pizza.
anyway.
Can you see the...
Okay. So Can we work out where the last one is? That needs 4.
They
One,
went for
two,
it.
three.
So good.
So it has to be
Now
that.
this is a little bit of
It has
mind
to be
maths,
that.
I would
oh,
say.
No. Oh, hang on. 1, 2, 3. No, because that's. Oh, yes, it's there. It has to be that.
Let's bring that board back up again, just so we can have a look at it, because this could be quite integral. I'm just going to point out,
I
guys.
don't think they can see that.
They
No.
might be going for a Hail Mary here. They might be going for
I think
they
worked it
have
out?
to.
I think they
There's
have to.
no hope for them.
Because I reckon you've got a 2 easy,
Okay.
right?
I've got 2.
It's got to be that.
2 easy, yeah.
Well, in my head, it's very easy.
Boom.
Pizza 2.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
You got it?
Well, we're using
You
the
guys
Minesweeper
did it?
rules. There was only
You
one that
used
it
the
could have been.
Mines version to work it all
Congrats,
out.
congrats.
And they've done it again. Blue team won. All you plants in here who are blue team, this is your fault, I think. There we go.
For the record, I would not put an olive on a
There
pizza,
you
but
go.
I knew
Wow.
some people did it.
Wow. Well, after that mammoth adventure through Codenames, a couple of different games, a basic one, and then we also see the Mines version of that. You can get your hands on the app right now, I believe. Yes? You can get your hands on the app right now. It's okay. So if you want to dive in and you want to try out the app, you can also do that. There's also Codenames online as well. You can also get your hands on the physical versions of Codenames as well, which is quite fun. So there are entirely revamped versions of those for people to come and have a go at here at UK Games Expo. If you enjoyed what these folks have done, obviously go and give the game a go yourself. I'm sure some of you are proper Codenames fans anyways, and this has sort of dragged you into it, which is really cool. I just want to say again, thank you very much to everybody. So thank you very much, Ilka. Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you very much. Oh my God, Stella. I nearly got it. Asa, Paul, and James. I nearly did it. Give them all a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Find us all.
Oh, there we go. Right. After all of that chaos and all of those technical gremlins, I'm very tired. I need to take this hat off because it doesn't fit and it makes me look like a Burke. I'm going to throw back to the studio so everyone can finish off the stream and you guys can all go and enjoy yourselves for the last hour or so of UK Games Expo on the Saturday.
There we are.
Glorious chaos.
Yes, as is only fitting for any time we do anything at all at the live stage. It's always going to end up being some form of organised chaos.
Well,
yes.
Disorganized bedlam sometimes, if I'm in charge.
It's still one way of doing it, I suppose. There you go, folks. Hopefully you enjoyed having a wee look at Codenames. I keep wanting to call it Codebreakers. I don't know why.
Honestly, Codenames is one of my favorite party games because if you can get a good group together, you can really have some funny moments.
Well, that wraps us up for Saturday. We'll be back for tomorrow, the last day of the show, where all the awards will be handed out, all the prizes will be given. If you haven't already had a chance to get down here, and you can, probably think about doing that. There's even £1,000 up for grabs if you're very, very lucky indeed. We will see you tomorrow, bright and breezy. Until then, enjoy the rest of the live stream and the blog. Bye-bye.
Bye.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames. 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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us...
It's Codenames Live. We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames. 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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
Yummy, yummy.